It needs to be flavorful and tasty. Cook for you? I don't even know who you are, man. Let me hurt your tongue. We can't get drunk by eating a hamster. No, because the hamster's metabolizing the alcohol. Duh. Also, what's up, Dominic? I hate to read that you actually researched that. No shit. Hamsters ain't a balloon, man. I have a very important question, though. How did you do this research? You're a lawyer, so you know what you can say. How many hamsters did you kidnap this weekend? And do I need to call PETA? All right, chat room, let's play some video games, shall we? Yeah, clearly you didn't ferment the hamster long enough. That is the issue. That's absolutely the only issue here, is that you did not ferment the hamster long enough. If you'd only fermented the hamster for longer, you would have had more success. Google and you asked a biologist. Whew. Wow. What was your friend's response? I would love to have been a fly on the wall for that conversation. So some guy on the internet told me that a hamster can drink 1.5 liters of alcohol per day, as long as it's unflavored. If I eat a hamster, could I get drunk? I would have loved to, like, witness that. I told you. Put the hamster down. That's all I got. The Swedes ferment herrings. Just because the Swedes are commit crimes against food doesn't mean that the rest of us need to as well. Kaz, thanks for gifting the first subscription of the day on the Twitch side of things. Appreciate you. All right, so I'm not gonna read out all of the dwarves. Well, fuck it, we'll do it. Every single dwarf in order. Anaboth, Anander, Bastet, Beeforian, Bioactive, Black Flag Redneck, Black Gruel, Bone Dolphin, Broken Spacebar, Brahms, as well as Can't Find Mazambi, Chabra, Chromoise, Darius Cardin. What? Oh, okay, that's interesting. Scrolls one down and then keeps going. That's odd. Where was I? Chromoise, Darius Cardin, Darth Plagueis, the Wise, or the Wiz, which is even funnier. Death Bagel, as well as Dr. Funk and Dewormer, Elfie Bean, Fallout Rain, Geotrack, Kazoom, and Gnome Reaper. Good Charles, Hexalin, Holsky, Hunter Meyer, Ice Hockey Player, Insulina Sama, Iron Pit, Jack Tool, Jelly Belly, Jamaheiser, Jezza, JJ, Juice the Name, Killer Spud, Clockworks, Killjoy 20, Koro, Roko, Cramp, Lanix, and Lazy Man, as well as Mako Darkfire and MMO Junkie, Mouse Beater, Napalm Sideburns, Neezer, and Neokai. Nerokeys, Nevik, or Nivik, Omnipotent Disappointment, Fregs, Power Tools, and Beer, Prue, Pun Intentional, Rubble Rouser, and... Actually, how's Pun Intentional doing? okay, since I put you back in the military. Rebel Rouser, Ranger Rick, Sentient Potate, Sage Bitey, who is a were creature, Salvadaddy, Sanye, as well as Shark Jumping Walrus, Shinira, Scobold, and Sneaky Snaky. Spaghetti Adventures, Stoned Hobo, Telenartho, the King of Pudding, UGDPY, Van Ori, Walnut Bag, and Holy Spokes. Windingism, Yum Transfat, Zetius, Xylium, and that's everybody. Now, I've been informed by one community member, Baka Glass, that I have to give Toady1 a dwarf, so we're doing that. Toady1 is now an armorer, and Toady always acts with compassion at the forefront of his considerations. He is stingy with resources when working on projects and refuses to expend any extra effort, is prone to strong feelings of jealousy, and is very trusting. He has a sense of duty, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He could be considered rude. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and is slow to anger. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Often snaps his fingers when he's bored, and inhales sharply when he's angry, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not mind working outdoors, at least for a time. That is, like, weirdly accurate. Neo Kai, thank you very much for the $10. Appreciate you. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and values tranquility and a peaceful day. He doesn't really value merrymaking, and does not care about family one way or another. He's merciful, poor memory, that's probably not true. Poor spatial sense, envious, disdains cunning, and not wasteful. He has no family in the fort, but does have plenty of friends. Is a member of the Bud Faith of Vegetation, god of rivers and hunting and fishing. Is a member of the Metalsmiths and Armorers Guilds. So we are sticking to the naming scheme of you grab the redemption here on Twitch. So redemptions are going to be limited for dwarves again. We're sticking with this currently. We'll see how things end up shaking out for other options in the future. So let's kind of skim through and see how things are. The most upset dwarf right now in the fort is the Necromancer, I think, who's also a vampire, which is the only reason I haven't let him out. He's chained up back here. He lives here. It's fine. Or she lives here. It's fine. I've been thinking about maybe just expelling her. I don't really know what to do with her, if I'm being honest. We also have this zombie, the Matsu, who's the dwarf criminal fallen corpse, who successfully stole one of my artifacts and then convinced somebody else to steal one of my artifacts. And they live here still. They are a warlord of the Lancers of Blockading, as well as a member. They are enough of a thief that I really don't want to let them leave. Rough walls in the bedrooms? Yeah! So that I can drastically increase the value when I need to. I prefer the look of the rough walls, and I've been planning on removing most of them and replacing them with wall walls eventually anyways. So it's just kind of I don't know, the floors are making up. Like, this particular dwarf is storing their own item in here, and their bedroom is a modest quarters, which is plenty. And set her as the messenger? But then I can't use her as a messenger. What's the point of setting her as a messenger if I can't use it? Weaponize her? That's not effective. I mean, like, unless you mean me putting her, like, behind a window where she could see the enemy and think she's in combat and then, like, resurrect zombies on my hallway, but I don't see that being helpful in any way. That would probably just cause my own fort more damage than anything. Should you be concerned about the fact that several ruined zombies are visiting your fort? I mean, they're probably trying to steal your stuff, but outside of that, no, not really. You can chain people up. Yes, it's called the justice system. Specifically, when crimes are committed in your fort, and you catch the person in your fort who committed said crime. You can then convict them of said crime. Once they're convicted of said crime, they go to prison for X amount of days. You can check in here to see how long they're going to be in prison for. Specifically, the zombies was convicted of espionage, so they're going to be in prison for another 250 days, which would be enough to make most dwarves go insane. I need 2 more chains to make my captain the guard happy, and I also have all of these, you know, I also have all of these cold cases as well, some of which implicate people that were once in my fort, or some of them are, I've never been in my fort, and then, wait, hold on. Suddenly wondering if, like, that person, what, wasn't Terror Wonders? Wasn't that the name of the zombie that's in my prison right now? Oh, no, that's Damatsu, not Dawson Cop. Anyway, yeah, and then afterwards they get thrown into cages because there's a bug in the game, but I think that's kind of funny. You just keep them in permanent prison. Darius! Choo-choo indeed. Also, we're in an ad break right now, so I'm going to wait for 90 seconds. By that, you mean give her a glorious death in battle? What if I throw her into the river right before it freezes? Because, like, a necromancer isn't going to have a glorious death in battle. A necromancer is going to resurrect a whole bunch of the, like, things in my fort, and those are not going to, that's not glorious. That's just going to cause a shit ton of death for my own soldiers. Considering, like, a lot of the casualties in my military right now are all, for lack of a better term, dragons. The last thing I need is a wall of undead dragons fighting with my military and the enemy. There's nothing glorious about that. That is just death. So if you want my fort to fall, okay. If that isn't your hope and intention, then yeah, I'm not going to do that. Zombies should be able to survive being frozen. Zombies can, but that's a necromancer, not a zombie. Also, the necromancer isn't a zombie. It's a vampire. There is also a zombie in my fort, but those two things are unrelated. There is a zombie, and there is also a necromancer vampire. Hello, Sam Texagon. Hello. How are you? Just listening to 2 Mellow. Gotcha. I'm just skimming through and making sure that stuff's all assigned. All right, so these are my 2 gremlins up here at the top. We've got this male gremlin, who is a hunter, apparently, who, if I check the groups, hasn't joined the fortress, is stressed, and skills-wise, has some combat skills that he's gained. He's become a novice observer, or he's become a novice observer. He's gained some social skills. He is a competent ambusher, which is why he joined the Hunters Guild, but isn't a member of the fortress. The other one that we have, or the other gremlin that we have, is this one. This one, on the other hand, has joined the fortress, is a member of the Emerald Irons, is a member of the Rangers Guild, which is the Foggy Company, and is also a member of the Guild of Amethyst, which is the Armorers Guild, and a member of the Weaponsmiths Hall. This one is a talented armorsmith and a dabbling organizer, having organized so many weaponsmithing demonstrations, and has gained all of these social skills, including dabbling liar, which is very unsafe for us, an adequate student, and is adequate at concentration, and has learned a poem and a form of poetry. The thing is, it's impossible to make resurrected cave dragons friendly. Right? They'd be like all other livestock where they're always hostile. And I'll say this, if I was much more confident in my military, I'd be interested in doing something like that. I'm not confident in my military because my gear isn't very good. We mostly have copper gear. And while we did fight off 2 goblin sieges and we're getting some iron stuff, we're not great when it comes to gear still. And I'm still pretty consistently losing soldiers trying to attack the enemy. My priority right now is to keep this fort alive because we have a Gorlak. This is the outpost liaison, who currently isn't a member of the fortress. However, the queen of this faction is also a Gorlak. So my primary 100% goal of this fortress is to get the queen into my fort, so I can have not one but 2 Gorlaks in my fort. That's what I want. So if I'm playing it a little bit safe when it comes to the Necromancer, that's why. Is because I would like this fort to live, because I would like this fort to succeed. Plus, I've got 2 gremlins. Yeah, so there's also, you know, we've got cave dragons, which is its own type of fun. I'm still gonna run with a DF hack overlay disabled, because I want to know exactly what is new vanilla features from the experimental patch. I'll probably turn some DF hack stuff on at some point, once the experimental time is done. So yeah, and we can unpause the game and it runs great. Yeah, that was my title from last week. Gremlins, Gorlaks, and Gremlins, Gormax, and Gorlaks and Cave Dragons. Oh my. So yesterday we were talking about defenses. All right, or yesterday, last week we were talking about defenses, and I would say we have several options. All right, we have several options. We could look into firing ballista. I could make many a copper ballista. We could do that. I could dig down to the cavern layers and I could just, like, you know, dump lava on shit. That's another option. He hopes to have time to fix the Cavern Gorlaks. I would love the Cavern Gorlaks to just be visitors. Like, I would love to just have a frickin' scholar show up from the basement and just, like... Oh my... So I'm just gonna spitball for, like, 3 seconds here. People are... Chat, are we kind of collectively, as a community, rather annoyed by... I can just dump those. Are we collectively, as a community, annoyed by cavern creatures right now? Just like the cavern societies, like the little dudes that wander in from the caverns? What if Gorlaks were peace brokers between us and the cavern creatures? Wouldn't that be cool? Like, they just show up and ask for 10 things. And you put a trading depot in the caverns, and then the cavern creatures show up, you give them that tribute, and then they leave. And they don't fight. It's way too many of them. Duh. I just want some way of brokering peace. So there is that option. I could, like I said, build Ballista. I think Ballista could be a lot of fun, and it's kind of the direction I'm leaning right now. The next option is I could dig down to the lava and pump lava up here. That's the obvious option, I would say. The third option is we do stuff with water, but because it freezes so much here, I'm pretty limited on what I could do with water. However, there is enough aquifer here, I could do stuff with water. So I guess the question is, what do you guys want to watch me spend the next 90 minutes doing? Trying to dig down to lava, building ballista, or doing stuff with water, although I can't do that until winter's over. Because I'm leaning ballista. I'm not necessarily going to listen to you guys, even though I'm asking for ideas. Just an FYI. Simply because it's been a while since I've done ballista. Big ol' flying telephone poles of death. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah, I'll give you that. So we're working towards ballista, chat room. And then maybe some minecart shotguns. Although if I do minecart shotguns, I need to make sure that I'm not going to be throwing all of my ammunition into the water. Through a lava waterfall. I have no lava-safe materials that could do that. So that would just immediately destroy the ballista arrow. It would be completely redundant. I mean, I could do catapults. Actually, that's probably what I should do. I can't remember if I made a catapult parts thing. The other thing I need to do, actually, is... Okay, I don't have any ghosts. I was just double checking to see if I had ghosts. We also, actually, the very first thing I think I need to do is I need to pull this lever. I need to pull this lever real bad. But the very first thing I think that I need to do is I need to expand my brewing. Because while I do have a decent number of stills, I don't have enough. Okay, so we are brewing drinks from plants. So what I actually need is I need more craft store shops because I think I have like 3. Yeah, okay. This is conglomerate. We'll just expand this. I'll just use the rock salt because I got tons of it. Catapults are better for training than ballista because catapults don't do friendly fire. So you can just like very safely train with catapults and not worry about it. And I think the thing I'm going to do actually is I'm going to make a guild hall right here. I got one over there planned to be a fishery guild, which they will ask for again. But I'm going to make a guild hall, and we're going to make a siege engineers guild. Hey, Clino, if you're still lurking in the chat, have you heard any whispers or rumors as to when this patch might be ready to go into the main branch? Inspired you to play the beta. Turns out it has a working DF hack beta. Yes, it does. I can confirm. There you go. Yeah, no, I'm very happy that you're able to find the cool stuff because like it's once I realized that like trolls weren't working in this version, I've been so irritated by like any kind of adversaries. It was like my biggest holdup with the last fort that I did, which was creature keepers. That fort was so freaking cool. Enemies were so goddamn boring. It's like they were sending just goblins and nothing else, and it was such a annoyance for me, like knowing that, oh, well, I'm gonna have to regenerate this world anyways, and also the thing that could have made this fort legendary is just like, well, it's a fort, and that kind of just sucks. So catapults can use one type of ammunition, Baka Glass, and that is a very simple type of ammunition. It's called boulders. And that's it. That's the only form of ammunition they use.
Love watching the streams and VODs. Thanks for all the content.
Thanks for watching. No banner flags, and thanks for supporting the channel with the subscription. Appreciate you. You could name the boulders hamster if you would like, but that's the closest I can do. You created worlds and made sure it looked good, and then created a test fort with 30 dwarves to try and raid goblins and to make sure that they had good stuff to steal, and you actually got pretty fast. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's going to be one of those things I think that some people are going to be like, that's a bit OP, but honestly, it's an enjoyable way to play the game that's different from other ways that you could play the game. So I see nothing wrong with just like stealing stuff from the goblin because it's there, so it's there to be abused. Also, I was informed by Putnam over the weekend that webs, cage trapping things, isn't a bug. So, congratulations, chat room. That's an intended mechanic. So use webs to cage trap things, I guess. I was always under the impression that it was like an unintended outcome of a separate mechanic, but turns into be a feature. Yeah, I guess so. Definitely one of those situations. I need more schist. Yep. Well, I was informed because I referred to it as an exploit. I always thought it was an exploit. You have a high master siege engineer working as a performer. The problem with siege engineers is being a trained siege engineer doesn't train bravery. So you could have a siege engineer who just like runs away screaming whenever there's combat, which is very funny, but not super like optimal. I have no idea what I was gonna put here. Chat, does anybody remember what I was gonna put here? I super don't. Maybe that's gonna become my siege workshop. A single statue. Ah. I was gonna say, because my county is happy. No, Fisher Dwarves are gonna go here. No, I know it was gonna be a guild hall. Fisher Dwarves are gonna go there, but I let it expire, so I will finish it at some point, but since it expired, it's not an overwhelming priority. Have a good disappearance for a couple of hours, Elfie. Take care of yourself. Looks like a siege workshop. I mean, it is now. Once it gets this flooring put in. At some point, I'm also going to start replacing the walls for my bedrooms. So I do have some dwarves that went away, and they haven't come back. And that's in this squad. So I'm under the assumption that Halcyon Days and Fried Onions are dead. They may show up at some point, but currently I'm expecting them to die. Mining out gem spires is a bit like playing Minesweeper. Kind of. Yeah, it's like staring at the generation and taking accurate or inaccurate guesses constantly. All right, so this top squad is just kind of an amalgamation of whatever. These bottom ones, I'm actually going to check something. Whip. I have 5 whips. One of them's forbidden for some reason. Dominoc. Any preference? Has your dwarf returned yet? They went missing in a livestock raid? No, unfortunately. We've had no successful returneths. Do I have any chains? I have plenty. Why? Or rather, I do need some more, but... Medical? Let's see if I have any medical. I do. Dominoc. Ah, I understand, yes. Because chains are not an equipable weapon, but shields and whips, sure. He is gripped by crippling shyness and is unable to make decisions without a great deal of input from others. He is sometimes cruel and he occasionally overindulges. He is stubborn and he tends to be passive in discussions. He has a calm demeanor and he can handle stress. He is quite ambitious and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of creating a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. Personally values decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. Sees the whole idea of taking the time to master a skill appalling. Finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals and dreams of creating a masterwork someday. Yeah, chains are not an equipable weapon. Whips are. There's also like flails, but yeah, chains are not an equipable weapon. Chains are like cages, basically. They're a piece of furniture that you construct. So this bottom squad is too big. I can't use this bottom squad, but what I can do is this. Add uniform. Let's do breastplates. Let's do helms. Let's do greaves. Let's do gauntlets. Let's do low boots. Let's do shields. Shields and bucklers. Shield or buckler, whatever's available, and then whips. And uniform replaces clothing. So I've added a new uniform type. This squad I can get rid of because, well, you know, like I said, this squad is dead, but currently I can't remove any of them. I guess I need to assign a new squad to it, or a new squad leader to it. The mission's been canceled. So what I will do is I will go into here. I'll assign the Necromancer. Boot these squads. And unassign the Necromancer. And delete the squad. I'm just sitting here making sure that the Necromancer hasn't been left as a noble, which they haven't, so we're good. Socks and loincloths for happy thoughts? No, I'm good. Thanks for the suggestion, though, Chris. But yeah, it's a shame, Big Bang, that your dwarf hasn't returned. Oh, I mean, there's plenty of things I could do, Matt. But, like, I'm not. So that's okay. I love it when people give me suggestions for things I could do. It's like, yeah, I know. But, like, it's not what I wanted to do with that squad, so come on. The main reason I'm not going to do loincloths is if I start assigning loincloths, then I have to make everybody loincloths. Because currently, nobody in this fort has loincloths to limit the amount of clothing I need to make, which makes my life easier. Some of them do have caps, but I'm not going to make them loincloths because that's more clothing I need to manufacture. Because dwarves don't actually need a clothing type until you've given them the clothing type. So until they've actually had it once, they don't need it. So because of this, why would I bother? On the Blue Sky platform? I'm pretty sure it's open. Unless, like, it's only open in certain regions. I have an invite if you want one. Here. I will post 3 Blue Sky invites into the Twitch chat if for some reason they haven't been grabbed yet. Or if for some reason you still need them. There you go. Those are 3 separate Blue Sky invites. Save the game streamer, can do. That's going to be interesting when I'm playing a game that doesn't have a saving function in. Smitchell, thank you much for the raid. What's up? Oh, SMS doesn't work for you. Gotcha. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. But Smitchell, thank you very much for the raid. What's up? Welcome, raiders. I don't know. Do I have any mods here? I think I should. Yeah, Stone's around. Plano's around. Someone can give you a shout out. Welcome, raiders. How you doing? Hey, Smitchell. I don't know if you've seen them yet, but we have a new emote, sort of. Well, actually, a few new emotes, but the most recent addition would be this one. It's a snowy day. Really? In the fort or in real life? What's the situation? Oh, speaking of situation, Tellin, you write stories. If you ever write a like less than 10-minute long horror story, let me know. I'd gladly read it for the side project. You love the Bongo Dwarf? It's good stuff, isn't it? East Coast things. It's supposed to snow on Friday here, but we'll see if it actually happens. Nope. Armor stands do operate as armor stands. However, dwarves that are silly sometimes take stuff off of armor stands and then put it into places where you don't actually want it. So armor stands do work. Weapon racks are decoration. But if you use your burrows or one of various other ways you can stop them from taking stuff off of you can stop them from taking stuff off of the armor stands and instead leaving them, where they're supposed to be. And that's, a fun thing, I suppose. You know, where deer child wreck the fort? Oh, geez. Yeah, no, that's a dearie me situation. All right, so we now have our bone crafts have accelerated in speed, and we're now cutting gems over here, and let's... Just going to encrust finished goods with gems. And also, let's cancel this. What type of gems do I want to be doing? Let's just practice on rock crystals. I don't have anybody who is, like, proficient in... I'm cutting from the looks of things. Okay, I do have some talented ones. Geotrack, congratulations. You now have a new gig. And for you over here... Zephon the Scholar, you can work here. You had a dwarf once spend all of his time taking armor from a stand to a bin and back to the stand. I think in order to make those work properly, the best way to do it is just have like a no-go zone and use burrows. Because whenever I do haunted zones or haunted fortresses, I find stuff like that really useful because you're gonna have like if you're doing like a terrifying biome, you're not going to the surface anyway. And you're going to have like a burrow that's almost entirely underground, or you just have the front doors locked. And if you're doing it with a burrow, then in that situation, it's pretty easy to just have an area that only the military can go to that is outside of the burrow, so that when you activate them, they just run there, get their stuff, and then are immediately in the fighting. But that feature seems to be mostly useful if you are, like I said, in a fortress situation where the dwarves aren't going to be prioritizing, shall we say, what is currently something you don't want them to be doing, right? Your fort has a were-lizard infestation? Oh boy. While the Random Miners Guild has 8 people in it? Only the mayor. No, you need to have 10 people with the skill in order for a guild to be made. 10 people need to have the skill in the fortress. So you would have, like, if they're requesting, like, giving you the pop-up up here, at some point in time, 10 people had that as their primary skill. I have quite a few pet dragons, actually. And that's going to be my... What's the word I'm thinking of here? My catapult training area. So let's do catapult parts. Let's just, because it's 3 per catapult, so let's do catapult parts. Let's do 9. And let's do ballista parts. Let's do 9. Tomorrow's gonna be hot? Why? What's happening tomorrow? Yeah, it's a thing that you have to enable though, right? JJ, like, in order to make them work, I have to hit Z, you click on this button, and then you have to toggle this on, right? Toggle whether or not the soldiers will store their individually assigned weapons and armor here. Toggle whether or not the squad will store their squad level equipment here, such as ammunition. I think that also counts for food. I could be wrong, though. I know it counts for things like water skins and flasks. I don't use these features very often because I generally just leave them as equip at all times. It's very rare that I will have a squad that cycles in and out of equipping stuff. So, yeah. Big portion of the hunters were actually in the military. Okay, yeah, true. So that when the military squads turn on, you lose those set. That makes sense. Am I making blocks currently? I don't think I am. 1,000 rock blocks is a go. Weather in the East Coast is so bipolar. It'll be freezing one day and hot for the rest of the week. Ah, I get you. Yeah, no, we've kind of been cycling between that. Like, people will always... We're in an ad break, so I can't really do much. People will always say things like, oh, you know, you think it's cold where you're at, you should live where I live or whatever. But it's been going from, like, plus 10 degrees Celsius to, like, minus 15. Week on, week off. Like, last week was basically springtime. Like, I was walking around in a t-shirt. And now it's, like, 2 degrees Celsius, and by the weekend it's supposed to be below zero again. And it's 1 week to the next. It's shifting quite a bit. You're at work and you notice that you got gifted a membership. Hey, that was probably JJ Murdoch. Actually, no, it was JJ. So shout outs to JJ. Memberships on my YouTube channel are very cheap because I don't think that the perks that YouTube offers are particularly good. So you know, I've just kind of accepted at this point that I'm going to be informing people, yes, it is possible to make Mark's Dwarves work. Yes, they fixed them. No, they don't use their crossbows as clubs for the next, like, 10 years of my life. It's like wow, that was a weird reflection. It's like they technically, on paper, fixed them, like at the end of summer? But I will still be informing people of this 5 years from now because of the way this community works. You're going from minus 30 to 0 in a few days? Oh boy, that's a pretty big shift. That is a, like, pretty dramatic shift, in fact.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
Shark Jumping Walrus, thanks for the 69 pennies. So 0.45. That's the way you're writing that is really weird. 47.05 is the previous version of the game, meaning 47.05 is an outdated version of the game. So that's like asking, how do I word this? Because this keeps coming up amongst Dwarf Fortress stuff. Dwarf Fortress makes every single version available forever, right? Version 47, yeah, that would be like asking if Microsoft is still updating Windows 98, right? To a degree. That's a bad example because 98 is really old. That would be like asking, is Microsoft still updating Windows 7? Is maybe a better example, but still a bad example. It's more like, is Hello Games still updating the launch version of No Man's Sky? Technically, they are. Can you go back and play it, though? No. Not unless you go buy, like, I guess, an Xbox disc for it or whatever. Version 50.12 is the current version of Dwarf Fortress, which is what is going to get updated to eventually a higher number than that. Version 47 is an older version number that is never going to get updated again because it's already been updated. And you could go play that version. It's version 50 is free on the Bay 12 website. If you go to Bay 12 and you go here and you go to download, you could download version 50.11, which was updated as of that. Older versions are also available. You could go play version 50.06. Version 47.05 is from January 28th, 2021, and is never going to receive another update. Although I would also say that Mark's Dwarfs work just fine in version 47.05. You just need to know how to make them work. Just like this version. You know, instead of doing that, Smitchell, how about this? How about we lobby Microsoft to have to legally open source their old code bases? How about that? Because that's more likely to happen. My version of Linux can't use a specific version of thing that's required for version 50. Linux heads in chat, help Hexalin you play version 50, please. Because I know for a fact it can. No matter how weird your distro is, you can make it work. Logum, the Thresher, has been possessed. Just make sure you at the very least get the shop you want and run off. Hexlin's using Temple OS. It's the real sadness. That's not Linux, I know. Runs off, grabs copper bars. So this is a Thresher, but they're a talented armorsmith. So we're gonna get some sort of weapon thing. Did you just steal bones from somebody who was making a craft? What a dwarf. Isn't everyone using Temple OS? God told me to use Temple OS, so I have no option. Pretty much, yeah. No banner flags. Yeah, actually, it's like asking if Game Pass is going to get Windows XP support. Is actually a pretty good analog, which I sort of stole from YouTube just now. What do you need? I don't know why I was tabbing through those while looking at YouTube chat, but that's what I was doing. Cloth thread, tree life, leather skin. Where was my wood? Well, it's not wood. We got plenty of that. Right. Right. Forgot to do that a while ago. The next thing I'm going to do is... Did I just resize my screen? Shit, I just resized my screen. I, screwed up slightly. Not badly, but slightly. Badly enough, though, that I'm about to restart the game. Because I don't want to try and get this pixel perfect, so 2 seconds. Why would you install the game via the Lazy Nude Pack in 2023? Or 2024? What year is it? Thank you. Unamused. Of course God would tell you to go to Temple. Damn right. Isn't that why the guy made Temple OS to begin with? Was literally God told him to? No, I know it's not Linux, but I just like saying the words Temple OS out loud because it makes me feel like somebody who knows internet lore. It's just like you shouldn't be actually using the How to Dwarf Fortress book to learn how to Dwarf Fortress now. No way DF would run on Temple OS. All right, chat room, you have a challenge. Somebody take a sacrificial PC and see if you can get Temple OS to run Dwarf Fortress. It has to be possible, right? It has to. For the sake of N-Geek sanity, don't. We have the technology. Yeah. You did download the game manually. You made it work with version 47. Yeah, I understand why somebody would be playing version 47 if you only ever played version 47. Or like if you played the old versions and you don't like the new UI. But starting to play version 47 as a way to learn Dwarf Fortress right now is strange to me. It's like... I was going to say it's like playing Guild Wars 1, but at least Guild Wars 1 is a different enough video game that there's a reason to play it instead of Guild Wars 2. It's like playing the Switch version of Arkham Asylum. Sort of. All right, so we need to find you, Leather. I'm sorry, what? Hmm. Huh. Well, that... It's an angry pig. Yeah, exactly. A very social angry piggy. I mean, at the very least, this goblin werepig criminal isn't fighting with anybody, and he's listed as a criminal, so I can just arrest him. Criminal pig, yep. Angry Social Pig is my new punk band, by the way. Is that a mutated hamster? Nope, that is a werepig. Fear his mighty oink. The terrifying mighty oink. Crime Hog? Crime Hog! Crime Hog was definitely like a hit Facebook game in the late 2000s. Fear the Oinkster. Although there is one thing that is vastly superior about version 47 to version 50 is where donkeys were still called a were-ass. Dreadful Special is a very funny name, yeah. Remember, so this person is the former chiefess of... Oop! I was waiting. Okay, so Neurokeys is dead. Because Clockworks decided to do a dumb. Did you get bit? Okay, so... Chat room, bad news. I gotta lock the doors. Clockworks decided to be a hero. Did you get bit, Clockworks? Clockworks did not get bit. Neurokeys did. What was... Did somebody else get bit? I think it might just be Neurokeys. Bites the miner in the fourth finger. Where is this miner? Oh, you. Rith? Okay, so Rith's been bit. Neurokeys has been bit. What is it with my like religious dwarves getting bit constantly? It appears that Clockworks is being a hero by stabbing the thing to death. Stabbing it in the right hand with a copper spear, fracturing the bone. It's continuing to stab it. And stabbed him in the head. And a tendon in the skull was torn. So I've got 2 injured dwarves now. Clockwork's got their no-hit running. Yeah, trying to figure out what to do with this.
Time for the 2 of them to try and steal some livestock together.
Yes and no. It's more of a, I'm trying to figure out how to get the others out of here. I have a question. Why are you guys so obsessed with me intentionally killing my dwarves? Because, like, me sending them off to go kill livestock does 2 things, right? It puts me at a massive risk of them coming back at a bad time and immediately becoming were creatures again. No, I'm not asking you. I'm asking Big Bang. If I send them off, that's great. But there is a massive risk of them coming back and me not noticing, or them coming back at a bad time and infecting more dwarves. Why are you so obsessed with that as a option? Because it's not really what I would describe as even remotely viable. If anything, I would say that that's extremely dangerous. I mean, right now is an opportunity where I could probably get them into the tavern, like in rooms back here, and at the very least allow them to look outside. But yeah, I will never fully get why chat always wants me to do that. It's always like, kill them! And possibly your whole fort with it. It's like, well, unlike you guys, apparently, I'm trying to keep my fort alive. I don't know what your guys' goals are, but it certainly doesn't seem anything remotely similar to mine. It was socializing until Clockworks walked in. Oddly enough, if Clockworks hadn't walked in, that Dwarf would have just continued socializing. Okay, so... let's do this. Let's see, Nero Keys, can you walk? So, no, that's not what you want to do, because that's not going to start an infection in their cities, period. That's not going to happen. One of 3 things will happen, Big Bang. They will kill the dwarf. The dwarf will get kidnapped, which won't start a goblin infection. Or they'll come back. So it's not going to work the way you think it is. What would work the way you think it is if I was able to infect a goblin and then send them home. That would infect their civilization. But I could tell you for a fact that won't work the way that you think it would. As funny as it would be, it wouldn't work. Yeah, also that wouldn't be optimal to begin with. Dwarf, come on. Okay, let's try this a second time. Okay, that's 2 done. Sweet. So this squad, you can now get removed from here. Oops, nope, not you. We need this dwarf. Remove assignment, remove assignment. This dwarf. Picks are not combat weapons. It requires some really funky workarounds, especially in the version you're playing, to make that work, period. So, do they use picks as weapons? No, not really. Can they? Certainly. But are they weapons? No. Minor dwarves who have picks equipped can use them as weapons, and you can also manually assign them as weapons. But I wouldn't use them as weapons for a rather large multitude of reasons, but nobody ever listens to me, so don't listen to me. Be like everybody else. And people are like, well, what if I did anyway? And then I'll be like, well, okay, have fun. I can't help you. In that case. Yes. Bioweapons do tend to backfire, especially in this video game. All right, so let's just run... Let's just make sure nobody else in here has a combat log. Yep, nobody else has a combat log, so I should be able to open this up now. And I should also be able to go into here and just get rid of this extra burrow. Okay. Also, in the version that you're playing, in order to get things like whips working as weapons, you have to, I think, mod your raws. So, also be aware of that. Oh, shit. Well, that's not what I wanted. That's suboptimal. Oh, well. Well, I mean, what I can do is I can go down to here, and I can add this. Oops. That's the wrong button. I wanted to grab you, and I wanted to add this to the tavern. And I can get them to smooth their own areas. We can also get those body parts removed. Sweet. Okay, so alcohol is still dropping. Are my brew jobs forbidden or something? They might be. No, they are not. You're also tanning a hide. Let's jump to that strange mood. Burrow is not enabled. I wonder. Huh. Go figure. With only one casualty? Sweet. Is that area not in the burrow? Nope, it certainly is. How are the gremlins doing? The gremlins are all right. This one is currently reciting poetry and is euphoric due to inebriation. Have you learned any more poems? Probably only knows the one poem, The Willpower and Songs. It's a poem authored by Locum. Is an example of the stranger of pricing. This is how I feel about current egg prices. And the work has no particular subject, and the writing conveys a moral lesson regarding the value of self-control. The writing has a very serious tone, and the poetry is not awful and not very good either. No, it is not. I can give you a list of the Wikipedia page with the full list of all of the were creatures if you like. But I can tell you right now, there isn't a single cave creature that has a were equivalent. The Werebeast wiki here has a full list, which, in order, because I have to save the game anyway. Were chameleon, were gecko, were Gila monster, were iguana, were lizard, were monitor, were skink, were tortoise, star, asterisk, asterisk, were turtle, were anteater, were antelope, were ape, were armadillo, were badger, were bear, were beaver, were bison, were buffalo, were bull, were camel, were capybara, were cat, were cavy, were chinchilla, were civet, were Cody, where coyote, where deer, where donkey, where elephant, where elk, where fox, where giraffe, where goat, where gopher, where hare, where hedgehog, where horse, where hyena, where jackal, where kangaroo, where koala, where lemur, where llama, where loris, where mammoth, where marmot, where raccoon, where rabbit, where porcupine, where pig, where panther, asterisk, asterisk, where pangolin, where panda, where possum, where mouse, where moose, where monkey, where mongoose, where mole, where rat, where rhino, where sheep, where shrew, where skunk, where sloth, where squirrel, where tapir, where warthog, where weasel, where wolf, where wombat, where zebra. It's the full list. So no, there isn't a were cave dragon. Where are they? Right there. Nope, that was me speaking. Plop. I mean, you guys could see exactly what it sounds like as a text-to-speech if you guys wanted. So yeah, that's kind of how my gremlins are doing. This one's now listening to poetry. Probably learning poetry while they're at it. Yeah, I need them to go claim clothing, which is turning out to be a bit of a pain. Because technically kobold clothing should fix them. Or fix them? Fit them. They also don't want to sleep in their bedrooms. They also don't want to sleep in dormitories. Neither of these things are particularly good. I think I'm going to connect another dormitory to this room. Or to this tavern, I suppose. All right. I've been streaming for 2.5 hours. I need to take a toilet break. I will be right back. Apparently I quite... Uh-oh. Why are things fighting? It's always very concerning to me when I sit down and I just see the fighting icon. Stray rooster. Okay, we're good. Oh, I see. There's a forgotten beast beating the crap out of some milk birds in the basement. Well, that's unfortunate. Ah, there we go. That's good. Logum has begun a mysterious construction. A construction of very mysterious variety. We have sportry logs. Ah, they picked wolf leather. Would you look at that? Reindeer cow bone, copper bars. Some very fancy copper armor I sense in the near future. I get to be a dwarf. I get to be a dwarf. By waiting for the dwarf redemption to be up. We've been doing that for the past week for my own sanity, mostly, because I'm not gonna lie, naming, I think we're in an ad break now, but naming like 200 dwarves all at once every like 70 minutes or so is a lot, and it's a lot of reading for me, and I find it exhausting. So when I started up this fort, I wasn't doing it purely because, like I said, it's a lot of work. And now, even though things have slowed down a little bit post-patch, I'm not doing it just because I need a break from that. Save and pay attention to the full moon just to be safe. Oh, I'm paying attention, don't worry. Oh, unless you're talking with Hexlin. Yeah. You will lurk and wait your turn? Gotcha. Aiden, not... Yeah, no, I mean, if you ask me really nicely, I might just give you a dwarf, but... Yeah, no, I assumed you were talking to me because I hadn't read that far up in chat yet, and I, like, just had some more creatures, so... It's valid to both of us. But yes, I am also paying attention. Death is the one major popular god that has 3 religions around it, and the other popular religion in the fort is surrounding the god of hunting and rivers. Pretty please? No. Ask me when there's a microwave. But I don't want to set that as a precedent because, like, currently we are doing the redemptions, and I'm going to stick to the redemptions for a little bit. To save near the next full moon? I mean, you could just jump back to the last save. Are they spearfishing? No, but they are fishing. How's my lignite stack doing? Crossbow fishing is your favorite? Was that where you point a crossbow at it and then just hope you hit something? Speaking of, Laya, what kind of dwarf would you like? Do you have any preferences? This is just much easier for me, and it also actually lets me read dwarves. Like, something that I kind of see frequently enough is people commenting that Deep Space reads the entire dwarf description. I can't do that, because I'm naming like 30 dwarves at a time, which is just... Like I said, I need a break every now and again. Any beardless shall be fine. Okay. Really sad that Neurokeys is legitimately one of the happiest dwarves in the fort. I think what I'm going to have to do with Neurokeys is give them a private temple and see if I can get them to start making crafts or something. Because I do want to try and keep those dwarves sane, if at all possible. Yeah. Are there profession-based associations with religions, like the fishermen are more likely to worship the god of rivers? No, it's as far as I understand it, it's purely random based on birth. And the gods that their parents worshipped. So if if their parents worshipped the god of death, then they're gonna end up worshiping the god of death, basically. How's Walnut doing? I will... Walnut is not. I'm assuming Walnut got kidnapped or died off map in the military. Is always in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings. Relies on the advice of others during decision making. Finds helping others emotionally rewarding and doesn't experience strong cravings or urges. Doesn't mind a little tumult or discord in day-to-day living. More like Walnut. Walnut anymore. Doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. Is conflicted by this as she values harmony as an intellectual concept. Doesn't focus on material goods and has little interest in joking around. Tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things and isn't particularly curious about the world. Often greets others with a hug and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Finds artwork boring and doesn't really value merrymaking. You have a husband named Zuglar and a whole bunch of children. I mean, I'm using a Ryzen 7 X3D, if that's what you're asking. You're a member of the Doctrine of Ashes, who worship one of the 3 religions that worships the god of death. You're a member of the Craftsdwarfs Guild, obviously a member of our civilization. You're a talented weaver, and you're an astronomer with some with a minor in geography. Actually, I'd say you're a surveyor slash geography major with a minor in astronomy. You have read many a book and many an essay, and you know one form of poetry. Have I tested them? I use one, so yes. And finally, our liaison has met up with my representative. I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. Anander, how busy are you? How are you that busy? Because, like, you have no labor assigned. Yet somehow, Outpost Liaison shows up in the fall. Springtime is when the meeting finally goes through. That's crazy. Like, actually kind of crazy that it took that long. I've come empowered to elevate this land in the eyes of our realm. Yes. Maybe Gorlak Queen today. I'm actually just going to keep requesting wood, and I know people look at me funny when I say that, but I can get a lot of it when I request it, and it makes it easier for me to stay on careful, fragile terms with the elves. I will request iron and steel. Smitchell says post beer. Is sisters with your local baroness a civilization? You raided 2 elven sites that belong to said civ. Surely that relation hasn't been affected. The civilization you... Oh, I mean... You're at war with that civ now, so that sister theoretically will have to kill... That Hammerdorf will theoretically have to kill their sister. I mean... I'm assuming that you are being willfully humorous with that statement, but I guarantee you that isn't the case. I'm also going to request bolts. And... yeah, we'll go with that. They want drinks. Okay. I don't know why they want my drinks, but... How are the gremlins doing? Learning skills slowly. One of them has joined the faction. The other one hasn't yet. One of them is currently going to go yell at somebody in charge, probably. I haven't been able to get them to equip clothing yet. I'm trying. It's been a process. The elves have arrived to trade. What, Bastet? You do that randomly, and I never know what you want or what you're suggesting. It always reads like you want me to tell you something, or like you're expecting something, and it puts me on the spot, and I stare at it, and I go, I have no idea what you're talking about. What are you talking about, Bastet? What's up? What's with the weird face that you put into chat periodically that I always feel guilty like I've done something wrong when you do it? Boltfi, hello, how are you? You believe Smitchell already provided them with drinks. Ah, got it. Okay, well, then I guess we're good then. Trained gremlin? Yeah, I have 2 of them. I think just like cats, the gremlin has trained us. All right. Well, then the siblings thing is happenstance. I'm assuming that this Hammerlord Hexalin is a dwarf, right? It is possible that their sibling was kidnapped. Definitely a possibility. It's you staring at chat because of comment. Anyway, to me, it just reads that you're staring at me. So. But yes. No, I mean, it is possible that they got kidnapped. You could also, like, save your game, copy your save file, retire the fort, and then look them up and see exactly where they are, and then go attack that place. Two things could happen. One, they've joined the enemy civ and you kill them. It's one thing that could happen. Two, you could actually theoretically rescue them. Technically, I am in chat, yes. Hello, Beeforian. How are you? Your dwarf ain't dead yet. I can tell you that. Logum the Thresher has created Dalem Ossust, a copper shield, and offers it to the dutiful boulders. And the elves say, greetings from the woodlands, we have much to discuss. Whoever possessed you to brave these wilds, where our animal friends are even larger than your kind than usual? We do not know, but know this. Land is sacred to us. These trees are more than any others. Although we are loath to spare a single branch to your senseless slaughter, we are willing to ask that you cap your tree fells at 5 until we next meet. I will return next year as I am able. And beware. We can grant this request. Yeah, which is why it reads double like you're staring at me. I always like the variations on the face looking the other way face, the I'm fucking furious face. I never read that one as I'm fucking furious. I always read it like a dope, like I just got smacked with a bad pun or something. It's like the wincing, jumping away. I never read it as furious, but... And then I've never seen anybody do the other one, Salty. 5 trees, yep, untamed wilds. Although in this case, joyous wilds. But the copper shield, which has probably already been moved. Nope. This is a copper shield. Our craftstar ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round borax cabochons and round tetrahedrite cabochons, and studded with copper and decorated with reindeer bone and giant cave spider silk. This object menaces with spikes of spore tree and wolf leather and black cap. I'm going to put this shield on a pedestal. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm going to put this shield on a pedestal in here. Queen hasn't arrived yet, but hopefully soon. The proto cringe. That's just a very funny sentence to read. I don't know. The proto cringe. Dwarf, why don't you have a shield? I realize that you have a scimitar, but like... Yeah, I'm slowly turning those foxes into hats. They've been quite a profitable endeavor thus far. Are they war foxes? Foxes are not war trainable. So no, they are. It's my clothing industry actually. Anonymous Anonymous gifter has gifted a sub to Proto Cringe. You're very funny. Speaking of funny, that's a useless bunny. It depends on the animal type, but yes, they gain some fighting skill. They also gain the ability to follow soldiers. And also the ability to leave the map and fight. Shoutouts to my giant hedgehog, who probably is going to die pretty soon. And the reason I say they're going to die pretty soon is because they only live for 3 years. I should probably slaughter the giant hedgehog, chat. A giant fox, being giant does not automatically enable war trainability. And also, I don't know. I've never had a tame giant fox. So chat room, say goodbye to our old friend, Edgy. Or you will need to be slaughtered this year. Would be an awesome war animal. It's like, I'm just imagining it like the armadillo in El Dorado. What, like, it just would roll up into a ball and the dwarves would just punt it into the enemy. That's how I'm envisioning that working out. All right, what can I actually sell? If anything. Cat hair bracelet. I'm sure most cat owners here in the chat could probably make one of those. I mean, I could sell them like pigtail cloth. I really don't have much I could make or sell them. I guess I could sell them some shoes. And some socks. And some socks. Yeah, that's all I'll do. So all the dwarves are going to run up here and grab all this stuff. Bring the traders. Rolling down the hill into enemies. With just, like, enemies stuck to the outside of them. It is a funny visual, I agree. Okay, so the other thing that I was doing is I was working on that, on this thing. This new guild hall. So let's just go into here and unforbid all this. And, just real quick, click drag this thingy. And this is going to be a siege operators guild. Once I find it. There it is. Siege. Operator. It's like a smooth operator, but siege operator. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm sorry, were you carrying stuff to Trade Depot, Grammy? I was gonna say, that would be very interesting if they were doing that. Siege operator, exactly. We understand. For some reason, I thought I'd been full screen for a while, and I was like, why didn't you tell me? I feel like Siege Operator would be a classic Dwarven banger. You know, it's funny that I talk about making prison cells as nice as possible, yet this fortress has pretty shitty prison cells. Oh, that's also part of the reason why this isn't good just yet, is because I could also just, like, you know, assign all these, and I don't actually need to make all of these extra chains. There we go, now I got enough chains, and my captain of the guard can be happy-ish. Wait, I wonder. Nah. Literally all I want with this screen is I just want these to be ordered with the most recent at the top. All right, well, let's take a real quick skim. They should be like a different color if they're not friendly. The elves are very kind and brought us wood. Did they bring anything else that I would trade for? They brought me a normal-ass squirrel. Okay. They brought a giant wolf, a giant chipmunk. I'll take it. And I'll take it. They brought a bull moose, a normal one, barn owl, a normal one, a yak cow, a normal one, and a warthog. I'm going to buy the squirrel just because it's funny. And really need anything else from them. I think I will buy the wooden splints and the wooden crutches. Now let's see if this works. Hey, okay. Big O Doggo acquired. Squirrel acquired. Now the question is, where do I put the squirrel? I think we put the squirrel in the cage into the tavern. That seems to be the logical place to put it. There we go. Red squirrel go in tavern. Okay. And, I mean, I'm gonna put the wolf here, but I'll probably just let it run free. Giant wolf. And what was the other thing I just bought? Stray giant chipmunk. There we go. Wait, what? Is that mine? Did I just buy a chipmunk or did I buy some? I thought I bought something else. You should put your... You know, there was one time I actually tried a tavern that just had jail cells in it. By that, I mean chain and then designating the jail cells as prison, or the chains as prison cells. It was actually really effective. Except for when they would tantrum. So when they would tantrum, they would commit more crimes and like cause dwarves' teeth to fly everywhere, which wasn't particularly optimal. However, it was very optimal that the it was very optimal that the what's the word? When the ones that didn't re-tantrum would actually sing, they would get served drinks, and they would like recite poems, they would perform, and a lot of them were very happy about that whole situation and quite liked it. So maybe like not a bad idea, assuming they're not particularly tantrumy. If they're particularly tantrumy, it can get a little hairy. Oh shit! Look at this! I assumed you were bit. That's great news. Also, what? Oh, I see. You don't seem friendly. Like, I would like to interrogate this blue goblin. Because you seem slightly suspicious. Flank evils! He's a member of the Blunt Monastery. I'm also a member of the Blunt Monastery, if you know what I'm saying. But the Glaze of Counseling is the local is the local government. His friends at Darth Plagueis the Wise. Definitely suspect, chat. That would have been very awkward if Nero Keys had, like, died of thirst. But didn't, so there we go. The only problem is, her left hand is missing. Smuggler 100%? Pretty much, yeah. I wonder, because your finger was bit, I wonder if it ripped your hand off, and that's what saved you from getting the infection. I love how there's just a dragon following them. There's something kind of funny about that. Okay, let's just lock this door. What are you doing? Let's see what you've done. The subject revealed that Sanwa's flank evils is in fact an assumed identity, and the subject's true name is Burr. Trust Ruthless. In the midwinter of 503, the subject plotted to influence the dutiful Boulders in order to steal treasures and prepare a coup under the influence of an unidentified creature. The goblin, as the poet Sam was, of the Bronze Scorpion, corrupted the interrogator in order to have an agent in Riverdepths. Subject met with the interrogator and made a threat. The interrogator was too afraid to not comply, despite valuing the law. Buddy, did you just commit crime? So, okay, so let's interrogate you on behalf of this. Let's interrogate you on behalf of this. Let's interrogate you on behalf of this. And interrogate you on behalf of this. So this is 4 interrogations. What's funny is this goblin has already corrupted my captain of the guard, meaning I'm going to need to have to, create a new captain of the guard and send my captain of the guard to prison temporarily. Unfortunately, they don't know who their boss is. Do you know who this person is? In valued honesty, the subject confessed to multiple crimes, but no new information was revealed. Okay, let's interrogate him again on behalf of a different crime. This is also just really good training, by the way. No new... They're in love. Built a rapport in order to elicit information. Subject agreed for the love of the interrogator. They're not even friends, though. How do you feel about the interrogator? Close friends. This goblin zombie poet has fallen in love with my interrogator. Because admittedly, they've been locked in this room together for a bit. A good chunk of time, in fact. So, I guess this means I'm going to convict you for the love of the interrogator. Now, the question I have here is Telin, this dwarf, or sorry, rather not Telin, the captain of the guard, is the only dwarf who is aware of this conversation. I'm going to read this dwarf's description and see if this dwarf would be honest enough to go admit their own crimes. All right? He pursues matters with a single-minded focus, often overlooking other matters. He is very ambitious and always looking for a way to better his situation, takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance, and dislikes abstract discussions. He would much rather focus on practical examples, and dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep his own counsel. He doesn't handle stress well, and he tends to be passive in discussions. He could be considered rude, and he has a greedy streak. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him. lowers his eyes when he's annoyed, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and does not really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally respects power, values independence, and is put off by family. Doesn't particularly care about the craftsmanship. He dreams of creating a great work of art. He's a member of the god. He's a worshiper of the god of death. Was once the broker in this fortress. Former bookkeeper as well. Chat room, is this the sort of dwarf that would give themselves a demotion and do time in prison? He does value the law. But I don't know. He's always looking for a way to better his situation. What's up, Kamaguru? Or Kameguru? I don't think this dwarf would say anything. I'm waiting for an ad to end now, too, so. Although his pet pig's dead. Rest in peace, Piggy. Although intelligent undead. So the intelligent undead corrupted him on the way to the office to start getting interrogated. Happy to help. Schnebbler? Schnebbler. Schnebbler! This is how I would read that. Last time you tried, you built a particle accelerator. I love how people are just like, your tutorials are very helpful. And I'm always like imagining, yeah, I helped you learn the basics. And you're like, I tried to build a particle accelerator and it failed. Yes. Got it. That accelerated quickly. But thank you. Appreciate you. There'd be a need for someone else for... Would there need to be someone else for him to tell before he could? I would have to demote this dwarf, yeah. I don't think this dwarf would willingly take a demotion, so... Is beating the crap out of this zombie. And now I'm suddenly wondering. Are you incapable of putting him into prison because he's corrupted you? Cancels chain. Because you could not find path. Is one of these locked? Oh, you're gonna go put him in with the zombie, aren't you? Wow. Zombie going in with the necromancer, I guess. Which also means we're letting out the necromancer. Okay. Where are you going? What do you think, chat? Do I let him do it?
Isn't he the necromancer vampire?
Yep. They're cuddling. He's gonna go report the crime! That's funny. I mean, she was thirsty. I get jealous sometimes, she says. I imagine she's like talking to him and being like, you know what, sometimes I get jealous of what other dwarves have. I don't know why this is down here, by the way. Met with subject and built rapport to elicit information. The subject valued harmony despite being a natural loner. Confessed to the murder. Oh my god, that's poor timing. She was trying to get new clothes, but didn't have a chance. I almost feel bad. Wow. Why are you afraid of gremlins? I got 2 of them in my fort. 2 of them! I tell you, one of them's listening to stories. Not murder? So necromancers only bring creatures back to life when they're actively under attack. There's that necromancer is not under attack in that situation. Okay, so let's go down to here. Kind of loosely get back to work. Schist could work, or I could use something else. It depends on how much I have. We'll use Schist, perfect. And the other thing I would like to do... Let's just do this right here. Sprite looks really nice for gremlins. Oh, it's great, yeah. Merchants are leaving soon. All right, well, we've already traded with them, so that part's good. So the question is now, do I lock the vampire back in? You're afraid of them because you have a couple of levers and you don't really want them pulled without your permission? Just make sure they don't have they don't have access to them from the caverns, right? They have to get through the caverns and stealth all the way to your lever. I don't think I've ever actually had a gremlin successfully pull a lever that I didn't want them to pull. For whatever that's worth. What? Oh, I guess because I haven't finished taking out yet. All right, so it should be good now. I read that as Wambler for a second, but that definitely says Warbler, which is a bird, not a Wambler. The Forgotten Beast, Idgag, has come. A gigantic one-eyed warbler. It has 2 long, hanging tails, and it undulates rhythmically. Its gold and yellow feathers are fluffed out. Beware its poison gas. Let's see where this creature is. I really need to start working on fighting my way back into the caverns. Because currently the cavern creatures just have full control. Oh, odd shit, Thassambuth. Yes. What? An item is seen being stolen? Avus! What have you done? Okay, hold on. Oh. Huh. I have a slight suspicion. I may know who did. Are you friends with animals? No, you are not. The Tactical Councils is a group that you are a former member of. You are currently the representative of the Sinful Shady Points. Thank you for being honest about that. You're also a member of the Merchant Company, or a former member of a Merchant Company and a member of the Mute Evil in the House of Light. Wait. Oh, I thought you were trying to have a meeting with the Holy Burial. Well, I mean, the Forgotten Beast can't get into my fort, so... Okay, I'm going to do two things. I'm gonna lock this. And I'm gonna lock this. And I'm gonna lock this. Now, I'm gonna be like, dwarves, don't worry. I realize you're currently locked in the fort. You won't be locked in the fort for too long. This artifact, by the way, is a Borax Scepter. It's one of the first artifacts that was in the fort. And looks like my suspicion is correct. And this lizard guy, definitely a criminal in the fort. Here's hoping we got that door locked. Yes, we got it. Where are you gonna go? Oh, wait, hold on. Doesn't look like you have a way out on this side. How about up here? No? All right. Let's check this. Everybody, look at all of these witnesses. These are all of the witnesses. 11. So this is a representative necromancer. So this character is a necromancer, but they're also a representative of some criminal group. Captain having to work overtime today. Dwarf here is interrogating our miner, who was seen stealing the item, and he's gonna go, "Where did you take it?" Runs around holding it in hand, very sneaky. It's probably more sneaky than that, but confessed his theft, okay. Met with subject, misrepresented facts about something in order to elicit information. So my captain of the guard actually lied to get this character to talk. The subject had a trusting nature and agreed. The subject confessed to theft. And in the late summer of 502, Imoth corrupted a subject in order to have an agent in Riverdepths. Imoth, Icy Dent, met with the subject and offered immortality. Whoa. Bitch, I'll teach you to live forever. Literally what the dude's doing. 7 years in the planning, yeah. That's awesome to me, though. And I was like, sick. Could you screen cap it and share it on the Discord in that thread by possibility, Shaku? Because that's rad. So I'm assuming that this dwarf here, Wants to become a necromancer. Hold on, do you have memories of this? Proud after teaching armorsmithing, great dining hall, fondness after making a friend. I would too. Dwelling upon seeing a troglodyte's dead body, had a guild hall. Okay, I was wondering if it would say like frustrated about their life or something. So I made a video the other day called "Be Nice to Your Nobles," Schnibbler, about why you should set up the justice system. You won't get any of this stuff in the game unless you have a functioning justice system, which requires you being at least relatively nice to your nobles, which for me will always be sad because you're going to miss out on some of the best like flavor text in the game. So that's him. Yeah. So let's interrogate this guy first. And then I will convict this dwarf of their crime. Does this dwarf dream of immortality? What is your dream, actually? Nope, dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. But dwarves that are super proud, I guess they're private. They value power, value knowledge, value tranquility. Usually dwarves that have a very proud trait want to become immortal because they fear death. Actually, hold on. Do you worship the god of death? We'll look at Avuz again later. I'm going to go top up my coffee, 2 seconds. This dwarf's going to do the interrogating. Be right back. What does corruption mean exactly? So characters will wander into your fort via your tavern. I really need to sort out the food and drink situation here. But characters will wander into your tavern or any other public space that you have. And they will try and convince your dwarves to help them steal artifacts from your from your fortress, basically. All mind control, what's up? Also, if you want to download this save, it is on my Discord, and there is a thread associated with it if you find anything cool, which I request people leave things in the thread, but like not many people have. A few people have. One person did, specifically about their own experience messing around with the save file, but okay, let's lock this, because we're probably going to have a lot of interrogating to do with you. Okay, so let's see exactly what you admitted to. Revealed that in the midsummer... Okay, so this guy's been committing crimes for a while. Appealed to the subject's belief in the truth, and the subject valued honesty. Confessed to the theft. Also revealed that in 441 they began embezzling funds as an administrator of the House of Light. The subject revealed that in the early autumn of 481 an unidentified creature plotted to assassinate an unidentified creature under the influence of subjects. So this guy plotted an assassination once before. Also plotted to infiltrate the dutiful boulders under in order to steal treasures and prepare a coup under the influence of an unidentified creature. I'm going to go back down here and I'm going to... interrogate you on behalf of this. I'm going to interrogate you on behalf of this. I'm going to interrogate you on behalf of this. I'm going to interrogate you on behalf of this. I'm going to interrogate you on behalf of this. Canadian Pagan, thank you much for the raid. How was your stream today? And all of that. Welcome, Raiders. Hello. I play way too much Dwarf Fortress. We are investigating crimes and trying to defend from very large goblin hordes. Mods, can I get a shout out for the Raiders? And chat room, could I get a round of beers for the Raiders? Please don't drown them. What's up, Zach Tata? Hello. And Lil Bitten. And Azeless Experiment. and Canadian cookie. Those things. Welcome to the channel. Should you be worried that you in fact saw 3 pages worth of claims that one of your artifacts in Legends mode? It means that you have a cool artifact, is what that means. Stream was great. Made some big progress in Vintage Story. Hell yeah. How goes DF? I like I said, there's a pretty big patch in the works. We're playing in the experimental branch for it, which is adding back in a lot of variety that was bugged that the developers were unaware of until I pointed it out. Humble brag. But also a bunch of UI improvements. The new mug you ordered is nice. Hell yeah! I'm hoping to get maybe another mug up there soon-ish. So now that we've done a bunch more interrogating. So this and this. We're going to convict you of espionage. I'm going to convict you of theft. This is the interesting thing, though, because we now have a new organization, I would assume. Maybe not. It's not listed as an organization. Anxious after being confined. How long of a prison sentence are you getting? $252 days. Checks out. I'm always, like, curious about these cold cases. Let's try interrogating you based on this real quick. Because you can interrogate people once they're in prison, too. Oh! Oh. So for those of you who don't know why this is super cool, all hail the queen. All hail the queen. Your ruler has arrived with a full entourage, and your thriving site is now the capital. With continued fortune and toil, the legend of a true mountain home may yet be written. Chat has informed me I have to save, so. Long may she reign indeed, yeah. You know 0% of this game? This is granddaddy of all colony sims. And one of the most, calling it complex is unfair, one of the most legendary, maybe, world simulations of all time. Long story short, to put it very simply for somebody who knows absolutely nothing about this game, the faction that I'm currently playing had a very, 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 very rare occurrence where a non-dwarven species is royalty in my world. And that doesn't happen very often. And the non-dwarven species is rarely even non-hostile to dwarves, let alone, like, royalty. So if everything has happened the way I think it just did, we now have a Queen Gorlak. Which is basically like a yellow Mike Wazowski with 2 eyes. Faulted Thrower, what up? It's good to see you. Zwari, do you have any preference on type of dwarf? Traveling. Uh-oh. But we do have the Outpost Liaison. Okay, so you would like to be a militia commander. So you would like to die. Got it. Let's see if I can... Oh, wait, hold on. Walnut, you're not dead. I must have typoed your name earlier when I typed your name in. Let's see. What do you want? Spear, crossbow, or sword? Show us the queen. She's not on the map yet. I'm just going to name this dwarf, and then we'll do the queen. Think about it this way, Zaktaka. And for anybody who like doesn't know anything about how this game goes, the Dwarf Fortress is like Minecraft if it was a city builder, but also a massive world simulation with like some crazy under the hood mechanics that are pretty obtuse at an initial glance. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of like KEKW and the way it's used in Twitch culture, so I, point a finger at it and we laugh. It's like RimWorld, but good and also 3D. Which is mean. But RimWorld, but nothing like RimWorld. And RimWorld is, like, loosely inspired by it. Very loosely. Zawuri! Whoops, Zeruru. Zawuri. You are very green in your skills. You're agile, high stamina, tough, high kinesthetic sense, good spatial sense, and high willpower. Professional spear dwarf. You've got one notable kill and one other kill. He never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations. He's not a private person, and he freely shares details of his life. He is swayed by emotional appeals, and he feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, and often feels lustful. He is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and he is curious and eager to. He often feels lust. Wow, let's try this again. He feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, and he often feels lustful. He thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and he has an active sense of humor. He is curious and eager to learn, and he doesn't often focus on material goods. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he can handle stress. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally finds introspection to be a waste of time. What do I mean by the way KEKW is used? I mean it exactly the way I said it. You're a member of the Rangers Guild, which is the Foggy Company. You're a member of the Doctrine of Ashes, the God of Death, and you're exhilarated after a sparring session and blissful sleeping in a very good bedroom. You are bored after being unable to practice a craft, though. Well, I used to have it just straight up removed from the chat, so if you typed it in, it would just, like, trigger the ban requirements, but swapping it over to the emote is easier, because then I don't need to explain it as much. Sure, and I like Doom for the combat, but it's nothing like Dwarf Fortress. It's very... So Gorlak at edge of map. Oh, I see problem. I need to open up the fort again. I'm too busy arresting dwarves right now. I need to convict Avus. Okay, you are now in prison. Do you really want me to go on the exact same rant we've had a million times about all of the problems I have with RimWorld? Because all you're doing is, like, feeding into that and trying to start it. And it's one of those conversations that doesn't actually benefit the chat, really. It's just because everybody's heard me say it before if you've watched the stream for any amount of time. And I don't have the interest nor desire to do that again. Can we just not? All right. At least not currently. You should start wandering into the map now. There you go. There's our queen. So do you wear Gorlak? Okay, so they actually wear small clothing. It is sized for Gorlaks. It is made from giant cave spider silk cloth. And, the queen was also a swordsman, which is funny because, well, from what I can tell, she has no talents in that way. Can we steal their clothing for our gremlins? I don't think that works that way. Just gonna make you act up. Oh no. Be polite around the queen, man. Just redoing my burrows. Yeah, no, she's got a beautiful face. The sad part is I have 2 gremlins. I love the fact that she's a former, like, sheriff and militia commander of the superior rack. I'm just going to screenshot some things for the Discord because people are going to ask me. So, since I'm in an ad break anyway, I'm just going to screenshot this and then I'll read it all out after I'm done. Or after the ad break's done, rather. So the other reason why this creature is important, again, for people who know nothing about this game, Gorlaks have the highest empathy stat possibility of any creature in Dwarf Fortress, and also are normally just wild animals from the caverns. So they're really, 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 really difficult to make join your fort in any situation. Yes, I'm aware, Royal Green. Which is why I'm waiting. I don't know about that, Devilish. I think it's either a hell of a lot of good luck, or it's just this new patch. I mean, the way this new patch works, goblins have a lot more freedom to go into the basement and do things. So because goblins have a lot more freedom to go into the basement and do things, it means the possibility of... How do I word this? It means the possibility of what you can get from the caverns easily is now way higher. The queen has arrived. Yes, Eurist. What's up, Nimist? All right, so now that the ad is over, let's read about our queen real quick. And then put the dwarves into overdrive, making stuff for the queen. So the queen has an overinflated sense of self-worth. Well, that... Sure. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, doesn't often feel envious of others. Well, yeah, you're the queen. Has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, has a sense of duty and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, is quick to form negative views about things, and is curious and eager to learn, does not go out of her way to help others, and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She tends to be passive in discussions and is slow to trust others, likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and personally sees cooperation as very important in life and finds artwork boring. She likes bauxite, well, that's good. Copper, that's also good. Plum agate, giraffe leather, elephant seal bone, and pigtail fabric. The color vermilion, bolts and cabinets and scepters. Animal traps and basking sharks for their giant open mouths. And when possible, prefers to consume python and foxtail mullet beer. And raspberries. And hates oysters. She has no relations with anybody and doesn't worship a god. Meanwhile, we also have this Gorlak, who is our outpost liaison, who's been coming by for some time now and is 67 years old, has many passing acquaintances with dwarves in the fort. They're going to start wandering in. We also are getting a couple of various masons alongside of this. Wait, what? Huh. We also have this Mark's dwarf that's just shown up. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Personally has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. Doesn't like the queen, I guess. Confident under pressure. Will generally seek retribution for past wrongs. Is prone to strong feelings of jealousy. Is not particularly interested in what others think of him. Is often cheerful and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. Doesn't focus on material goods and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. And he's a little wasteful when working on projects, and he doesn't often reveal personal information. He's quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. Huh. Well, I will make a... new crossbow squad. Yeah, get in there. I'm just surprised that they're legendary. Do you always get legendary dwarves alongside of the royalty arriving? I don't think I've ever paid attention to it. So I'm like sitting here going like, are you somebody from previous? But I guess not. Also a legendary hammer dwarf. This dwarf, this legendary hammer dwarf here, thinks she's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Finds herself changing her mind. You are going to head up my what's it called? My whip squad. There you are. Yeah. You usually have really high skills. Yeah, I guess I always forget that they're that a personal guard arrives with them. I was initially thinking that maybe it was my soldiers returning, but member of the Gilded Faith, which is, I think, the deity of gems. I do have a temple to them. She's somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Well, you're definitely not a member of the guard. Also, some cattle, a ram. Also, a bunch of, like, nice-ish gear all the way over here. The image is the symbol of the Emerald Irons, a dwarven civilization. You know, I feel like I should forbid all of this stuff. Is the Gorlak a migrant? The Gorlak is a queen, and the other Gorlak is my outpost liaison. So we got the outpost liaison and my queen. I think I'm going to put the two Gorlaks into a squad by themselves and get them training. Maybe along some... Maybe... Ooh. Ooh, what if... What if I make them into lashers? Just as, like, you know, personal defense, right? But I don't know if I really want them stripping off their clothes. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to go into here and I'm going to assign uniform. We're going to add a new uniform. It's going to be called... Just Whips. Whips. Just Whips. And it's going to be... not blowguns. Whip. Buckler. And that's it. Worn over clothing. And I'm going to add the queen and the outpost liaison to this. Would be ironic for a creature of empathy. It's self-defense. This isn't exactly a particularly safe fort. But yes, it would be ironic. Okay. I need to put those new animals into here. There's a kitten where... There's the ram. That's what I was looking for. All right. So now I need to make throne rooms, basically. I've got these two. These are for currently my count. So this is going to be for my queen right here. So what I think I'm going to end up doing is giving my queen, not entirely, but more or less her own section of the fort. And my reasoning for this is I want her to stay safe. I'm very, very rarely this worried about the safety of a noble. But I've never had a noble like this before. Oopsies. So because of that, I'm gonna be very cautious with this one. You can make the queen train? Yeah, you can put them in a military squad, just like anybody. Give her a personal guard. That actually, you know what I should do? Do I have any unassigned war dragons? I do not. I do, however, have 2 unassigned hunting dragons. Or 1 unassigned hunting dragon. There we go. Oh, there we go. These are the 2 unassigned ones as well. So I'm going to assign any trainers to these. And we're going to train them for war, and they're going to get assigned to my queen. Yeah, no, I know they do. But, so I'm thinking 1 hunting trained and then the rest war trained. But yeah, they have 60 instead of 30 tiles. No, it's not 150 years for Gorlax. That's dwarves. Gorlax have a shorter lifespan. Gorlax are 110 to 150. So it's maximum 150 instead of 150 to 170, which is dwarves. But basically like somewhere between 110 and 150 years. They look like a testicle. Cool. Thanks for your input. It's not appreciated in the slightest. So, just would like you to be aware of that. All right. Now I got 2 more war dragons. If your testicles have eyes on them, you might want to get that checked. Same with the tusks. That might be like a cancerous growth or something. The room? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You've done that a couple times. It's okay. You're forgiven, but this time. Not necessarily next time. Thinking a black bronze throne. Nope. No, I've had the emote for a while. I do have some new emotes, though. Several. Crypt Wambler is new. Crypt Stab, Crypt Dragon, and also Crypt Bongo got an update. Site creation? Are you asking about, like, will Necromancer towers be able to appear and stuff? That's all stuff that's going to happen alongside of the world map rewrite. Call her Queenie from Blackadder. No, because I've never seen... Well, that's not true. I've never consistently watched Blackadder, and I didn't find the parts of Blackadder that I did see funny. So, no. I would rather not, actually. But, yeah, they are supposed to rework quite a bit of the, like, post-World Gen stuff. Because, like, right now, like, essentially the way Tarn has pitched what he wants the post-world gen stuff to be like, which isn't possible right now because the game is using code from 1.5 billion years ago. What it's eventually going to do is you're going to embark somewhere, right? And let's say you embark close-ish to a necromancer tower, right? The idea would be that as the necromancer tower corrupts the surrounding wilderness, eventually your embark would become corrupted and evil. That is the idea. And then you'd have, like, basically have to fight them back like the Zerg in StarCraft. The thing I really need to do is I need to increase my food growing output. And currently, I clearly do not have enough, so... Yeah, it's scary low. It's scary low because the plant count is scary low. But it's not actually that big of a deal because I can go up to here and do this. I think what I'm going to do for right now is I'm going to go down to this layer. Actually, I'm going to start up here. I'm going to make a new burrow. It's going to be all this. Going to be all these, although I don't know why you would go to the temples because you don't worship any, but I will add them anyway. This area, with the exception of this area, I'm not going to add in this area because it's kind of dangerous sometimes. All of this. All of this. All of this, all of this, and up here. All of that. And maybe not this. And this is going to be called royalty. I got no reason for them to go down here, so this is going to be for all the Gorlaks, basically. So queen... This is going to be for, could also throw the gremlins into this, but queen, this is going to be for outpost liaison. This is going to be for the Duchess. Oh, an Artho. So they're all going to be removed from here. So queen... I wish that there was a thing for nobles, or a option for nobles up there. All right. You can be removed from this. Okay. Yeah, the ability to restart World Gen is one of my most desired features, and again, it's another one of those, like, yeah, they'll be able to do it as soon as we get the world rewrite sort of thing, but that's not something that we'll have for a while, I still think. Oh, shouts to the Queen. She's even helping build her own place. She's curious, and she wants us to tell her everything. I wonder how much of a scholar this thing may end up being. Oh yeah, no, I mean, like, it is worth looking at the long-term roadmap just to get an idea of what they're planning. Although I will say the long-term roadmap on the Bay 12 website is quite outdated at this point because it hasn't been updated in a long time, and plans do change and shift with time. So keep that in mind. We're going to make 2 more of those. It'll get updated. It's not going to get updated, though, until Adventure Mode is out. And I have a feeling that the main thing that's going to change about it is just the order that stuff is going to come out in and the removal of the long wait, which I honestly think is a good thing. The armorer, the Guild of Amethyst now requires a grand guild hall. This location must be built and furnished with the hall designated for an armorer's guild. I'm going to do something. I'm going to connect this to the armorer's hall. So this is the armorer's hall right now, which is the armory. I'm going to connect it to my main barracks. Done. Easy peasy. Also, apparently no banner flags told me to read the last Discord word story. Sorry, I've been kind of distracted and I can't chat all that much. Let me scroll up. So hobgoblins are overseeing hobbling of dwarves too. I also lament the loss of the humble Commander-in-Chief Hobgoblodton. Straightening springs of cheese is criminal in NASCAR racing. Department of Bones was a secret financing for battleships and blow and suck at hexadecimal organizational nonsensical hippopotami. Stretched Candy, a boy. Kisser is lucky mononucleosis from smooching a bat. All caught up. Yeah, I could have told you that your necromancer wouldn't have had fun there, or would have had fun there, or rather, you would have had fun there with all those necromancers. That's more what I meant to say. But I'm going to find me my you and just lock you back in here, because I really don't want you getting out. That's all. I really don't want you getting out. All right, so that's this chunk done. Let's get up to here. I really need to get the queen's throne room built because that'll allow her to start doing her job, basically. My world's there was almost no trees on the map. Did you settle somewhere with no trees? IMO Oppo. I mean, I'm working on one thing at a time. I was about to place a throne in here, but I'm kind of waiting for the other one to be done. But no, I mean, you don't even need to have a throne. You can just, like, give them the room. But we are building it up. It's only been, like, I don't know, a few days in game, so it's not like I've used a ton of time or anything. A lot of this has been paused and then just basic construction. But you want to give them a good thing so that they aren't embarrassed by, you know, giving, like, what's the word, speeches or going about their tasks in a crappy setting. You never want a noble to be going about their tasks in a bad setting, because if they're going about them in a bad setting, they actually get unhappy thoughts, and you don't really want your nobles getting upset right off the bat the second you get them. Let's do copper chest, and we'll just do 50 of them. Your whole world had no trees. That sounds like a weird world gen anomaly. I've never seen that before. Were you doing anything with advanced world gen? Because I've literally never seen that before, so. Sounds like you should generate a new world, if that's a problem. We'll say elves probably went extinct. Yeah, it sounds like just a really dry world. I don't know. That doesn't even sound like an issue to me. Sounds kind of fun. Interesting and unique. Do me a humongous favor, and I believe we've had this brief discussion before. Take all of your AI obsessions and leave it as far away from this chat as possible. It's not a discussion I like having. It's funny, I'm okay with talking about politics, but you start bringing up crap like that shit, and I fuck off. Unless you're talking about how to uninstall it and then vote for legislation to make it illegal. Go back to your work, lurks. Alfie, you're good. And I'm well aware of what you do for a living, Maniac. No, I don't like it. Bring in that black bronze throne. 2 more of these. Throw the chests in the middle as soon as we can. Start working around the edges. I read that as like in like the Elo Poppet voice from Pirates of the Caribbean for some reason. Excellent. Chat says post beers, or Devildawn more specifically says post beers. How you doing, Devildawn? Hope you're doing well. We have a Gorlat Queen. Hello, governor. Precisely. What CPU am I using? Exclamation point specs. It gives you the list. So I'm assuming that this is all just going to be borax for the walls. What do I have for blocks currently? It's a lot of quartzite. I kind of want to use conglomerate, like a darker color. Because there's so much like pink in this fort. When's your vacation start? Leo for me, thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back. Cheers back at you. Seems like my necromancer vampire has finally gone insane. 'Tis for the best. Also, chat room, can I get a round of beers for that primary sub? Means a lot, dude. Took a week off. You'll adopt a cat. Oh, really? What kind of cat? Do you have the cat picked out already, or is this just something that you're planning on doing? Vampomancer? Yeah, Vampomancer's gone insane. Although I feel like Vampomancer was probably already insane, but, you know. Necropire. I like Necropire more than Vampomancer. Vampomancer is just like... Vampomancing sounds like some sort of like pyramid scheme that would be sold to me in a YouTube advertisement. Invest in Vampomancy! Sponsored by definitely not stolen likeness of celebrity. Although a Necropire does sound kind of delicious. I hope it has cheese on it. Or more accurately, like chocolate and maybe like cherry. Vapomancy, that's just an asshole on the corner. Getting popcorn lung. That or it's like some Vapo Rub knockoff. Also, an ad break's gonna hit in 20 seconds. I will pause the game when the ad break hits. This is the first year in your life you've taken a voluntary relation, or not relation, vacation. Last year was the first year in my life I could afford to take a voluntary vacation. All right, let's pause the game. Till the ads are done. Standard issue cat, European, short hair, visited 4 to 5 times and he's cute. Aw, indoor cat? Or is this gonna be an indoor-outdoor situation? It's left over from last year. I mean, still, like taking like a vacation of your own free will is a human right that everybody should have access to, but unfortunately, not everybody can afford. That is what I've been told by people who know. Division 655. It's flagged as an indoor cat and an older one. Aww. I demand pictures as soon as it has been appeared at your house. It's funny that you say older one, 10 years old, and my parents' cat is 22. It's like, could be a lot older, man. Careful, you might have 10 years left in him. You never know. Valentine's Day tomorrow? You mean Singles Awareness Day? No, the only good thing about tomorrow is that it's payday. Fuck Valentine's Day. Have such varied lifespans. Some people take really poor care of their cats. Like, it's a very... Curiosity killed the cat is a truth more than a saying. Chabra has bestowed the name Gastimutul upon a silver warhammer. I should really attack those goblins again. Good news, everyone! Has been completely obliterated by werebeasts. Well, time to go take vengeance with fire, I suppose. I'm just gonna uproot these floors because they just look dumb, and we got attacked last time I tried building them. I need to make mechanisms. Oh, geez. Hello. We're getting raided by JDRF. What's up, everybody? I'm going to be taking part in a... I guess I haven't actually stated this publicly anywhere yet. I'm taking part in a little charity marathon on the 25th, on a Sunday, with JDRF. For those of you who are unaware. Which is the Juvenile Diabetes Foundation. So... Research Foundation. That's what the R stands for. I'm like, my brain just like shut off for a second there. Hi, everybody. What's up? Welcome, Raiders. I'm blind. I play way too much Dwarf Fortress in games people can't understand. It's a good time. And we have beer. Lots. Plenty to go around. Man the stations. No. They come in peace, generally. I have coffee. It's too early for beer. Although I just realized my camera's making me look short. There we go. Man the warblers. They are a deadly weapon. Don't let their cuteness fool you. Especially when thrown at projectile velocity. That's interesting. Notifications are coming in a really weird order. New migrants has arrived. More than a few. Handful of migrants, yes. But yeah, we will be doing a little... I say little because it's only going to be 2 hours. Charity stream. On the 25th. I'm going to play Path of Acra. Devil Dawn, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. What's up, Dagoth? So I was queuing up a thing and I completely blanked on what it was. Right, mechanisms. Raid happened and it threw my brain off. Mechanisms. Rock mechanisms. Rock mech. Improvised earlier in a fight when playing in adventure mode, ended up throwing a bandit's captain's chest gear. I had a fight in adventure mode once where I threw my dead friend at an enemy and it killed the enemy. That was pretty good. It's moments like that that make Dwarf Fortress special. Let's get my ballistas made. Get those built. Pop up a few layers. And get this built. The beauty of catapults is they don't friendly fire, so I don't have to worry as much. Oh, sweet. I do actually have a skilled siege engineer. Even though nobody's actually joined the Engineers Guild, but hey, it's a place. Why is that something that you feel the need to admit? Adventure mode's great. I wish that adventure mode got more respect, actually. Because it is the original mode of the game. But a lot of people kind of write it off for some reason, which I'm not totally sure why. I mean, it's different, that's for sure. To not get ice, any amount of water will become ice. So no water, I guess. Because a lot of people are just waiting for premium to release, because not everybody has time to learn a mode of the game or a version of the game that's completely different than the version of the game that they know. Some people do, and if you have time for that, then go nuts. Not everybody has that kind of time. Anything more is guaranteed to free into an ice wall. I don't believe I've ever seen that happen, but okay. I'm pretty sure I've seen 1 of 7 become an ice wall, but what's my queen up to? Smoothing walls, hey? Have you made any friends yet? Passing acquaintances? Good start. Okay, so I need tables and chairs is what I need. How am I doing on coke? That's the question. 259. Excellent. Okay, so how are we doing on tetrahedrite? Very low. Okay, well, let's go down and find us some more tetrahedrite. Because I am going to need a lot more of it. And by that, I mean a lot more of it. Let's just start mining out this side down here. Let's see, is there any up here that I could auto mine? None that I'm seeing. I do, in fact, have the queen and the... Oh, post liaison, yeah. In fact, I will screenshot this, too. Send it to somebody. You don't remember this excavation project? Yeah, well, I needed a lot of boulders. I also needed a lot of tetrahedrite, so I was like, well... Usually this ends up happening where I'll just find a layer that just gets completely excavated. Who becomes monarch if the queen dies? Whoever the heir is. But it doesn't appear that this monarch has an heir or any family for that matter, so I don't know. It's a good question, I would say. Oh, geez. Shouldn't you be... Shouldn't you be following the queen around? Oh, right. Yeah, these are my youngest dragons who are supposed to be following the queen, but they were assigned to that zone right there. Cat explosions haven't existed in Dwarf Fortress since way before version 47. Sounds like your cats are just breeding too quickly. Cat explosions haven't been a thing in a very long time. Very, 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 very old bug. They are both female. Sneezer. But I've put them in a squad together, and I was going to get them training just so that they have some self-defense skills more than anything. I also like the word catsplosion, but a Gorlak Prince consort. Oh my Christ, that would be incredible. It depends. Are Gorlaks like geckos, and can they reproduce asexually? But I mean, not a bad idea to at the very least make them friends. Let's just wait for this to pop up. Well, there's not a reason to not have a baby. I mean, you forced your gelders to do their job now. You check the combat logs, because I'm assuming they're cats. As you're gelding cats, you'll actually see notifications of the cats fighting with the person trying to geld them, which is one of my favorite things. I love watching that. Armor stand, or let's do rock armor stand, I guess. Rock armor stand, rock weapon rack, rock. What else do I need? Let's just do some more bookcases. Make the bookcase out of slate. We'll make the weapon racks out of conglomerate and do 30. We'll make 30 weapons armor stands as well, and we'll make those out of quartzite. There we go. Also get made pretty quick. I'm also going to do a thing real quick. So you see this stockpile right here? See the stockpile? This stockpile is an infinite stockpile for this. So for each one of these tiles, there is one hauling job to bring a boulder to this stockpile. I'm going to make it slightly larger, which is going to speed this process up a lot. It's also going to add 1,000,000,001 hauling jobs, so literally the entire fort's going to be hauling all of a sudden. But it's going to get a lot of the materials up here real quick. The other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to double check this and see if we have more conglomerate blocks yet. There we go. Got a few more. So when I am big in that stockpile, it makes it get done quicker. When I shrink it, stuff gets done slower. I'm also going to go down to here, and I'm going to make a stockpile here, and I'm going to make a stockpile here. And this stockpile is going to be for serrated discs specifically. Large serrated discs of inequality. And glass, specifically. That's going to go there. This one's also going to be the exact same thing, and then I'm going to make a stockpile for it, or a minecarts for it. Let's go up to you. Siege ammo. That trap is what I want. You. Yep. And 0. Done. Going to make a minecart stop, which is going to go right here, and it's going to go down 1. And this is going to be called disk. It's going to, what? Oh, I see, I clicked on the wrong one. Add stop, which is going to go right there. It's going to pull from here. It's going to load all of these. Actually, we'll just do this and say no weapons and none of this other stuff. None of this stuff. And I was going to say I should have a minecart available, but apparently not. Wooden minecart. Just one. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to fly up a few layers. Go to this. I'm going to say, quit putting these discs in here. We can start moving them down there. Oh, look at you, storing a statue of you. Saying, what's so special about art? That's kind of amusing, actually. This is my queen hauling a statue of herself, complaining about art. I'm not allowed to export animal traps, and I'm not allowed to export scepters. Well, both of these things are totally doable, so. It's like, what is so special about art? I mean, you know, honestly, I think that my I think that my Gorlak queen read about the banana taped to the wall and wasn't impressed. I honestly think that might be the situation at hand here. Snatcher, protect the child. I beg your pardon? Where's this Snatcher? Oh, there it is. I was like, that's a Baron. Where's this Snatcher you speaketh of? All right, well, member of the Bronze Scorpion, and you run away in fear. All right, run away, pansy. Let's check visitors. I've got a Goblin Dancer. The question is, do I trust it? I'm just checking these Barons because I'm going, I wonder, what are the odds that there's like, you know, another Gorlak, but. I loved the wall banana. The wall banana was a wonderful, stupid thing. What are you wielding? Oh, you're wielding a maul. Wow. That's ambitious. He's very amused by his seat. Just remember, chat, if you ever find a wall banana, eat the wall banana. Eat banana. Look at me spreading my anti-art propaganda. Just remember to inform everybody that it's performance art of you eating banana, demonstrating the lack of value of art. So if you have clothing everywhere, throw cabinets in their bedroom, because they will put their used clothing into cabinets. Okay. So now that I've done that, I'm trying to figure out where to put the queen's bedroom. The problem is like, ooh, if I put it up here. This seems like a good royal bedroom. What do you think, chat? Oh, that's not true. They will eventually put their stuff away, but they'll just take a much longer time, Brahms. Because I have seen dwarves that, like, never put their things away. With that description, put their things away. It just takes them a lot longer, so usually I end up throwing their stuff out instead. So this can be dining hall. And this can be bedroom. Let's just make sure that it's all available to nobles. Yep, it is. Although it may take them a little bit to dig that out. And these, I'm going to point in the other directions. And we're just going to start training. Walnut. You do actually have a bag of walnuts. Because I mistyped your name or something when I went to go look you up earlier and assumed you were dead. So, no, you are in fact still alive. So is your husband. Would you like me to refund that, or would you like to give it to somebody else? I will say one of your best friends is dead, though. Walnut is Wallback, yes. Give it to someone else? Who would you like me to give it to? I could give it to, like, Celistaris. I could give it to anybody who doesn't currently have a Dwarf. I was going to say, your husband's named Napalm Sideburns, so Napalm may have something to say about that, but... Oh, more Snatchers. Including an elf thief of the Bronze Scorpion. Well, it's time to send the squatties up to conk them in the head real hard. Get him, dwarfs! Chase him, Juice! Stab him! Not going to make it much further. There you go. I have a feeling the one that went that way made it away, but they didn't have much hope. All right, I need to check my... Zwari, what is your skills currently? Talented Ambusher, all right. Legendary Observer, all right. Novice Tactician. I think I'm going to go get Zwari to go attack something. We're going to start training up your tactics. Also, we did successfully take over one of the Dwarven Helixes. I'm going to say this. Because Ray's Ores, our previous mountain home, now no longer has the queen living there, I can safely attack it. Some dwarves like Gorlax for their impressive tusks. This is true. They're stimulating conversation and they're helpful guidance. This is also true. Put the queen in the library as a scholar. Maybe not a bad idea. Currently, I need my my Gorlax to become friends. My two Gorlax. I also no. So one person redeemed a dwarf, and they're going to give it away. So it's up to Walnut, who gives a person a dwarf. But it looks like they selected Bonesaw. In order to get a dwarf, you have to redeem the channel redemption thing. So, you know. Who would Bonesaw get? I mean, Bonesaw is ready, so... Thus, Bonesaw is in military. Bonesaw is very ambitious and always looking for a way to better his situation. He seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, and he often acts with compassion. He isn't particularly curious about the world, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he is trusting. He's very humble and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Choose on his, what? I lost my spot. With the current, he chews his lips when he gets excited, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors and doesn't really care about anything anymore. That's where I was going with that. Personally finds finds the proposition that one would work hard in life utterly abhorrent, values knowledge, and does not care about fairness, dreams of creating a great work of art, but really quite enjoys the act of being in the military. Would really like to practice a craft, but isn't too upset about the whole thing. Could use some new shoes pretty badly, but aside from that, pretty good dwarf. Bonesaw would be a good doctor. I do agree with this. But I was like, Bonesaw is ready, so this Bonesaw is going to go to the military, and Bonesaw is now going to go attack a thing alongside of the rest of my military. Is there any other military things up here I can go smack? Chucked blockade's a little scary. Not gonna lie. Of course they can reproduce. I don't have a couple, though. Also, I have a question, Adric. You're flagged on Twitch as a suspicious user, which means nobody else can see you speak. Did you just make that new account? And have you had accounts previously? Because you made that account 2 minutes ago, according to Twitch. Well, it depends on if they have that enabled in their settings. No accessories previously? Then why is Twitch telling me that you've been banned in other channels previously on the same IP address? Maybe a VPN? Possible. Well, according to Twitch, you are a suspicious account, which means you've likely had an account in this chat before, or have been banned in this chat before, which makes me squint slightly. Prepare the ban hammer? I don't know. Just asking a question. Bans need to be warranted. Interrogate him with cold cases while you're at it. I mean, mostly just looking for a good place to go attack. Go hit the Watchful Hex, because they have a good name. Good luck, Captain's Worry. Who immediately goes and takes a nap. So you're AFK, what? Bullshit. But I will repeat what I said, and this is the last time I'll repeat it. Have you previously made accounts on Twitch and been banned? Because Twitch is telling me that you have. You're not using a VPN? Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I don't trust you, so. Never had another account? Then Twitch wouldn't flag you as suspicious. So. Sorry, man. But I kind of have to follow Twitch's suspicion rules because they're generally pretty accurate. I feel kind of bad when I have to do stuff like that because like I like to give people the benefit of the doubt, but like at the same time, I've had to ban a couple people recently for being shitty. And so my ability to trust people when it comes to stuff like that is very, very low. What am I Oh, I see. Cancels load ballista. I was like, no ammunition. What's that? It's the ballista arrows. Bolt. No, arrowhead is what I need. Let's just make 10 of those. And assemble 10 of those arrows. Here's the thing. If they said yes, they'd been banned before, I would actually have let them stay. But oddly enough, Twitch is very accurate when it comes to their ban evasion stuff. No idea why Twitch flagged you? No idea either. But I will tell you this: you are like what I would describe as ban evading sort of now on the YouTube side of things, but I'll let you exist on YouTube for a bit. If you behave yourself, then we'll talk about unbanning you here on Twitch, but that is very strange. I would send Twitch a like support ticket and ask why you're getting flagged. It might be just because it's a brand new account, but that's very weird. You know, I know most of chat doesn't believe me, but genuinely, ad breaks are probably more annoying for me than you guys. 2 seconds. All right. How old is Blind IRL? Blind IRL is 29. Probably older than Stop Genocide 420. Although I do agree with your name. Both halves. The jawline is so sharp? Yeah, that's called being chronically underweight. Called being skinny. $29 for 100 more years? Nope, I will be 30 in June. I don't know why this dwarf is like blinking between winded and healthy constantly, because they're strong enough for their gear. At least drink supply is going up finally. Really now? Had no idea. But I'm back. Thanks for informing me. It's all downhill after that? Oh, trust me, no, my body's been going downhill for a while. I started going downhill way before age caught up. Onimarus Masa, thank you very much for the gifted subscription. Appreciate you. Means a lot. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. There goes the last few Durgans. So the dwarves that have just headed out are Azwari, Bonesaw, Gnome Reaper, King of Pudding, Dr. Funk, and Doomore. Because you aren't subscribed to the channel, Stop Genocide, you can use... I'm just going to call you Jano because it's easier to say. You could use Crypt Burr, which is the follower version. Has the same effect, does the same thing. It looks almost identical. I would say that they're almost indistinguishable from one another. I do, in fact, have a dwarf named King of Pudding, yes. I just got a eyelash in my eye. Ow. They're the same picture. Exactly. Somebody make that meme, please. I still have an eyelash in my eye. Great. Ah. At white. I have a question. Why do people ask that? Prime subs are basically Prime subs are essentially a free trial, is the way to think of it. Oh, actually, that's a pretty good comment from Wolfpack. Says your email been compromised at some point. Usually what it means is that somebody has registered a account on the same IP address previously that got banned. At least that's how I've always understood how they do the suspicious users warnings. But I've had to ban a couple of people recently for being crappy, so I unfortunately kind of have to be better safe than sorry at the exact moment in time. This exact moment in time. There's a whole goblin raid. Weird. A whole goblin? One whole goblin? Honestly, that would be weirder. If it was just a single goblin. Queenie, I hope you like pink.
Time for my 4th free trial. Crypt debug crypt jams.
It's one way to do it. Stop Genocide 420. Thank you very much for the brand new subscription, by the way. And Are You Serious? Thank you very much for that Prime subscription. As far as Prime sub revenue goes, it's weird because it's about to change. Currently, I just get $2.50 US on my paycheck for every Prime sub. But when June 3rd, which ironically is my birthday, comes around, they're getting regional pricing, so it's going to be relative to the amount that you would be paying for Prime based on where you are located. Which means it's going to vary. They're going to vary in value quite wildly. I think it's a fine change. It doesn't actually bother me all that much. I get paid a higher percentage if you subscribe using money. But if you can't afford, just do what you got to do. It's all the same to me. Recently picked up this game and watched my tutorials. You enjoying the content? Cheers, friend. Oni, Maru, thank you very much for gifting a second subscription. And Devildon, thanks for the $5. Appreciate you, man. And Tobes, thanks for the 13 months. That is a hype train now. Spaghetti Adventures is a pretty good name, yes. So this is going to be the Queen's Dining Hall. And in the Queen's bedroom, I'm thinking about making a training area. And Suited, thanks for the $3. The 300 bits. The 300 Spartans. There's so many baby foxes in this fort, it's ridiculous. Purple, thank you very much for the 7th month as well. So many dwarves are just bringing these boulders up. I should probably just shrink this back down. Because turns out having that many hauling jobs actively pisses off the whole fort simultaneously. Because they're all like trying to get boulders up and just carrying them manually. It's better to just only have a couple. Let's get some more bedrooms made, because I'm assuming I need more. Let's do this. And so the vampire is chained up. I can reassign the vampire. Can you reassign? I've never tried. I don't think so. If you're trying to like keep them permanently chained, I would just lock the door or just build a wall around them or something. I've never tried assigning them to a cage, so I don't actually know. My knee-jerk response would be probably not. Okay, so Queen has actually claimed modest quarters, which is actually a good thing for right now. So she actually has temporary quarters. And then once those get built, we'll have more quarters. There is a fish. Big Bang, thanks for the $12.50.
Choo-choo.
Adventure mode's due for release April. April. That's the only specific word we know is April. So April at some point. I'm going to make a new fox pen. Just going to go up here. And I should probably also make a wolf pen. I'll put down here. I'll also put the giant wolf in there. Let's let them finish this up first. We'll get some doors into here. We're naming some shields. Squad's not dead yet, so that's a good sign. Okay, I don't have any tables. Don't have any thrones. Okay, so what I'm going to have to do... Let's do copper table and copper throne. Let's do 15 thrones and 18 tables because I need some extra tables. This is the experimental patch. If there's an experimental patch available, I'm almost always going to be playing on it. Oh, hell yeah. Queenie is assisting. Devil Dawn, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. And Neokai, thanks for the $3. You guys have done more than enough for me today. Thank you very much. Means a lot. But in regards to that previous ban, I'm going to unban him. Because doing a little bit of digging, I can't find any logical reason for why Twitch would do that at this point. So I think I should have... That should have gone... I didn't get a pop-up that it actually went through. But...
This is Sparta!
The gremlins are trained, yeah. They are all right currently. YouTube's asking about the gremlins. The gremlins are... One of them is a hunter. The other one is a armorer. Although I can't assign them to specific tasks. The armorer is going around and has been teaching, actually, and has become an adequate speaker, which is very interesting. Likely going to become a legendary speaker. They train speaking super quickly, which means I'm still hoping they'll get elected mayor, because that would be the completion of a meme that has been in my chat for a very long time. The other one is this one. This one is a little odd because the one who has become a armorer has actually joined the faction. This one hasn't. So that's a little weird, which especially is weird because I thought they did join and then left, which is also weird. So very strange. Honestly, like very, very strange. So I don't know. This one also has no relationships, whereas this one, the lady one, has plenty of relationships, including relationships with, I guess, like my outpost liaison, right? So there's that as well. Nero Keys, thanks for the $2. And also, 420 Sanchers wants you to post beers. Cramp, thank you very much for the 5 gift subs. Knickers with the Prime subscription as well. And that levels up the hype train. Thank you, chat. You guys have done more than enough, as I said earlier. Like, don't do anything you guys can't afford. We're doing okay over here. But it means a lot regardless. Probably dig straight through this, actually, and then re-wall it up. And I should slaughter all of my adult foxes. Oh, I see. Why are they all red? I was like, just looking at the color going, but they're all red. Apparently all foxes are red. So did Giraffe, thanks for the $10. And Big Bang, thanks for the $1.10. How is this huge room caving in? Not caving in, because nothing caves in Dwarf Fortress unless you remove every single piece of support from it. Which means you could, like, go to this layer and cut the entire thing out and it won't cave in. There are no cave-ins in Dwarf Fortress, really. At least not in that way. There are, things can cave in, but they don't cave in that way. Let's just make sure that this isn't going somewhere I don't want it to. Okay, yeah. No, I can do that. Sweet. What causes the cave-in then? You have to completely remove all of the support from something. So if I were to dig a trench here, which I'm not actually going to do this, and then on the layer beneath that, dig out the entirety of this. Oopsies. The entirety of this with one support left, this wouldn't cave in. But because there'd be a trench around here and nothing supporting the top of it, if I were to mine this out, it would cave in. That's what causes cave-ins. In older versions of the game, if you would dig out a area that was too big, structural integrity, air quotes, would kick in, and then the ceiling would start to cave in. But that hasn't been a thing in the game since like 2010. And that's just because it's a mechanic that is annoying that realistically, who really wants to deal with it? But yeah, that's one of that's a very common piece of bad information I see spread around about this game quite frequently, is that things cave in, which they sort of do, but not in the way people think. It's like, it's not wrong to say that things cave in, but yeah, completely disconnecting a chunk from anything that is holding it up will cause a cave-in, yes. Well, like throwing stuff at your... What do you mean by hailing down on your animals? You know, I almost want to interrogate my queen. For no particular reason. I'm just curious. Yeah, diagonals aren't supports. Only direct lines are supports. Your army has returned from the raid. Just make sure that they will not go back into like on duty until the militia captain is on the map. So just make sure that you keep them on duty when they walk onto the map, because if they stop being on duty, they will drop all their gear at the corner and then have problems. She's innocent? Probably. I'm mostly just curious. I'm not even, like, implying that she's committed crimes. I'm just curious. Subject was too afraid to not comply. No new information was revealed. Well, I guess now you've met the captain of the guard. Friendship is forever, she says. She's going to go get herself a drink, though. Will this upset the queen? No, there's no negative effects to interrogating something. Chat room, thank you very much for the level 5 hype train with 18 subscriptions and $36.60 in bits. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for helping keep this channel funded. I need to make 2 spears. It's like a job interview. Does that mentally impact you? I mean, I guess depending on the job interview, but you know what I mean. That kind of thing. Can you go full-time off social media yet? Are you asking me? I don't use any social media, really. I post some photos on Mastodon, but that's about it. Are you asking me if I make money posting on Twitter? Or are you asking me if I, like, stream full-time? Because I've streamed full-time since 2016. Like YouTube, Twitch, and Patreon. Well, that's not really social media. That's content creation. But I've streamed full-time since 2016. So asking if I can do it yet is kind of a funny question. One day, hopefully, we'll get Mayor Gremlin. What is my queen? That is a Gorlak! Who hopefully will get fixed at some point, which means they won't automatically be hostile when they wander onto the map from the caverns. They're a friendly, intelligent cavern creature. Sort of like the exact opposite of a Crundle, which are absolutely evil, stupid cavern creature. They're sort of like two-eyed Mike Wazowski. We do not have a gremlin that's a mayor. Our mayor is currently a Nander. Okay. Poor Anander, constantly being referred to as a gremlin. DB Explorer, thanks for the 15th month. Welcome back, dude. So this is going to be assigned to the queen. I'm also going to give her 2 weapon racks and 2 armor stands in here. None of my long-term residents have asked to join the fortress, no. I do, in fact, have the queen in the fort now, though. UGDPY. So we have 2 Gorlaks in the fort now. Also, second goblin, I'm only aware of 1 goblin. I have several goblin prisoners, but I'm only aware of 1 goblin in my fort. So I don't know which second goblin is. Yeah, queen and outpost liaison both here. There is both here, yes. You know, I should make this into the outpost liaison's throne room. Just so that they can do their job. Long live the queen. Yep. Long live the queen. What's even funnier is I'm not even sure how she became queen. She became queen when the goblins took over the dwarves. It's like, you got into an argument with whomst? Modest corners, fine dining room needs royal dining room. We are working on the absolutely inadequate dining hall. What is the max pop? 220. Although currently I have a squad missing. Those poor rams and sheep. I don't think they deserve that. And it appears that this gremlin again is storing goblets in bins. I don't know why they do this. I find it very funny, but occasionally the gremlins will go and gather every single goblet in the entire fortress and then put it into a bin. I'm not your parent. You don't need to ask me permission for anything. But if it gets annoying, I will complain. Royal Green. I guess it's a gremlin prank of some sort. I suppose. I don't know. I mean, I'm constantly learning strange things about gremlin activity. Irma Luck as well. Thank you much for the 13th month. Welcome back. Speaking of, completely spaced on this, but new pecan wood minecart go here so that this can start filling up. And then I can start making more weapon traps. There will be no allowances. Question mark? What do you mean by allowances? How did I end up with gremlins and dragons? The dragons were kidnapped from the goblins. The gremlins showed up in the basement and I trapped them and then cage trapped them. I should interrogate this goblin, actually. That's something I should do. This goblin dancer, who happens to be an expert axeman. Is a former member of the Lie of Mongrels. Huh. Am I brewing alcohol right now? Yep. But yeah, and as far as the two Gorlaks in the fort recognize, they are my queen and outpost liaison who just inherited the throne when the goblins took over my mountain home. I started this fortress with a dwarven leader for this faction, so. But it was like 3 years into the fort. Let's see. Have you done anything, Goblin Dancer? Subject refused to comply after being cagey. All right, now you're suspect. I will interview you again. Go get him. Keep talking. How do I lose most of my forts? Because I get bored. Go do something else. Or like, uh-oh. So these are all new crimes. Let's see what you admitted to, Gorblin. That was subject and appealed to the thief's belief in law. The subject valued the law despite the goblin's lack of respect for the interrogator. The subject revealed that Bax is in fact an assumed ident- Oh my god. Did I finally find you? The subject's true name is Dostin Gosp. Worship curses. In 472, okay, so we have an ad break in a minute, but starting in 403, they plotted to infiltrate us in order to steal treasures. They revealed that in the midwinter, an unidentified creature plotted to steal Kislenst. An unidentified creature plotted to... okay, so they plotted to steal Kislenst under the influence of subject. But, haven't you tried to steal stuff earlier? Because I've seen your name before. Oh yeah, no, I guess they did. They tried in 506. So I've been looking for this goblin for a while. But this is interesting. The Goblin Dancer corrupted Servish in order to have an agent in Riverdepths. And the plan worked. So, let's see, what do we have? Because I've had previous crimes... Don't I have cold cases that were implicating this person? Maybe not. I thought I did. Oh well. Can't do anything until the ads are done anyway. Oh, the crime? Yeah, pretty much. May that be a subtle cause trouble? Putting goblins in the bin where they're supposed to go is causing trouble. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Gremlins just do weird shit. And I don't know why they do half the stuff they do, but they do. And I guess that's kind of weirdly entertaining in its own fun way. Are they new to DEF? Nope. Gremlins have been in the game since 2007, maybe earlier. Gremlins used to have one thing that they would do. Back when the game was two-dimensional, they would pop out of your well, and they would pull a lever. Those are the two things they would do. Their entire purpose in life is to pull levers. They stealth onto your map from the caverns, and they try and sneak into your fortress and pull levers. They are intelligent creatures, so they talk, they speak with dwarves, and they can be trained. So you are convicted of this crime. My militia captain also is getting convicted of a crime. Convicted of this crime. Convicted of this crime. Convicted of this crime. Convicted of this crime. I'm going to interrogate this person based on a couple of other crimes as well. Because maybe... And I'm also going to interrogate my necromancer guy of this stuff. Now let's go back to the captain of the guard. But yeah, no, gremlins are hard to find. But trust me, they've been in the game for a very long time. There is execution for punishment, but there's very, 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 very rare reasons for that to happen or be a thing. And the reason for this is if you actually go to the ethics of the vanilla civilizations, killing a member of the same entity is capital punishment. So there can be some reasons for a dwarf to get execution. I've seen it once or twice. Things like treason and oath breaking, or obviously like slavery as well. But slavery isn't possible in Fortress mode. So there are some reasons why dwarves would do that, but they are pretty uncommon. Oh, trust me, he's getting 309 days in prison. Oath, not hoof. Oath. They won't chain up a dwarf or a goblin who can't stand, so... Okay, did I discover anything new about you? Nope. Can you throw him into prison, please? Subject is ready to leave. Well... How you doing, hobo? How's things? There you go. Walk that way. Perfect. Making sure this dude doesn't make it off the map. Oh, I see. You're going to go eat. How's things, you goddamn weeb? What's up, hobo? How do you engage in oath breaking in this game? I don't know. A good question. I would assume that's probably like adventure mode stuff. Heh, got him. Captain, the guard's going to go get a drink. Only 2 of them are on the map. Is your front door locked? Excellent. Because your fortress is under siege, right? Salvadaddy has begun an artifact. Okay, well, they're trying to get to your nearest... they're trying to get to the nearest meeting zone, which would be like your tavern or a temple or whatever. So they're trying to get to a meeting zone, especially if you also have a burrow on. They can't get into that meeting zone because they're trying to get to the nearest meeting zone. So they're not entering the map because they can't get to your meeting zone. And have them help out your fortress? I mean, I have a necromancer in my fortress right now. Necromancers are just perfectly normal dwarves. You could, like, rob a necromancer tower and steal necromantic stuff. If you watch my Halloween fort from last year, which was called Ghost Razor. Wait, was it? No, the one before Ghost Razor. What was the one? Chad, what was the fort before Ghost Razor? The one where I just turned everybody into zombies? But yes, you can absolutely do that. You can have a necromancy-based fortress, totally. Should you place a temporary one outside? That would help, yeah. But yeah, they can't enter the map unless there's a place for them to go. Why do it we not prison this goblin? Go get him, Dwarf. If you go to my YouTube channel and look up the video called The Great Undying, maybe somebody could go grab it and link it. That's a good example of, like, making zombies. Was it Starfield? No. No, it was before that. Or maybe after that? I don't know. I'm bad at remembering the forts' names. I remember what I do in the forts. I don't remember the names of the forts. What's up, Lanix? You're out getting a haircut? Shame. I think I'm going to remove the queen from all long-term jobs. Heaven's Bolt. Yep, that sounds right. Lava Daddy has claimed a forge. Okay, so why... Are we trying to chain you up in... behind one of the locked doors? I don't want to let this guy go away. Slightly annoying. I also don't really want to kill him. Oh, sweet, the squad's returned. Let fight go. Maybe, actually, somebody did try to convert my cop, didn't they? Zwari led the attack, and the defenders were led by a goblin named Amixu, devil phrased. Zwari outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. We almost immediately my cave dragons start doing work. They're just like taking out stuff left and right, including the captain that led the goblins' attack. We searched the place and Secret of the Pits was looted, and we also stole treasure and seized livestock. So let's see what we got. 4 beak dogs and 2 iron high boots and a leather shoe. All right, well, let's be ballsy, chat. Do I have a hammer? I do, in fact, have a hammer who is doing nothing. I think, chat, I have a question. Do we let him go? Or do I kill him? I could tell the squads to kill him. That's the question. So we are now raiding my old mountain home. Just an FYI. Oh my god. I'm going to cancel this real quick, and I'm going to do this. Is it possible to have an undead necromancer? Yep. Yeah, I would, in my headcanon, I call those liches. So, and when a thing dies, they keep all of the curses and skills that they had when they were alive. So, if you have a vampire, you could have an undead vampire. If you have a were creature, you could have an undead were creature. If you have, you know, any of that stuff. I think, unless the dwarves go kill him anyway, which this won't cause a tantrum spiral, but I think I'm more curious about interrogating my other dwarves about this person at this point, actually. You could have a necromancer who is a were creature who is undead, yes. And while they are a were creature, they would be raising the undead were creatures. Yes. Is that also a gremlin? It says goblin at the top of the screen. So, I don't know. You guess. So, I'm going to interrogate Abel and Colette. Is what I'm going to do. I'm going to convict Servish. I'm going to interrogate Abel, the diplomat, and Colette, militia captain. And you likely get to leave, I suppose. I'm going to interrogate Bax one more time if I get the opportunity, but the main reason I'm queuing that up is so that when this goblin comes back, because they'll return, my dwarves are going to immediately interrogate him. Meanwhile, in your fort, trying to get a necromancer because this fort's too peaceful. I don't know what version of the game you're playing on, but I can tell you all, if you are bored about your fortress being peaceful, or forts in general being peaceful, as soon as this experimental build goes into the main branch, generate a new world. Because goblins are extraordinarily rich, or extraordinarily weak in comparison to their possibilities. And the reason they are extraordinarily weak is because they haven't been able to dig. I'm kind of surprised that there's only 3 orgs. This person. Highest known in organization. All right, so this goblin literally runs a criminal organization for hire. Wait, no, this person. This is a different Dustin cop. It's this guy. Because there's two people with the same name, which isn't confusing in the slightest. So you're fine. Saw a bolt fly and was concerned for a moment there. You stopped playing exactly because of boring late game sieges? Well, I mean, you see how I have dragons running around? The goblins are supposed to have control over literally any war trainable cavern creature that they have access to. Somebody from chat has already gone and loaded up this version, generated a new world, and almost immediately found cave dragons. I would say probably, yeah, because you probably have a burrow turned on that they're probably assigned to. They're trying to get into your fortress, basically. I know I've said this already, Hexlin, and I know that you like adventure mode. As soon as adventure mode comes into this version of the game, you should update to the most recent version. You shouldn't be playing on version 47, because I can tell you like 3 or 4 bugs that you've brought up now that I've given you workarounds, or not bugs, but like things in the game that I've given you workarounds for that have already been fixed. No, that's not a bug. That's an intended feature that hasn't been working properly for a very long time. But no, I'll tell you this. Literally everything in this entire fortress was done using vanilla features that are apparently not bugs. Including using webs to cage trap things apparently is an intended feature and not in fact a bug. Which I'm a little shocked by, but I was always under the impression that was a bug, but you learn something every day, I suppose. This is going to be assigned to the queen. But first I need to find the queen. And be all like, yo, where your bedroom at? This your bedroom? All right, this no longer your bedroom. This can be somebody else's bedroom. In fact, I will give this bedroom to this child. This now queen's bedroom. I realize it doesn't have a bed in it yet, but we'll get there. Should have made your drawbridge longer so it would crush them. Drawbridges are so OP. It is actually, like, absurd how strong drawbridges are. It's funny when people ask me, do you think insert thing that you're doing here right now is overpowered? It's like, no, because drawbridges exist. It's almost always, like, the response. Somebody asked me why I'm doing... or why I do shotguns so often, because aren't those overpowered? And it's literally like, well, I mean, I would say drawbridges are overpowered, but like, you know, you do you. Man, that's a little annoying. Also, speaking of goblins, we haven't been attacked recently. Which means they're probably winding up. Although, it's barely been a year in game, and I've been paused a lot because I've been building stuff, so that's probably got something to do with it. Okay, that's assigned. That's assigned. Dining hall isn't quite nice enough. What do you still need? Need a tomb. Very clearly more walls is another thing you need. Goblins can dig in this new patch. That's not what I said. So goblins are supposed to be able to dig down to the caverns in their, like, sites. So the sites that they own, they're supposed to be able to dig down to the caverns and tame animals underground. They're not able to dig on your map, right? So they've been supposed to be able to do that for a very long time. By that, I mean the entire existence of Premium. They can now do that again, which means they can tame underground animals properly the way they're supposed to be able to. They haven't been able to do that for a very long time. This patch allows them to do that again. Yeah, no, they cannot dig into your fortress if that's what you're asking. Okay. So we just sent Zwari, Bonesaw, Gnome Reaper, King of Pudding, and the rest to go attack the goblins at my old mountain home. And they're about to finish leaving. I just read that as that they returned, but I was wrong. They are just leaving. Do you guys think they're going to be successful? There's 5,000 goblins at that location. A dwarf sieger that could climb into your fortress. Oh yeah, that's common. Plenty of characters can climb. Am I going crazy, or is there more flowers on the ground than before? Maybe it's just because it's fall and all the leaves are falling. Dabbling organizer, come on, God. So, I'm getting religious figures elected. Kind of a lot. I think... In fact, I'm pretty certain we just killed a bunch of people. I'm playing in the experimental branch. So, just to reiterate here, I will go grab the patch notes. I'll also show you how to find them. I'll also show you how to get into the experimental branch if you want to try it. If you want to get into the experimental branch, go to Steam, right-click on your version of the game, click on it, go to betas and set it to experimental. For features in early testing. You don't need a password or anything to get into this version. If you're using DF Hack, you can also do the exact same thing in DF Hack and set it to the 50.12 betas, okay? I will get to that dwarf in a second. Just let me know what kind of dwarf you would like. Then what you do is you go to the game files once it's updated. You grab this and you scroll down, down, where is it? Did I go past it? Nope, not read me. Nope, not that one. Where is it? Just let me find the correct one first so I don't pop open the wrong thing. I don't really like the way Windows 11 does Notepad, so... Now I can't find it. Ah, there it is. Release notes right here. So release notes, this has the patch notes. So currently it's new stuff. The ability to sort lists from creature and task menus, kitchen interface sorting and searching, work menu detail sorting and searching, can edit and restore default work details. Saves can be sorted by world and folder on the title screen. Keyboard support for many unit lists. Don't get too excited. It's not like comprehensive yet. And the ability to designate burrows and over multiple Z levels. Fix some crashes, fix save corruptions, fixed crash related to language mods, which I've never used, so I would have never seen those. Goblins should have trolls again and some additional friends. New worlds only. That's what I'm talking about. Vampires should hide properly. Vampires look like normal dwarves again. Additional statue graphics. They also added, they did some stuff in Classic, which I haven't really looked into too much. Squad assignment lists are now already, are now lists already assigned units. Last, fixed error in calculation for bridge support. Apparently, I don't know what that means. Fixed it, actually probably makes it easier to construct bridges. Fixed an issue in environment appropriate work animals for visiting fortresses. Fixed missing auto pause tooltip. Additional miscellaneous optimizations. Fixed minor issue with forest variant display. Fixed clipping issue on unit sheets. Fixed minor issue with cage contents display. And fixed pet list display on unit sheet, rarely skipping a pet. And llamas are pack animals. So if you would like to play on this version, you can right now. It's quite stable. It was really broken for a minute last week, but you can go play on this version right now if you want. What damages blocks? Nothing. Lava, if they're not constructed and not lava safe, would be what would damage blocks. That's about it. You saw llama as a pack animal for traders last night? Yeah, now you can officially throw off the Emperor's Groove. He was a llama in that movie, not an alpaca, right? I'm now questioning everything I remember about that movie. This is very much becoming like a pastel, like, fort. Because of the stone I just happen to have available. He was a llama? Okay. Salvadaddy has created Barulasmur. Estig Kuril, a silver mail shirt, and offers it to the dutiful boulders. That sounds like a gift to the queen if I ever heard one. This is a silver mail shirt. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of silver and fox leather and cushion hematite cabochons and beak dog bone. This object menaces with spikes of rock crystal and fox leather and beak dog bone. On the item is an image of Good Charles, the pig, iron shield in quartzite. Can DF hack help with FPS? Not really. I mean, I'm a bad person to ask this these days. I used to focus a lot on frame rate in my fort design, but ever since SDL2 came into the game, my forts have just run so freaking well 90% of the time that I don't really have to worry about it. Aside from cavern creatures, which the exterminate command can help with, or alternatively just simply disabling their ability to spawn. By that I mean like the things that attack you from the caverns. Aside from like just disabling them in the options menu or using exterminate to mass kill them, which is redundant if you're just like trying to save frames. Aside from that, I don't know that many ways to improve frame rate because my frame rate's so high all the time these days. There was a period of time there where I was very, very knowledgeable about frame rate, which is very funny because I have people like telling me that I'm wrong about things all the time, where it's just like, this is based off of information back when I had a significantly slower computer and the game ran worse. Specifically where I'm just like, yeah, frame rate death doesn't exist. I still believe that because I've never had an instance where a fort slowed down to unplayable levels that I wasn't able to fix, either by jumping back to an old save and then avoid, or alternatively, simply fiddling around with the game until it fixed itself. To me, frame rate death is a fortress that becomes unplayable and then stays unplayable forever. Haven't had that happen in years. You're above stuff. Yes, I did in fact forget that. That's my bad. I will do that now. Please keep yelling at me if I forget. I don't want to rename the Gorlaks because they're too valuable. Same with the Gremlins. But, let's see, what do I have? That's like out of the ordinary. I mean, I have a human. It's about the most out of the ordinary thing that I have. Yeah. Do you have preference of job? If you have an ass CPU, your best way to work... Okay, so if you have an ass PC... Actually, we're about to get stuck in an ad. I'll talk about this in a second, but DF hack isn't what you need to do if you have a shitty PC. Human is fine. I mean, if you want the human, I could give you any dwarf in the fort. But... 62 years old lady human? Or... I don't know. You asked for a Gorlak, so I was looking for something out of the ordinary, but like I could give you like I don't know. Give you a talented stoneworker. We could give you here's a question. Beard or no beard? Would you like a male dwarf or a lady dwarf? Let's just ask that. Work from there. Beard? Okay. Then let's go with Asmil the Stoneworker. Stingray is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily, can be very happy and optimistic and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, likes to keep his things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, often acts with compassion and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he is slow to anger, and he does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He is troubled by this because he values romance. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. He personally finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and values romance and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. He likes precious fire opal and giant gazelle bone and the color beige. He worships Eager, which is the bud faith of vegetation, god of hunting and fishing. And probably would be pretty good in the military, actually. Wants to practice a martial art. I'm going to stick you into the military. Not into the Royals squad, but Stingray. There you go. You're going to join that squad. So... when it comes to crappy CPU, Dwarf Fortress is a weird game. And it's a weird game in that this game's never going to run well. It doesn't matter how much they patch it. Because it kind of has the... I would say City Skylines problem, but that's actually a bad example because City Skylines 2 runs like ass. It has the simulation game problem, right? And it has the very open, not limited simulation game problem. And... this is something that people will forever shout in my YouTube comments for, that they completely disagree with me, and honestly, whatever, I don't care. Every single time they improve the performance of this game, the players push it further and complain the game runs like shit. Every single time, right? So, and because it doesn't have any like integration with modern settings, systems that a lot of modern games have, people are used to just turning on a game and it working, right? Whereas in reality, NVIDIA puts out gigabytes worth of patches to make games run well on everything that runs with an NVIDIA GPU. So people are used to just starting up a game running default and it working, because you're probably not actually running default. You're running what NVIDIA decided to give you or your graphics card driver decided to give you. So Dwarf Fortress doesn't do any of that. So it's not going to necessarily run well on its default settings for everybody. You need to figure out how to make it run well on your computer. And you can do this a couple of ways. And yeah, like DF hack can help in certain deathly situations where your whole fort falls over, but realistically, it's not going to help that much, especially in the modern era of Dwarf Fortress. What can help is if you go to your game settings and tweak all this stuff. Because what you can do is you can turn your population down, right? So currently I'm sitting at 220. I used to never go above 180. In version 47, because my older computer, the one I had before this one, couldn't run the game at above 20 FPS with any population above 180. And 20 FPS was the minimum I was willing to tolerate. So I would stop allowing any visitors, anything at 120 forts, right? Now, the other thing you can do is you can go into the difficulty settings, and they shouldn't call these difficulty settings. They should call them like combat settings or something. But difficulty settings, you can turn down the amount of dwarves that you need to get attacks. So instead of having to, have X amount of economy, or because like economy triggers is one thing that can bring in enemies, so you exporting stuff, or alternatively you can have like population production triggers, right? Which I'm looking for right now, which I'm not actually seeing currently. Where is it? Enemy population trigger. Yeah, there you go. So you can turn these numbers down, which will allow enemies to attack you at lower population counts. Meaning, if your game is running badly, or running at a level that you don't think is acceptable, you should absolutely be turning these numbers down. Because you'll still get a very similar to comparable experience, but with a lower population. One of the most common questions I get from people these days is, why don't you... Thanks for the $6.66, I are stupid. One of the most common questions I get from people is why don't you, or sorry, what is the highest population count you've ever had? And it's almost guaranteed to be the last fortress I built. Because before version 50, I never had over 100 dwarves. The game just ran too slowly. I didn't like doing it. I did it like once or twice. I was like, nah, this ain't worth it. And I would get happy when a bunch of dwarves would die in a siege, right? When we're in this world now, it's like people are talking about trying to get to 500 dwarves and then asking me how I can make the game run better. And I'm just sitting here tearing my hair out going like, they're never going to be able to get over the supposed FPS death, and they're never going to get over the supposed BS of this game runs badly. It runs great if you set it up to run well on your PC, right? I happen to have possibly one of the best CPUs on the market for this game, which helps. But even for me, it runs like shit sometimes. Because, like, the last fortress I built, Creature Keepers, had, like, 200-something dwarves, had, like, 300-something creatures, had a whole bunch of visitors, also was a massive map that was maybe, like, I don't know, 100 Z levels taller than most maps, plus had a whole bunch of flying creatures, plus I dug too deep, so there was demons in the basement. There's hundreds of those. And yeah, my game was running at 15 frames a second. So if your game runs like ass, turn down your settings and wait for them to improve the performance, which they do almost every patch. They just did on the current one, the one that I'm playing on in the experimental branch. Set your settings to a point where the game runs well. Play on smaller maps. Don't play on the biggest possible map settings. If you are having very serious frame rate issues, try and build smaller hallways, because a lot of the frame rate issues come from dwarves trying to see each other. So try and like separate your dwarves out a little bit, have meeting zones that are in different places. Don't build forts the way I do with the bigger open hallways and whatnot. And just build your fort in a way that runs well on your PC. Because the intrigue and fun of Dwarf Fortress is the character development. It is the interest that, or it is the characters that you discover. It is the world building that you get by paying attention to and reading your dwarves. There's actually an argument to be made that this game is better with smaller population counts anyways, because of the fact that you are forced to keep all of your dwarves, or keep tabs on all of your dwarves and be very aware of what's going on in your fortress, who's in your fortress, and the characters that are developing around that. I don't know. That was a bit of a ramble, but I hope that made some sense. How can you... I'm trying to hit the integer size limit on your dwarf count. How can you prevent FPS death? Get bigger PCs. Try duct taping more CPUs to the outside of it. Might help. It's like, do you need a NASA computer to run this game well? No, unless you set it up so that you need a NASA computer to make the game run well. Equals more gooder. Why FPS death? Feels bad, man. Exclamation point specs, if you want to know what my PC is. I don't think I could run my operating system with 3 gigabytes. I would not be able to stream with my operating system running with 3 gigs of RAM. You're not very good at this game yet? It's okay. Nobody's very good at this game. Even me, that's in some... Even I have my moments of not being very good at this game. Like that Siege video I put up the other day where, like, I almost completely screwed over my whole fort by accidentally, like, forgetting something very important, like, you know, locking the goddamn door. Jesus, man, 4 gigabytes of RAM? My phone has more than 4 gigabytes of RAM. Also, yeah, what OS are you running if you... The were-anteater Atu Ogurudo has come. A large anteater twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow lime. Its brown hair is long and wavy. You will know why you fear the night. Just pause game. Why is there blood on the ground? What? Why are you... After seeing Zatan's dead body. There's no combat log, though. Did it set off one of the traps? I'm trying to figure out how it got over on this side. I mean... I'm gonna lock this door. I mean, it's possible, but it would have a... Oh, yeah, okay. So, yeah, it must have tripped this. It must have stealthed in and tripped this. But I don't understand how it got onto this side, because there's were-anteater, right? It is a were-anteater. But, like... I would like to know whose body that is. I mean, this is a pretty good spot for it to be. There's nowhere for it to go. Oh, sweet. The squad returned. Oh, no. We lost 2. Hold on. Spoilers. We'll send these squads down here real quick. It's faint and seriously injured. Slow to love with high kinesthetic sense. There you are. Goblin is free. Get him, dwarves. Easy peasy. Goblin squeezy. Your novice tactics? Possibly. The Emerald Irons attacked the Deceiver of Crumbling of the Bronze Scorpion at Razors. So this used to be my faction's mountain home. The Dwarf Zweri led the attack, and the defenders were led by the elf Aerith. Staff contains. The elf's tactical planning was superior to the Dwarf Zweri, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage in Razors. But almost immediately, a goblin was struck down, as well as their elven leader from the looks. The elf Aerith? No, this is Elfith Fami. This is a different elf. We're looking for the dwarven named elf. Another elf was taken down by Duamar. Another elf was taken down by Bonesaw. Lots of duels where dwarves are escaping. More elves were being struck down by my dwarves. I know that there were... Oh, Arath, there we go. We did actually take him out. Doing all right, Francisco. Goblin Burr was struck down by a cave dragon. Goblin Toad was struck down by a cave dragon. Wait, hold on. I didn't see any of my dwarves dying. Then where did they go? Oh, I know what happened. 2 of my dwarves got elected into religious positions during that fight. It's Amos and Saxul, these 2. It's literally these 2 dwarves. So that's what happened. Well, back in the military with you. Nobody died. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go out and we're gonna do it again. Except this time I'm just going to try and steal livestock. And I'm also going to start digging out the queen's tomb, which is gonna go down here. I'm also going to start digging out the Outpost Liaison's tomb, which is going to also go down here. It's not going to be as big as the Queen's, but still decent size. I should booby trap the tomb. I could put weapon traps in it. Billionaire, thanks for the raid. Also, IR Stupid, hello. Thanks for the $1. Again, you're very kind. Charum, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? And also, mods, can I get a shout out for Billionaire, please? Billionaire, check this out. My queen and my outpost liaison are both in the fortress, and they're both Gorlax. I'm very, 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 very proud of this stupid situation I found myself in. Like, stupidly proud. You guys don't know Billionaire. He's a wonderful Finnish individual. Plays a variety of entertaining games. Please go click that heart up at the top of the stream. Friend of the channel for very, very, very long time. I've had a ongoing subscription to his channel. How long have I been subbed to your channel now? Hold on. I wonder if I have a resub. It's got to be a long time. I do. 82 months, in fact, here. Proof. See? 82 months. If I can stay subscribed to Billionaire for 82 months, 5 of you can go sub. $82 months, man. Anonymous gifter also has gifted a sub to Aced. 7, in fact. But yeah, no, we got Gorlax, we got cave dragons. Also, Billionaire, I'm just gonna say this. We really need to figure out some way of like cooperating on Dwarf Fortress streams, because like Jess was like wants to play Dwarf Fortress but doesn't want to like take over my space. We need to figure out some way of like having friends on like Stream Dwarf Fort or something, because this new patch is real good. You're stupid. Thanks for checking us sub over at Infinity. Like seriously, this patch is really good. It's really good. Like really good. What's new in the patch? A bunch of UI stuff, but more importantly, You're stupid. Thanks for the $5. Here, I will pop up in the release notes again. These are the most important changes. Bunch of UI stuff up here. Bunch of crashes, also more frame rate stuff. Also, I think the game runs about 100% faster than it did the last time you played. But additional graphics and crap. But these are the important ones. Goblins can have trolls again and new additional friends. And vampires work properly now. The thing about additional friends for goblins, any tameable cavern creature can now attack you as part of a goblin siege. One Mace Lord and Hammerman single-handedly wiped out the 9 goblin raid. Nice. I'm glad that whole situation worked out. So that is what I would say is exciting. Giant cave spiders aren't war trainable though, so I don't think that would be possible, but my Christ, that would be scary. Actually, hold on. I'm going to do a thing. I'm just going to follow this dwarf and see where you run to go get your pots from. Because it's possible I'm just putting all of my rock pots somewhere that's super, 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 super inconvenient. And they're just having to run a really long distance because my drinks are starting to stress me the hell out. Oh, right. Yeah, I got beak dogs again. Okay, so Chromoise is brewing drinks from plants. Grab Prickleberry. Where do you go to get your rock pots from? Because I clearly need to move these closer. Ah, yeah, okay. This is the problem. You're just waiting for Hell Demons to join a Lake Came Goblin Siege. I've seen some very, very, very rare examples of that happening. Not a common thing in the slightest. But yeah, Bellinger, this is all currently in the beta branch, so. I'm just saying. Hey, chat room, I have a question. Just spitball in here for a second. If I were to show up on a day off... Uh-oh. I screwed up a guild hall. If I were to show up on a day off on a friend's stream while they were streaming Dwarf Fortress in the background, would you watch? I'm just asking. For science purposes. Maybe? Or are you saying bye? Watch me watch someone play DF, yeah. Monday or Friday? That's kind of what I was thinking. I'm just spitballing ideas. Depends on if it's not 4 a.m. your time. Is it 4 a.m. your time right now? I have beak dogs that need consuming. And I'm curious about the status of my current gremlin. Still hasn't joined the fort, goddammit. Son of... You need to kill all of their military before you can take over a site. So if a site has a very large population, it'll take you a lot longer. All right, so half of this is going to be an office. And this is going to go to the outpost liaison. And this lower half is going to be a dining hall. And this is also going to go to the outpost liaison. You watched me in someone's raid to Alana Rama. Yeah, I've done that before. Outpost liaison. The outpost liaison can also have statues of the histories of our glorious queen. Also going to go over to here. Say silver breastplate. Yeah, that's what I thought. Bulging silver breastplate. We will put it right there. And also, what was the other one? I want to say silver mail shirt. Yeah, that one. Also put that one there. Gremlins can join? Yes. Asterisk. I mean, one of them sort of has. This one? The Armorer Gremlin. They're a citizen of my faction. They're a member of the Rangers Guild, which I apparently screwed up, and a member of the Guild of Amethyst, and a member of the Silvery Hall. The problem is they can't complete, like, make all of their needs get dealt with. This gremlin's actually an expert weaponsmith, even though they've never actually made anything. That's just from hanging out in the guild hall. And they are an adequate speaker. Bulging is indeed what I did say, yes. Thanks for the $2.25. Irish Stupid. Irish Stupid is just slowly sneaking up on the #1 spot in the ranks. Can you do that with all intelligence? No, gremlins are unique. Very unique. Like, to a point where, as I understand it, their existence is almost a bug. No, because only dwarves can get hit with moods. That's literally a dwarf-only thing. Other creatures can name items, but, yeah. It is appropriate, but it can be kind of aggravating sometimes in regards to the way gremlins work. Soxul has been elected to the position of First Tomb of the Cult of Ghosts. Again. Meaning they will come back separately, I assume. And to give you an idea in regards to gremlins, I've been trying to catch a gremlin and make them into a citizen for, I would say, since about mid-2020. It's been an active goal for me in a fort, because that was around the time I learned that it was a thing that was possible. And it became a chat meme, and it's been a running joke ever since. So it's not something I take super seriously because, like, it's not something that's particularly doable, really. And it's mostly just a joke that myself/community have ran with. But it's not something I would suggest that you try and complete because I've been working on this for a long time. The end goal of potentially being able to catch a gremlin. And I haven't been able to do it until this fort. So, simply put, it's one of those completely pointless things that isn't worth shooting for unless it's just something you want to do to say that you have. Bragging rights. Yes, pretty much. Yeah, no, the Gorlak Queen was just dumb luck. I wasn't trying to do that. I've had some weird queens before. But yeah, no, the Gorlak Queen is a unique thing. I'm about to get hit by an ad break in 10 seconds, and I'm currently in a save screen. When the save screen's done, I'm going to go save, and then I'm going to go grab my lunch. because my tummy grumbling and I'm hungry. So I'm gonna go grab one of my sandwiches because I did a bunch of meal prep this week. So as soon as that ad kicks in, I will pause the game and then I will be back in a pretty short period of time. Yeah, sandwich. Exactly. Although I'm just waiting for that saving to be done. Okay, I will be right back. I'm going anywhere too fast than you really want to. BRB.
Cheese for everyone!
Flubberdubberdoggadoggies?
Bark, 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 bark.
Cheese for everyone!
Over here, he has a sword!
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar. And put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
You fucking donkey!
But how many chat sounds are there? Well, there's subscriber only. Well, tier 2 subscriber only. It's also what I would describe as a pretty terrible benefit because I haven't updated it in forever. In fact, one of them doesn't work. I love the music in this game too. I can't wait for there to be more of it. And, you know, I genuinely wonder, do people, like, do normal people, just accept random friend requests on Discord? Because, like, these spam bots wouldn't keep doing it if it didn't work. No, yes, fuck no. Apparently they do. It's gotta be like kids. Like people who don't know any better who do it. Send the little fancy one. Yeah, I mean, I'm the exact same way. Every now and again, I'll accept one just to mess around with them and then block them a couple minutes later, but that's about it. Yeah, generally Revivaler, exactly. Okay, so Squatties have returned. And Suxul got elected, so I have to put you back in there. Let's see how this raid went. This is attempt 2. We attacked the Deceiver of Crumbling at the Bronze Scorpion at Razors. The Dwarf Zweri led the attack. The defenders were led by the Goblin Niglusu. The Dwarf Zweri outmatched the Goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Now we're talking. Almost immediately struck down the new Goblin leader. Suxul struck down a second. Also, can I say Archfathers is a really good last name? Rebel Rouser, if you go into your game settings, you can actually turn down the number of visitors you get. I find the number of visitors gets kind of silly, so I actually have it set down to 50. The default, I think, is 80. What's in the sandwich? Homegrown closet lettuce. And some of the greens in it's actually mustard greens, which are delicious. Spicy mustard. Raw onion. Avocado. Cheese. I think that's it. It's basically salad on bread. Why do you have to eat meat with everything? Not every meal requires meat. I don't live in 1950s America. An elven warrior was struck down by one of my dwarves. And for breakfast, I had oatmeal with raisins and frozen blackberries, because I'm working through my frozen blackberry supply from last summer. Which also, it's a good thing I got up when I did, because the plastic bag they're in started leaking in my fridge, so I moved them into a container. The elf Quithy was struck down by Gnome Reaper. Another elf was struck down by Dwarmar. Salami's too good to resist. You know, I'm not going to pretend to know what your life situation is, but meat's expensive and not really worth the benefit, especially things like salami. It's like, I would rather have a good quality spicy mustard on a sandwich than like salami. It gives more flavor that I enjoy. So I guess it depends on what you prioritize in life. I eat meat maybe once a week, right? Like, I have some sausage in my freezer currently, and I made a beet stew last night. Not borscht, technically, because I'm missing some of the ingredients for it to actually be borscht. But I did eat beet stew. I did make beet stew, which does have two of those nice, thick, sliced German sausages in it. However, I don't eat meat very often. It's not particularly an important portion of my diet. I eat a lot more like beans and nuts and other sources of protein. Meat's just kind of expensive and doesn't really do all that much for me. I'd rather make my own tofu, frankly. On a whim and you've never felt the need to go back? Don't get me wrong, meat's delicious, and I eat meat. I mean, I'll occasionally buy myself a steak and eat it, but like, I'm mostly pescatarian, vegan if I feel like it, although it depends on what I feel like cooking that month. or that week, I guess. And I don't eat bulk food. Like, my sign of success, well, pre-success for me was I ate a lot of, like, rice and beans and broccoli because I was broke and had no money. And everybody's like, eat fucking, I don't know, instant noodles or whatever. It's like, turns out if you buy a 50-pound bag of, or like a 30-kilogram bag is more accurate, actually, of rice and a 30-kilogram bag of black beans, that'll take you way further than instant ramen. It's better for you. And if you cook it right, it tastes pretty good. So it's like lentils, beans, and broccoli is basically what I lived off of. Me in a world where I don't need to worry about money, which is the world that I've lived in since December 2022, I just buy when I want to eat that week. So we're beating the crap out of some goblin named Astrog, Spread Terror, who's now dead, Snowdub, Trust Devils as well. My cave dragons are doing some work, killing, that's a dwarf with an elven name. Interesting. The like faction population of this site is really interesting because it's a lot of like elves with dwarven names and dwarves with elven names. My dragons are also heavyweights in this situation too. My dragons are getting names, like titles. The cave dragon Urvad of Vaulted Paddles, the Uncertain Claw Fortune. That is a name. The Uncertain Claw Fortune. Oh yeah, no, I mean I have a huge bag of potatoes. $7 for like a 5-pound bag of russet potatoes. I also grow my own potatoes too. Like in the summer, I basically never buy produce. I'm just trying to steal their livestock and free captives, but you know, this time I'm gonna send a second squad. Let's send a bigger army this time. Good luck, dwarves. This right here, or these two rather, are going to become multi-tombs. This one is going to be for the queen. And this one is going to be for the outpost, liaison. There we go. Now they both have these assigned, if nothing else. It's obviously not high enough value just yet, but we'll get there. Currently, the main thing I'm looking for is just getting the queen's other rooms satisfied. Let's knock this whole wall down and put in windows. What about laptop keyboard? Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, that's very, very much what it is for me. It's a hobby, right? Cooking is a hobby, and it's a skill like anything else, and it's something that I've learned over time, and I have very little, you know, desire. Like, it's funny. Even today, I got a comment from somebody asking if I would make cooking videos again, and it's like, I have very little interest in making cooking videos or any content of that sort. However, I do enjoy cooking. It is a very fun hobby to have. Of course it's hard. I mean, it's literally like real life fucking alchemy or chemistry or whatever you want to call it. I mean, yeah, cooking is hard, but this is an accurate statement, but it's worth it. I don't know if you've been on my Discord much recently, Zuri, but if you go to the planting and farming room on my Discord, I post pictures of my indoor farming operations. These are all my tomatoes that I've started. This is a little bit of an old photo. They've all sprouted, except for like one of the beefsteaks at the back and one of the sweet millions. The rest have all started. So As if chemistry... Wait, are you suggesting chemistry's real? I thought it was made up. I meant real-life alchemy is what, is what I was intending to say. I would never suggest that chemistry is real. Just like chemists. They're all made up. None of them exist. A bunch of nerds in high school that thought they had a cool thing that doesn't exist. I mean, come on. They're like, almost... Like, have you ever seen a chemist and a D&D player in the same room? No, you haven't. I don't know where I'm going with this. Anyway... Magnets, how do they work? They don't. Local chemist in chat is like, I play D&D. A caravan has arrived. Where? Oh. What a weird place for them to show up. I was very worried for a second. I'm like, oh no. Chat room, this is one of the best titles I've ever seen in Dwarf Fortress. Okay? Chabra, glove-voiced, the angry standard of cats. That is this dwarf's title. Sure, Reaper. With a name like Reaper, that absolutely checks out. The angry standard of cats. Cats have an angry standard, apparently. Anyway, they've also now been elected to the position of First Tomb. Dr. Funk has also been elected to the position of Holy Burial. I think I'm killing a whole bunch of religious leaders. Every single time I attack them. And so every single time I attack them, all of these dwarves are getting booted out of my squads. And then just coming home immediately. For your informative videos, you wouldn't have kept playing without them. I've been getting that a lot more recently. Like, initially it was just, dude, thanks for the tutorials. And now it's a lot of people saying, like, I wouldn't have, like, actually gotten into this game without my tutorials, which that's a lot of praise. And that I don't really know how to take for whatever that's worth. But, means a lot. So, thank you. Thanks for the kind words. So, I'm not allowed to sell spears. But they do have 149 discs. So, let's sell those. Even though they ain't that valuable. I can also sell shitty clothing. Magnet creates your individual magnetic fields. Now we got a smart person in the chat. For whatever it's worth, I'm just taking the piss. Please don't take me too seriously in any of this. And I swear I intended to say alchemy, not chemistry, but like, you know. Okay, Wikipedia, exactly. I'm giving a dwarf to Nejman. All right. What kind of dwarf? Actually, Nejman here. Beard or no beard? Well, that's your preference. Holy crap. Hi, Shen. No beard? Okay. Hi, Shen. Welcome, Shen and Raiders. Hey, Sax, what's up? What's up, Microflora? It's good to see you.
And beep boop.
And Ditcha Coleman, hello. And Throtchat as well. Old guy, hello. Thanks for the 32nd month. It's good to see you. If you guys don't know Shen, Shen plays a variety of games with trains and games with soldiers and games with tycoons. And games where you build things. Shen's wonderful. You should go follow Shen. Hello, Shen and Shen Cult. How are you? Hey, Moose Moose. How are the gremlins? Alive and well. I'm currently just setting up trading at this exact second, but they are in fact alive and well. One of them has joined my faction. The other one has not. They're both kind of pissed. They both really want clothes, and they're both learning how to talk at an alarming speed. No cult? Sure. Got it. Just, like, confirming. But thank you very much for that humongous raid, dude. I hope your stream was good. Thanks for the follows, friends. I don't actually have a notification, but I do see them, so appreciate them all the same. I do have a dwarf to name in a moment here, but this, for those of you who know your way around Dwarf Fortress a little bit, this is a notable fort because our queen and outpost liaison are both Gorlaks, and in the pets and livestock section, we have not one, but two trained gremlins who live in my fortress. Anonymous, thanks for gifting a 5-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you. I'm just scrolling down until I find a dwarf. Oh yeah, also just like a bunch of cave dragons. Let's go with this surgeon. And this is Nejmen. Oopsies. Nejmen. Error 1000. Video magically canceled. That's weird. That seems like one of those just like refresh the page situations. This is courtesy of Craftlol. She doesn't generally think before acting, and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She is often cheerful, and she often feels envious of others. She tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of seeing the great natural places of the world, and personally has a deep respect for animals, plants, and the natural world. Finds herself to be somewhat disgusted with eloquent speakers, and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. She likes tin glaze and lay pewter and yellow jasper and giant koala bone. Large gems and the sound of the velvety satins and the sight of the twinkling cave, and when possible prefers to consume frill shark and pineapple wine. I wonder what that would taste like. And fire snakes. I've had pineapple beer, but I've never had pineapple wine. You remember the Gilded Faith? And you've never killed a thing. And you're a talented wound dresser, but you're very rusty, which means I guess we haven't had a lot of wounds that need dressing. Okay, squatties have returnist, which is funny because who was the leader of this squad? We'll just give it to you three up at the top here. And then this squad also lost too. It is very funny that my squads keep losing members because they keep getting elected to official positions. I should probably actually report that to Putnam. I don't know. Currently, we are raiding my old mountain home because the goblins have taken it over. Leather worker of yours was just arrested, and their first reactions to prison were positive. Hell yeah. Let's go. Let's go. You're about to say that you've had pineapple beer, but I beat you to it. Yeah, no, I've had several different. I had a pineapple IPA once. I've had a pineapple sour. I've had like a wheat beer that just tasted like pineapple for some reason. The invasion on YouTube earlier today. Yeah. All right, so the Emerald Irons attacked the Deceiver of Crumbling at the Bronze Scorpion and Razors. Zwari led the attack, and the defenders were led by the elf Lexui. Conflict Sparkles. Very conflicted by those sparkles. And the dwarf Zwari outmatched the elf with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. The National Canyons were poorly led by the dwarf Broken Spear. The escaped Mirror of Gates clashed with 500 goblins slaying 6. Oh. Okay. So Broken Spacebar, not so good at the raiding, or the leading of squads. But that's okay. At least one of them is good at the raiding, attacking of things with squads. It appears that we actually lost a dwarf named Alath, which is very unfortunate. Probably from the not-so-well-led squad. Burr was ripped. Okay, but things are starting to fall. We also lost a dwarf named Detan. Oh, wait, hold on a second. No, this isn't me losing dwarves. This is me killing traitors, actually. Yes. Yeah, because Van Ori, one of my dwarves, struck down a dwarf named Detan. So these are basically dwarves that were part of my faction that have since joined the goblins. Because they show up as purple, because they're technically on my side. The Goblin Rise Rampaged Cleanse was struck down by UGDP. That's an odd name. Broken Spacebars is now the Escorted Mirror of Geats. Still, honestly, the Angry Standard of Cats is possibly the best official title in this entire fort. Do I earn more for one viewer on Twitch or YouTube? I make a lot more money off of Twitch, if that's what you're asking. It's hard to say because I have a much higher view count on Twitch. YouTube ad revenue sucks. Twitch ad revenue, in my experience, is better than YouTube ad revenue when the views are similar. Because most people ad block on YouTube, whereas it's harder to ad block on Twitch. And I think that's got a good deal to do with it. It depends on if you're subscribing or not. If you're subscribing on Twitch, I make way more than YouTube. Splitters, yeah, pretty much. That's not really a number that I can actually like point at and prove. Watch on the platform that's more comfortable to you. What I would say. But I interact with the Twitch chat a lot more than the YouTube chat. The Cave Dragon Thob clashed with 494 goblins, slaying 8. Well, sounds like I have hundreds of goblins I need to kill. That's really what it seems like. Well, let's go keep hitting them. I'm just going to try and pillage. Send 2 squads again. While we keep trading. But yeah, I make the vast majority of my money doing this through Twitch. YouTube is more of like marketing, if that makes any sense. It's like YouTube brings people, or YouTube reminds people that I exist. Whereas Twitch is where the vast majority of my business is. As great as YouTube can be, and as useful as YouTube has been for me in the past, Twitch is the, like, thing that keeps me stable. I just came back. Did you miss anything? We are now in a full-scale assault against my old mountain home. I'm attacking it with 2 squads at a time. Every single day, basically. We are currently pillaging my old mountain home, with the goal of eventually taking it over. Also, I should get this squad training, because I haven't done that. The Oily Immortals, which is the name of them. Only dwarves can have strange moods. Literally no other creatures in the entirety of the Dwarf Fortress universe are capable of strange moods. Strange moods are a uniquely dwarven thing, so no, gremlins cannot have strange moods. All right, I'm going to see if I can buy all these bars, which I can. I'm going to buy all of the logs to maintain a fragile alliance with the elves. Yeah, but that's modding your game. I mean, you could also have Thomas the Tank Engine in as dragons in Skyrim if you mod your game. Modding the game doesn't make it a thing that works in vanilla, though. All right, we're in an ad break. Holy shit. Hi, Jaeger. How are you? Missed you. Hope you've been well, man. Thanks for the pack of 50 gift subs. I realize I don't have the gift sub count on, or the sub count on stream right now, but that's because the software stopped getting updated for it. So I'm in the midst of getting new software for it. But thank you. How have you been? The ghost is here again. The legend, the myth. Cheers, mate. Thanks for the pack of 50 subscriptions. That's an absurd number. He gifted like 600 at once before. Yes, this is true. He did do that once. Skull indeed, yes. Whenever people say that, I think about Apitor. Rest in peace, you crazy man. I kind of want to just buy these fancy like dresses and shoes. Thanks for the $5, Ire Stupid. I appreciate you. Hype Train should be off cooldown too. Yes, they are in fact off cooldown. What of your YouTube videos plays well for the amount of effort which don't pay? What of your YouTube videos pays well? Here, for those of you who are allergic to light mode, you may want to squint. Oh, it ain't going anywhere. No, Jaeger. I ain't going anywhere. This is a video that I would say did pretty well. This is my Be Nice to Nobles video. Made $11 off of it. That's in Canadian dollars. So after taxes, that's about $6. Plus fees and transfer and everything and Google tax withholding. I'm gonna get about $5 from that video, maybe. Granted, that was an easy video to make because it was just a highlight from my stream, so it was only a couple minutes that it took me to make it. But a more complicated video like this one, the one where I chatted with Putnam, this video made me $20. This video took me probably around 2 hours, 3 hours to make. I'm going to probably get around $12 of that. So really, at the end of the day, unless you're getting like 50,000 plus views a video, YouTube's never going to pay well. And if you could get 50,000 views per day per video, you're talking about someone who's actually doing all right. But for me on YouTube, I mean, like, this is my monthly revenue on YouTube. This is Canadian dollars. This is for 339,000 views, although a lot of that's actually shorts, which don't pay anything, really. So, yeah, that looks like a lot of money, but you have to take into account that, one, that's Canadian dollars. Two, YouTube's going to keep about $100 of that due to tax withholding, which I will get a portion back for at the end of the year, but not all of it. Then I have to pay income tax on it and federal tax on it. So that adds another like 26% that gets removed. So even Splattercat doesn't get the views he used to. $10.99 forums? I don't think we have those in Canada, actually. But am I allowed to show this info? Yes. Well, I mean, some people don't like you showing it, but there's nothing against me showing it on YouTube. I'm not allowed to show it on Twitch. Because Twitch is picky about such things. But it's mostly a question of, do I care? And no, I really don't. I would show you my Twitch revenue if I could. Instead, I can just give you estimates, which is like, Twitch generally makes me around 4 times what I would make off of YouTube a month on average. Sometimes a little higher. Sometimes closer to 5 or 6 times. Must have mods for DF. No. I'm not even using any mods. Dwarf Fortress doesn't really need mods because of the way modding works, which is hard to explain to somebody who's new to the game. Mods just add different flavor. They don't really change the game much in the way that what a lot of people are used to for mods. I'm sorry. You should turn your screen brightness down. Consider that a PSA to turn your screen brightness down generally. Epiphania? Epiphania? I don't know how to pronounce that word. Evolved. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you. And also, Charum, Suited Giraffe, thank you very much for the $2 in bits. Telenartho, thanks for checking out a gift sub. Elfie, thanks for the $1. And Ira Stupid, thanks for the $5. And once again, Lil Yeager, thanks for being an insane person. Appreciate you. Hell yeah, Brahms. No Good Nick, thanks for the Prime subscription. And Chatham, can I get a massive round of beers for Lil Jaeger with that humongous gift sub bomb? Appreciate you, man. And Brahms, thanks for the tier 1 for 28 months. Oh, no, absolutely. I'm well aware that there is payoff of me uploading to YouTube, which is why I keep uploading to YouTube. It's just not a financial majority incentive, I guess. Maybe the best way to put it. Like, while it certainly can be financially beneficial, it's not as financially beneficial as it could be, or as financially beneficial as a lot of people think it is. It's like once or twice a week I will have people tune in and be like, why don't you focus more on YouTube? I thought that's where you made most of your money. It's like, I don't know how much you think people make, but... yeah, actually. But it doesn't matter because it costs you less. So something that costs you nothing is equally as valuable to you. So I don't care. Do what you want to do. Currently, I make $2.50 from every Prime sub, whereas I would make $70.30 off of paid subscriptions. However, it really doesn't matter to me all that much. Do what's more affordable to you. And what you have access to. And what you feel like doing. It doesn't really bother me one way or another. Okay, is there any particular reason why? Maybe just because I'm out. I don't know. YouTube is stingy? YouTube is Google. I was trying to explain to my dad the other night why it doesn't matter what you do in this industry, you have no rights. Doesn't matter how successful you are, how far ahead of everything else you are, how much money you make, how many subs you have. Unless you have like 1 million subscribers on YouTube, YouTube does not give a crap about your existence. I have no idea what that is. It does that sometimes. Those are some pricey books, man. Let's just go for the cheaper ones that I can afford. Skip the more expensive one there. Okay, well, we'll buy those then. No, it's not. And let me tell you this, will tell you. YouTube gives me the exact same percentage Twitch does, because I am in the lucky portion of Twitch that has the better deal. Okay, so first off, I get the same amount from YouTube as I do for Twitch. The difference is, and I've explained this to people a number of times, and sometimes people listen and sometimes people don't. Twitch is designed to build communities and keep those communities alive. Okay? YouTube is designed to keep you watching YouTube and doesn't give a shit where you are on YouTube and isn't designed around streaming. This is, and yeah, every now and again you'll get these streamers who are like, I'm moving to YouTube. And the reason they do that is because they are the biggest on the platform and it doesn't matter where they go and they will make money regardless. Okay? Because most of their money is coming from sponsors. When it comes to Twitch, Twitch is designed to build a community. And when you're in a stream, Twitch wants you to stay on that stream as long as possible. YouTube is constantly throwing in distractions at you, which make it easy to move to a different page. And this is extraordinarily clear with my watch time. My watch time on Twitch is about an hour and a half to 3 hours, depending on how high my average view count was. If my view count was higher, it means I probably got a lot of raids. Some people came and went. However, Jaeger, thanks for the additional 5 gift subs. However, when the average view count is lower on Twitch, it's way higher, right? Regardless of how many people I have watching on YouTube, my average watch time is around 20 to 25 minutes. Regardless of how many people are watching. Does not matter. Okay? It doesn't matter if I have an average view count of 150 to 200, which I've absolutely had before. It doesn't matter if I've had an average view count of 30. It's never higher than 25 minutes. Yes, there are some people who tune into YouTube and watch, but you're not incentivized on YouTube to stay watching a particular channel. YouTube doesn't even give you ad-free viewing for subscribing to a channel. It's not even an option, right? So YouTube doesn't care about content creators. They care about their platform. Very similar to like the way TikTok works, where TikTok doesn't give a shit about creators on TikTok. TikTok cares that people are still watching TikTok. Now, the thing is, YouTube can be better, Delend, if you are extraordinarily focused on the mainstream. Right? No, you don't. Craftlol. You do not get ad-free viewing on YouTube if you are a member of a YouTube channel. But you can feel okay about ad blocking.
You're learning Dwarf Fortress.
So is
Read
YouTube,
for a new
Haxlon.
player.
So is YouTube. So that's the thing that you need to remember is these channels and these websites are not designed, or YouTube is not designed to keep you on a channel. Whereas when you're watching on Twitch, Twitch is designed to keep you here. No, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's dramatically lower. And when you have an audience that is constantly distracted and moving from place to place, especially the way the YouTube audience acts, YouTube chat, please don't get mad at me. I love you guys, so thanks for hanging out. But the audience on Twitch is significantly more monetized than on YouTube. Now, this is corporate bullshit speak, and I'm sorry, but bear with me for a second. People who watch stuff on Twitch frequently are used to subscribing to channels. I had a friend who had a pretty big YouTube channel for a little bit, and he's since quit content creation. I was talking to him about this, I don't know, maybe 2 years ago, when I had an average of like 300 to 400 subscribers here on Twitch, like paying subscribers. Some of them were gifted. It was about 150 gifted at any point, and then the rest were all paying. So I was doing pretty well. And I asked him how many members he had on YouTube, and this is a guy with over 100,000 YouTube subs. He couldn't hold 150 members. Because everybody just assumes on YouTube that you're making buttloads of money hand over fist with ads. So the only way he could make a living was by grinding for sponsorships, because like ads wouldn't cut it, because his streams did well. He would average like 200-300 concurrent, but he couldn't get the views on his videos, and his audience didn't support him enough. And so he eventually just stopped doing it. So when it comes to which site makes you more money, it depends on what you are focusing on with this site. YouTube streaming is a hobby for them. it seems. Like, YouTube wants you to be uploading videos. They want you to be making shorts. They want you to be doing the things that their algorithm want you to make. And then occasionally decide to schedule a stream and do a Q&A with your audience. And that's not the kind of content I make. Are phenomenally good. Uh-huh. Sure. I certainly, in comparison to like AdSense ad placements, but like phenomenally good. No, they're not. no, they're not. And no, although I would argue probably most ad revenue is bad these days. But no, it's not. It's not good. I don't give a flying fuck about the ad sector. The ad sector is irrelevant to this entire discussion, mate. So, no, it's all good. I'll strong arm. Take breaks. Go outside. Watch other channels. It's healthy. What happened to Facebook streaming? Facebook. Facebook happened to Facebook streaming. No shit. We'll tell you. You know, we'll tell you. Let me just tell you this. I don't know what you're trying to say, but it feels like you're trying to explain to me how my job works and how my industry works. Trust me, I'm aware. I got zucked into oblivion. That's for sure. Well, turns out moving all my pots into this stockpile has like skyrocketed my food supply, so that's fantastic. Yeah, I mean, I can't remember the last time you were here, Earl, so. No, I know that you're trying to engage in conversation, but that's just what it feels like from my end, which is why I'm telling you that, so I don't get frustrated. Because I need to voice that out loud, because that's the way it reads on my end. But no, you're all good. The two platforms are extremely different, and hopefully I've given people who maybe don't know a bit of an idea as to what differs about the platforms. I stream on both platforms because I can. Twitch will always be my primary platform for streaming, and YouTube will always be my primary platform for video. There was a period of time where you could upload videos to Twitch, and nobody watched them because it was bad for it. And that's what I used as my primary platform then, and this is... I mean, true, your username does kind of check out in that regard. Sounds do not work in replies. No, hobo. Was somebody heading out? I wasn't staring at chat close enough, but... Twitch is your long-form book content background? Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, that's almost talk radio for me at this point, but if it's not talk radio or a podcast for me, yeah, it's Twitch too. We'll see you later, Celestaris, if you're the one heading out. I think that's who's heading out based on scrolling up in chat. Sorry, I was in a babbly mood. What's with all the barrel-looking pots and jars? It's because I have bajillions of boulders, and it lets me make pots out of rock, and I also made a bunch out of copper for fun, because they look cool. I don't know. I almost never make barrels. They operate exactly the same way as barrels. Uh-oh. That's mildly concerning. Oh, maybe they just killed a bunch of monkeys on the way out. Something always kind of funny. Guys, I think they killed a bunch of monkeys on the way out. All right, well, we're getting more. Uh-oh. Chat room, I'm suddenly nervous. Zwari's vanished. After a polite discussion with local rivals, Nomos has claimed the position of Overlord of the Deceiver of Crumbling. Hold on a second. Did we get hostile takeovered by the Corlax? Hold on a second. Okay, so... But if I have... Okay, hold on a second. So, the Deceiver of Crumbling is the site government run by the Bronze Scorpion of my old mountain home. And my Gorlak outpost liaison. Why is Bastet naked? Anyway, my Gorlak outpost liaison is no longer my outpost liaison and is now the overlord of the goblins that took over my old mountain home. Huh. So who's my outpost liaison then? Someone named Kivish. Febot tongue. Huh. He's still in my... Oh, yeah, no, he's still part of my fort. See, right here. Also, he wants to learn something. I'm going to make you one of my scholars. Let's also make the... Actually, let me just... Always got to try. It's a coup. It kind of seems that way, but I don't think it is. Also, I want to test something. All right, I'm on the layer too far down. Now, okay. I was wondering if I could give them an invisible nickname and then... But no. Can I get goblins thanks to him? No. Because they're still at war with me? Actually, okay. I'm gonna try something. Do a quick save. And then I'm going to try using the End Civil War command. One of my dwarves is mad. Yeah, they're locked in a room, separated from the rest of the fort, so. I mean, we had 5 mage dwarves earlier, so, I mean, numbers have gone down. If anything, general morale is improving. So I think that's a positive thing. How did they take over the mountain home? How did the goblins take over the mountain home? They invaded it. They took it over in the year 503. Like Legends mode level shenanigans? Yes. God, I feel like this fort is just a bizarre anomaly, but wouldn't it be cool if every fort was like this? It's like if every fort, like, you start attacking, your like mountain home just happens to get taken over by goblins, and you start attacking, and then suddenly you have a goblin overlord in your fortress. It's like, what? Excuse me? Gorlak's making bold moves? Absolutely. I wish more people played Legends mode, but... Alright, so now that that's done... I might go back to a save file if this works, just heads up. No civil war was found. Okay, that's kind of what... Okay, now let's just say fix retrieve units. Squads have come back. Okay, well, Dr. Funk, you can go back into this squad. I think we lost a bunch of dwarves, so let's see what happened here. We tried to pillage Razors once again. Legends mode is like Wikipedia for every single one of your worlds. It is the entirety of the history that happened in that world. It can be a lot to pick through, but is there more crazy shit setting in World Gen? I mean, well, the patch that's about to drop whenever it's done, that's currently in the experimental branch, has a lot of stuff that adds crazy shit. The defenders were led by the elf Olin. Olin outmatched the dwarf with a cunning plan, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage in raise ores. The national canyons, led by the dwarf Chabra, clashed with 499 goblins in raise ores. One of my cave dragons killed something. A cave dragon was struck down. Oh, man. Cave dragon Suckzul Thunder Paints. The hermetic lung was struck down by an elf. Stupid elf. Fortunately, a goblin was struck down. Another dwarf was struck down. Enemy dwarf, of course. Was struck down by the cave dragon Nish, the crazy guild of streams. Okay, so Rovod was struck down by a goblin. Another cave dragon was struck down by a goblin. Another cave dragon was struck down by another goblin. Oh boy. Cave dragon Thob clashed with 499 goblins. Cave dragon, cave dragon, cave dragon, cave dragon, cave dragon. Dwarf Zawari was imprisoned. Why are they getting struck down so easily? Watch the whole stream and then ask me that question again. They haven't been up until this point. This is new. Clearly the game has changed. Also, easily they were fighting with 500 goblins. What? I'm not entirely certain that counts as easily, but... Cyrelac! Thank you much for keeping that sub alive for a 42nd month. What? Oh, I see. You're going to go sleep. I was like, why are you sleeping? You should be fighting. What? Okay, so I'm going to go here. I'm going to erase this area. And then right here, I'm going to make a barracks. And this barracks is going to be connected to this dining hall. Or actually, no. Can I do that? No, I can't. Dang it. So instead, what I'm going to do is the golden pearls. You guys are going to train here. Queen, what do you still need? Need 10 chests. And you need 2 more cabinets, as well as weapon racks and armor stands. So let's do weapon rack. Let's do armor stand. What's the value of this room? Good enough? Okay. Over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then unpause the game. The game has changed. Well, I mean, what I need to do is I need to send in a squad that has no dragons equipped to go steal more dragons. So what I actually need to know is I need to know how good is this dwarf? Hulon. Toulon of the Murky Paddles going in on his own with his squad to this place. Try and steal livestock. Because I need more dragons. And that's where they have the dragons. Has a basic value of 96,000. That seems... Well, actually, for version 47, that seems good. For this version, that's high. A lot of values of things have been nerfed for version 50. But, chat room, can I get a round of beers for Cyrolac, by the way? Also, I just feel like I should say this again. I've started up a weird side project on YouTube where I am reading short horror stories. I also did I did one that's a short horror story and one that's an SCP, basically. Recording them onto cassette with like weird drone synth sounds recorded on my synthesizers and uploading them to YouTube as a side project. I don't know if anything's going to come of it, but if you want to hear me reading more things, those are in fact beers. Yes, well, Jaeger. That's a link to the channel. It doesn't even have a unique URL yet because it's only something that I started promoting this morning. So very, very, very small side project. But, you know, you want to help it grow, check it out. It's a weird thing. And I'll also plop a link into the YouTube chat for anybody curious. All right, well. Errol, you have dragons. You have a war cave dragon. You don't. Let's hope that they can stealth in and go get stuff. You haven't seen the horror stuff? The horror stuff's brand new. It's also like an opportunity for me to practice and get better. I feel like this dwarf should be removed from the military anyway. So I need to find a new dwarf to run that squad. You want to learn something, eat a good meal. You've been around friends for too long. Dead bodies. You're my broker. How about this ranger? Dreams of crafting a masterwork is somewhat put off by trade and commerce. Does not generally seek retribution. Likes a little tumult. Ooh. Dabbling siege operator. Bad with words and slow to hate. I could also just throw these dwarves in who are novice fighters. Like you. Generally, dwarves that have some skill in fighting won't be terrible at the very least. I'm going to put this squad onto monthly orders. I don't actually want them to do any fighting, so I'm not going to tell them to keep stuff equipped at all times. But they're going to train here. This squad is for Rel and my two Gorlaks. They are going to be equipping just whips. Congrats, now you're congratulating me on existing? Well, you should tell my parents that. They put me here, so. But yeah, I feel like it's important to have a little bit of... Saying diversification is maybe a weird way of putting it, but... It's fun to make completely different content. Gorlak Squad is crazy. I don't have any plans on actually sending them in for any kind of comment. Like, what's the word? I don't have any plans on actually sending them into fighting, if that makes any sense. Also, the person who left a comment on the SCP one a minute ago, if you're listening to the stream, listen to the other one. They're two very different audio styles, which is kind of the whole point of that current experiment, is that they are very different audio levels and styles. So, we now get to see... I'm curious. I'm very curious if they're going to show their weapons. No, I guess not. Gorlaks carrying weapons do not actually show their weapons. That's a bit of a shame. Also, now we just need to wait for these dwarves to come back. So here's hoping. Where are you? Abil, you seem very slow. Ah, you have no ability to stand. Well, maybe, since you can't stand, it might be wise to remove you from the military. As much as you seem to have earned your position in my military, I think it is maybe best if you retire, as you've sustained injuries bad enough that you can no longer stand. Let's also put Wolf into here. Make him a scholar. True, not a bad idea, actually. Yeah, this one. The Legendary Observer. Now we get to see how this squad does. Hexalin and Pun Intentional are heading out alongside of that squad. And I've sent them to the place where we got the dragons from originally. So here's hoping we can get some more dragons. Bars, 12 iron, bunch of silver, ton of copper, 5 steel. Let's do steel spears. Let's just keep making steel spears, and we'll make 5. Bars. What else do I have? Shit, tons of copper. Bit of platinum. Some sterling silver. 2 rose gold. Let's do rose gold goblets too. And sterling silver. Silver. Gob. Sterling silver goblet, 2 of them. Let's do rose gold goblet. 2 of them. Also, I'm going to take a thing from chat from a billion years ago and just remind everybody that in my mind, the only correct name for a baby goblin is a goblet. Just thought I'd mention that because I feel like it's an important thing to state. Where are my Gorlaks at? You're going to go drink. And you're also going to go drink. Oh, okay. Wait a second. So, did... Did you guys see that? It looked like it was, like, my queen was carrying a bucket for a second there. I think it might have just been a trick of the graphics, but... Uh-oh. I got bad news about that squad. Huh. It's also occurred to me I haven't had a migrant wave in a while. Squaddies have returneth. The Dwarf Toulon led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Goblin Uspu. The smeared Uspu outmatched with them with a cunning plan, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. Did they kidnap more of them? Burr was struck down with a cave dragon. Matsu, Zom. Man, I wish I could hire an assassin or something. Kill this dude. Cave dragon struck down more. Murky Battles clashed with 500 The Murky Paddles, led by the Dwarf Toulon, clashed with 500 Mineras. Goblin Uspu, the Smeared was struck down. That's good. All right, well, we can try it again. We did take out their leader. So we clashed with 58 Cave Dragons. Cave Dragon struck down. A dwarf was struck down, and 2 dwarves were imprisoned. Are you sure you would like to be a military captain or leader? Because you may die / get imprisoned in the next 90 seconds. If so, I can do that. I can absolutely do that for you. But just realize what you're signing up for. Here, I'll give you Kulet. Zenatsu is grounded in reality and rarely jealous. She has an overbearing personality and is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind, and she does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She is quick to anger and she finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She occasionally overindulges, and she tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical application. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She personally finds the acquisition and use of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled. Thinks there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. You have one notable kill against a dwarf named Bim, and you've killed a goblin and several beak dogs. I am going to assign a messenger. Oh. I'm going to make it NeuroKeys, and I'm also going to edit NeuroKeys' name because they are not, in fact, Bit. And I'm going to jump up to the world map. I'm going to relocate us onto here. And I'm going to bring all of these soldiers back. These are all soldiers that live at the local place close to us. We're going to request all these soldiers back. Go get them, NeuroKeys. It's a very important mission. After you're done drinking, of course. It's your job to go acquire us some more people. After you conduct a meeting with an unhappy citizen, of course. Now you're going to go make... What? No, you're not going to weave thread into cloth. You're going to go make a request of an unhappy citizen. Bleh, whatever. They'll get to it. I'm actually going to forbid them from that, though. I don't think so, Terminal. No, you are not, in fact, in the fort. You died off map, I think. A lot of dwarves have died off map, though, to be fair. All right, UGDPY. I'm going to remove you from this squad. You're going to join this squad. Van Ori, okay. And juice the name. So this squad, the National Canyons, has no dragons. Because I'm pretty sure they can't sneak into a fort successfully unless they have dragons. So I'm going to try and free captives from this location with the National Canyons. What would that emote look like, Rebel Rouser? Because I don't really want an emote that's just a picture of Eminem's face. Hey, Half-Life, how's been? Hope you've been all right. Yeah, no, a lot of people have died off screen in this fort.
Hello. I'm the doctor.
Phineas is the doctor. Chat room. Hello, Phineas. How are you? It's good to see you. I love the idea of my queen walking around with a whip, bored after having an intellectual discussion with an acquaintance. All right, so turns out my queen doesn't particularly like the thinking hard. Not much of a scholar, this one. Also, apparently bedroom isn't actually good enough yet. Still only grand. And here I was thinking, you're probably happy with it at this point, right? Nope. Nope, absolutely not. All right, well, let's do this then. Are you still kicking? Well, you're definitely not punching. Let's see if you're kicking. Ranger Rick is still mining, in fact. Picking, not kicking. Picking. He's pretty happy. Yep. Oh, wow. Wait, hold on. They already returned? Searched razors and found nothing. Okay. So, if I want to stealth into things, turns out maybe don't send the squad with the dragons. I realize this is probably a pretty dumb thing to say, but maybe don't send in the squad with the dragons if you want to be stealthy. Just saying. One of your dwarves detests hamsters. You know, if you get that dwarf making a bunch of statues, they might start carving images of hamsters. And then if other dwarves don't like that dwarf and you get them to make a statue, they might make an image of them surrounded by hamsters looking terrified. Apparently dragons does not equal stealth mode. Has my messenger returned yet? Have you left yet? Neuro Keys has returned. Did I get any new arrivals from that? I don't think I actually got those dwarves that I requested. No workers available. Oh, maybe I did. Hold on. Where do they show up then? Nope. Those are actual traders. I didn't see my population go up. Well, okay. That's a little bit anticlimactic then. Wait. Oh, no, hold on. Now I'm getting new arrivals. There we go. Unless it's that squad returning. Ah, yeah, I see. It's that squad returning. Standard of cats. Welcome back. Searched Razors. We freed Broken Spacebar. Congratulations. The escorted Mirror of Gates and others. We've successfully freed some of my dwarves. Okay, so that's good. Which means I can get them back into squads. Broken Spacebar, Bone Doll, Dwarmor, and Abil. Wait, no, I literally just removed you from the squad, not Abil. But at least we were able to get a bunch of them back, so that's good. We're going to send this squad out. Hold on. What squad did I just put you into? Yes. Okay. So this squad is now geared up again. We are going, or is going to get geared up again. We are going to send them. Well, actually, hold on. Now that they're returning, do they come back with their dragons, or did their pets all get killed? I'm assuming that their pets all got killed. Let me just double check. Okay, you had a pet cat. That doesn't count. Yeah, okay. So none of them have pets again. None of them have their dragons anymore. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to here. I'm going to raid this location. But we're only going to free captives. Cross our fingers and hope that this keeps working, chat. I was going to say, Dwarf, you should go pick up equipment. Maybe. Oh, we're talking about, like, adventure mode peasant playthroughs, I'm assuming? I will say the only real difference between peasant playthroughs and, like, non-peasant playthroughs in adventure mode is, like, just the amount of experience, the amount of starting XP you get, really. Like, that's all it actually is. Okay. Okay, so where did you run off to? That's the question. Okay, so you're just running around picking up equipment. I'm kind of surprised that I was able to get them back, to be honest. The other thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to... I realize that I'm, like, not super responsive to chat at this exact moment. I'm sorry, but, like... sometimes I just get into these moments where I'm just, like, super focused on the game itself. Sometimes I just babble about off-topic chance stuff all the time. What do you think are the chances that you could catch a Jabber from sneaking into a goblin site? If they have Jabberers tamed, it just as likely as getting the cave dragons or any other kind of creature from them. In fact, I'm pretty sure I've been able to do that before. I know for a fact I've stolen them from humans before, because I had a human faction that had tamed Jabberers that they kept attacking me with ages ago. But... so, yeah, it's just a matter of, you know, finding a site that you could do that from. All right, how many still need to leave? It's just Bone Dolphin. Feels empathy. Like, this dwarf was kidnapped for a bit and survived. That's something. I wonder if they're listed as former prisoners now, actually. Ooh, I should check that. Your first few fights are more dire. That or your first few fights are just significantly less interesting because all you're doing is punching, like, chickens, basically. I guess it depends on what you define as dire at that point. I would think of the first few fights as less interesting, but... Is there a reason to trade with elves instead of just raiding them to get their animals? Sometimes they can trade stuff that you can't get in raids. Like, I guess it depends on what you mean by just raid them to get their animals. It's less risk to trade with them, for one thing. Elves are the most consistent at, like, capturing and, like, what's the word? Imprisoning your dwarves. So, there's that. Wonder what I'm encrusting right. Oh, am I literally... I'm encrusting large gems with gems. That's actually really funny. Hold on. Let me just... That's very, very funny. I should really... And I think I'm going to do this as soon as I'm done queuing up these walls. I'm going to put a pedestal into the queen's bedroom, and I'm just going to cover it in large gems. Actually, I will place all the pedestals I have. They can't be that many. Just the one. Okay. Well, I was right. I'm going to put all the large gems onto that. The engemining? Eugenemy! I don't even know what that means. Huge enemy. You know, Abil, the incapable of walking master fighter expert swords dwarf. Chat, give me one reason why I shouldn't make that dwarf my champion. Is the necromancer still in prison? Yes, and they're insane. And their clothes fell off when they came out the last time because while I was rearresting him, he went to go change all his clothes. Our champion is now Abil, or will be Abil once I find the list. It's always, it kind of throws me off now whenever I encounter a menu that has no sorting whatsoever. It's like, oh, well, now this is back to the way things used to be. There you are. I need to make 3 large gems, 2 animal traps, and 3 scepters. What was the other one? Large gems, right. Although I actually have an automated job for that, so we're good. So let's just do 3 and 3. I think it was 2 and 3, but whatever. We'll do 3 and 3. And then... one of the nice things is now that my outpost liaison is technically an overlord and no longer the outpost liaison, they don't actually need their big room anymore. Which is kind of funny. Okay, squads have returned. I felt a tiny little chunk of lag when they returned. They snuck in undetected. The forces of the dutiful boulders freed the dwarf Craftlol. Fierce Right from Seas Devils and the Strange Dread. And the Strange Dread of the Bronze Scorpion. From the Siege Devils and the Strange Dread of the Bronze Scorpion. Okay, so we've now got Craftlol back. Who is naked, by the way. Now I gotta ask. Did you dump your clothes on the way in, or are you actually naked? Oh my god, you are actually naked. We should all work together. Well, at least you still have your spear. I saved you. They did horrible things to you. You're naked, but you still have your spear. It's strapped to your upper body, and you still have some dwarven ale left. You've been savoring it, let me tell you. How much cloth do I have? Actually, that's something I need to do. Chat room, I'm going to queue up some... Well, I need to make a proper clothing area. That's actually something I was probably doing yesterday. here. This was probably going to be a clothing area. That's probably what this was going to be. I'm going to make a clothing area down here. So I'm just doing some designating during the ad break. Because I currently do not really have a proper clothing making area. Jabberers just have a habit of pecking the heads off of dwarves, so if they don't have a helmet on, they're basically guaranteed to die. So, are they more dangerous than like, than cave dragons? Potentially, yeah. Potentially. I'm actually just going to make a one-tile spot right here. And this is just going to be for Goblet. Doesn't matter the material. What matters is that no... What's the word? Stuff gets put in there. Feels wonder learning about Lash. There we go. So I'm going to send this squad back out. I realize that this is a real quick turnaround on all this, but there's still more people I need to rescue. So the National Canyon is going to head back out. This squad. I'm aware that nobody likes ads. Thanks for reminding me. I'm well aware that ads just played. Like I said earlier, I know that lots of chat will never believe me, but ads probably irritate me more than they irritate you guys. They break up the conversation and force me to stop talking. Oh shit, my outpost liaison is visiting. That's funny. It's a member of the Tangled Points. Wait, up. Hold on a second. Hold right there 1 minute. No, that's Gozru Iron Dungeons. Different Gozru. I'm still gonna interrogate this goblin, though. Although this might actually just be a goblin poet. Although you only know 2 poems. So you're either a shitty poet, or you really only know 2 poems. Assumed name? I mean, it's Malign Stood, but they're also an expert maceman, so... What? Hey, you worship a rock! Okay, never mind, you're a cool goblin. Also, hold on a second. I killed your god! Do we tell him I have his head on a stick? Because all of this is true. Well then. Show it to him. I'm assuming that the dwarves would have told him. We also have a giant chipmunk, so, you know, like, we've got a variety of things in our collection. Yeah. Yeah, you can. Hold on. I realize that this goblin is dead, but I'm gonna... convict them of the crime that they have committed. Because this goblin never actually got convicted of a lot of the crimes that they committed, because I did kill them, but I thought I convicted them, but I suppose not. Maybe I didn't need to kill them. Here's the thing. I can't let them join. They have to ask me to join, right? So he hasn't asked to join. If he asks to join, then maybe, but there ain't much I can do if they don't ask to join, right? I know what you mean. Sure. I mean, if he asks to join, then absolutely. But I wish that you could offer to let people join, you know? Like, I wish that was like a two-way thing instead of just a one-way thing. Champion doesn't need an office, no. Champion is basically just like the representative of the military, and that's about it. Doing it post-mortem, that's not true. No, they get justice regardless. Incorrectly, subject distrusted interrogator and refused. I have to interrogate him a second time. It doesn't necessarily upset dwarves after the fact. Dwarves just like it when crimes don't go unpunished. Regardless of if they okay, you're gonna leave now. Well, that's fine. Regardless of if they are done after the fact. They would rather it's done after the fact than not at all, basically. It's worse to just not deal with a crime and just let it sit. Is the simple version. I mean, if you incorrectly accuse a corpse, it makes them unhappy. I don't think it gives you any real ill side effects if you just accuse a corpse. Although, I might be completely wrong. So if I am, feel free to correct me, chat room. I'm doing some minor renovations in my hospital because my hospital kind of sucks. I also need to work on the queen's bedroom, which still ain't great. Oopsies, I accidentally tabbed out. Let's go down to about here. Do this. That should actually be a wall, not a floor. Let's grab vertical bars and go with copper. That's what I have the largest amount of, because every queen needs a bedroom door, you know? Right now, queen doesn't have a bedroom door. Large gems. It's a lot of quartzite cabochons. This is a lot of like polished stones with gems encrusted in them. This is what my nobles have been preparing for my queen for a very long time now. Artifact doors are a blessing. I don't have a single artifact door. Yeah, that's a streamer who exists, and what of them? Cotton. Mm. You love how your hammer is both a legendary maceman and a legendary musician? Woo. Sounds like he hits hard. Wouldn't want to commit a crime in that fort. Happy to help. Juby over on YouTube. Okay, squad has returned. Snuck in undetected. The forces of the dutiful boulders searched. We freed Commander Hops and the dwarf Toulon from Seas Devils and the strange dread of the Bronze Scorpion, which means so many years later, I can finally convict Commander Hops when he returns to the map. There you are, legendary fighter, Grandmaster Spear Dwarf, who's also naked, by the way. No witnesses. Oh wait, never mind. Hold on. I don't need to convict you. I need to interrogate you because you witnessed a crime. For some reason, I thought that this dwarf was guilty of something. Whoops. All right. Well, never mind. I'm not going to convict you of a crime. However, I'm going to re-interrogate you. I can also get Toulon, the legendary swords dwarf. Although I think I'm actually going to put you, Toulon, into the technical canyons alongside of this squad. And then I'm going to send them straight back out. Still Onul. We're sticking with just one thing at a time. Trying to... I misread that thing ages ago and thought that he'd been accused not being a witness. But he was just accused, or he was just a witness. He wasn't accused of it. I also need to make bolts, so let's do silver bolts. Let's just do like 80. Because I need them anyway. Actually, speaking of bolts. Ah, dang it. Traders aren't still here. I was going to say we should sell some stuff, but to traders. National Canyons have returned. Baron is visiting. Our masters are all sparring. All right, so another place I need to get dwarves training, ideally, would be like right here. So let's just build a location for my squads to be training, because currently my barracks are kind of shit. I'm gonna be nice to my barracks and say that they're kind of shit. And I also have a second Marksdwarf squad, which is the Oily Immortals, who should actually be training here, not where they're currently training. They're currently training wrestling. Marksdwarf should train a little bit of wrestling, but like right now they're not really gaining much. Witnessed a crime. Yeah, kidnap. Oh, right, true. In fact, witness kidnapping. Who am I going to move here? Let's move the dread of creating from up here to down here. How's Queenie feeling? Not the greatest. Still you need another weapon rack and another armor stand. I thought I gave you an already, my bad. Sorry, Queenie. We got 2 of them on display, so that's going to take a little bit to get installed. And then I'm going to put a door here. And I think I have a floor hatch lying around, probably. Nope, I do not. How do you make them train wrestling? You assign Marksdwarves to a normal, whatchamacallit? You assign Marksdwarves to a normal barracks, and they will train wrestling. Because they're not going to learn, like, Mark's Dwarf skills. So the Outpost Liaison is no longer actually my Outpost Liaison. My Outpost Liaison... Hold on, let me double check my Large Gems order. Check seasonally. Say checked monthly. My Outpost Liaison is no longer my Outpost Liaison. They became a Goblin Overlord, which is very funny, by the way. And they're currently training Lashing. So, but yeah, they're named Nomas Equaled Hold. How? Because I was invading my old mountain home, and my old mountain home just happened to be a place where this person used to live, and I defeated the leader of the old mountain home. And upon defeating the leader of the old mountain home, who was considered the overlord of it, the Goblin Overlord, this person inherited leadership of my old mountain home, which also happens to be where they are. So what I'm assuming happened is this guy basically got the equivalent, or this lady, Madame here, got the equivalent of becoming a baron of a location, except because goblins currently have control over it, they get the overlord title. I'm assuming that's what happened here, but it's very confusing. Just looking at it. Another siege successful, or another raid successful. We freed Onil. We freed another prisoner. So to those of you asking if you can free prisoners, it is possible. It's just hard. And you need a really good squad for it, turns out. Oh no, there you go. Another Grandmaster Spear Dwarf. She was a dual member of my Civ and a Goblin Civ. Yes, alongside of my my queen, because they both lived there. But if you actually scroll through, yeah, they're a member of the Deceiver of Crumbling, which is interesting. Which is the local area that runs the Goblin Civ. So they're not actually a member of the Goblin Civ anywhere, but they're a citizen of us, but they're a member of the Deceiver of Crumbling, which is the place that currently runs my mountain home. So I don't know if I'd necessarily actually call that like a dual citizenship or anything, but they certainly have some control over it, although I already looked, no, I can't request workers from it or anything hysterical like that. Also, it's a little crazy to me that I haven't been sieged yet today. Maybe it's because I don't actually have the difficulty on hard, and they did say siege me like twice in 1 year. I'm just deconstructing these beds so I can reconstruct them elsewhere. Work visa? Certainly. I don't know. I mean, this seems weird, this whole interaction, so I don't really know how to describe it, if that makes any sense. I'm just trying to increase the value of this place in any way possible. Let's do gem windows even.
Crypt beer.
I know that we talked about how to say your name once before, and now I'm blanking on it. Thank you very much for that Prime sub for a 7th month. Funkenda? Fuck-NDA? Funk-NDA. I feel like we've been over this before. I feel silly. My apologies. Thank you very much for keeping that Prime sub alive for a 7th month. Welcome back. Native platinum, Kalar opals, and pyrites. Okay, let's do this again. Sending the National Canyons back out. Still only been like a year and a half, though, that I've been streaming today. Oh, look at that. Leaves is fallings. Was that a tantrum? Nope. FNK NDA. I read it as fuck NDA, which is funny because it reminds me of like Lewis Hamilton, the Formula One driver's rapper name, which is XNDA, which is supposed to be a secret, but not very well kept. Fukuda. Ah, the ends are inverted. Ah, because some games block fuck you. You know, honestly, I don't blame this. Yeah, I seem to recall that we spoke about this once before. Funkin' the Haas. I mean, you know, funk up the volume. You could say. No one's gonna figure that out without you explaining it. I mean, some people find my name completely indecipherable, so, you know. We all have our moments. Also, chat room, I just have to say that Friday was my best day of the month, but I just would like to scratch that. Now today is my best day of the month so far. Like, I need to make an additional $2, and today is officially my best day of the month. Well, thank you for that. You guys are very kind. Largely thanks to, you know, a certain Jaeger being crazy, but also just, you know, the general kind of hype trains that just keep happening today. Well, thank you. Also, my weird side project channel almost has 100 subs. Yay. Caveman had to push it over the line, hey? Thanks for the 10-pack, dude. It's kind of a question of, well, you know what? Actually, I'm going to put these cage traps into here, or these animal traps, because Queen likes them. Let me check something. You know what? Let's just go silver statues and just make silver statues. Silver statue. Let's just make 30 silver statues. We'll just scatter those around. Ooh. A force of dark and vileness haveth arriveth. And is not a large one from the looks of things. Where are they from? They're goblin criminals, which means they have histories, which is fun. Oh, this is something I've never noticed before. Huh. You know, I've seen this in Legends, so I'm willing to bet. So when people invade people in Dwarf Fortress in the overworld, they can act like the enemy civs. They can actually hire mercenary groups to attack you. Because this one is a member of the Dreadful Waves, I'll bet you that none of these goblins are technically a member of the Bronze Scorpion proper. They're probably all just members of this nomadic group attacking me. Also, hold on, what was the name of that criminal? Uspoo something or another? What was your last name? Oh, steel hoods, not terror graves. That would be very funny if this guy's kid was a criminal here. But, nah, unfortunately. Well, that's kind of neat. All right, well. Let's send all of the normies. No, not the one with the queen in it. Yeah, not these ones. Everybody else, though. Sandrews, thank you very much for the 8th month. Prim uses his name in a lot of places. One of my favorite Canadian bands of all time is called Holy Fuck. Half the time when they perform live, they have to censor their name in the, like, billboards that, or like the signs that their name is printed on. But, you know, I guess they kind of did that to themselves. Chat, can I get a round of beers for 420? Sandshoes? Shrews? Or just 420 in general? Smoke weed every day. Dwarves are chasing these pathetic goblins. Limul here appears to be at the front of the fight. Currently is a little under-armored, but does in fact have a shield. The shield is just simply named. It's fighting with the first goblin, the goblin criminal, stabbing or kicking the goblin criminal in the head with her right foot, and the attack was deflected by the goblin criminal's cap. However, the force does bend the neck, which twists the skin, tearing the muscle and tearing the upper spine's nervous tissue. And the upper spine has been bruised. The goblin criminal drops their bow and falls over after getting a roundhouse kick to the face. Dwarves then run forward, and down here, Vukar has been stabbing the different goblin crossbowmen in the lower arm with a steel spear. Limul here, after roundhouse kicking the dwarf, then stabs, or after roundhouse kicking a goblin, then stabs the goblin in the left arm with her steel spear, fracturing the bone through the leather cougar armor, which severs a motor nerve and then pulls on the left shoulder, which causes bruising and the bone to be torn apart, and the muscle tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone. And then also a ligament has been bruised and more bruising. The dwarves continue to pile onto these goblins, and it's not really a fair fight, let's be honest. Crypt slunk. I don't know what that means. Could you explain to an old man what this meme that you're probably referencing means? Maybe. I don't know. Send in the dwarfs out to go get the thing. What? Oh, I see. Commander Hops is... Right, just vanished for some reason. I like how this dwarf is just, like, afraid while experiencing trauma. This dwarf was imprisoned for, like, 4 or 5 years. After experiencing trauma in 503. Yeah, literally was from 503 to 509. When it comes to a lot of memes and things, I'm like a senior citizen on the internet because I just don't care, so I tend to just ignore a lot of it. So somebody will just like post a meme text in my chat and I'll be like, I have no idea what you're talking about. There was an era of my life where I was very uppity on that stuff and very like, I put out effort to like keep up with that stuff. I do not at all anymore. I'm mostly just lining the walls with gem windows down here. So whenever I see something that I assume is a meme text, I just kind of be like, what? Do explain. Because I don't actually know what you're talking about. Absolutely, it's a great view. What else could it possibly be, aside from a great view? The greatest view. A view that anybody would envy, even. Sticks and Stones, thanks for the brand new Prime subscription. Appreciate you. The Bride of Dragons? Ooh, that's a good title. I like the funny titles the most, but that is like genuinely just that's a good name. going to put copper in front of this, and then I'm going to fortify and engrave them all alternating. What are those curved pieces there? These? Is that what you're asking about? These are vertical bars. They're just made out of copper. Named Khaleesi. I was genuinely disturbed when I was looking at like popularity of babies' names and saw that Khaleesi was like in the top significant percentage. Yeah, vertical bars curve. I mean, the useful thing about vertical bars is you can actually attach them to levers and lower them, which is pretty good if you're trying to like, I don't know, cosplay the Pink Panther in Dwarf. Okay, you know what? I'm actually going to delete these because these are all gizzard stones. They just look ugly. I'll put glass windows in instead. I mean, there's no real reason to make vertical bars aside from that they're made of bars, so they can often have higher value than some other things, but that's about it, really. It's an image of dwarves. It's an exceptionally designed image of dwarves. With our symbol. Okay, that should be done. Let's see how that siege went. Kaynord was rescued. We rescued another dwarf. As well as Starsamore. The strain from Seas Devil, sorry. I've rescued 2 more dwarves from the enemy. Which frankly, this is the first time I've ever like successfully consistently rescued a bunch of people back. I think I'm going to keep the same small squad here for the National Canyons and instead add them into this. So you get into there and you get into there. And then I'm going to send them right back out. I think I've captured all of my dwarves back now that I can. So we're going to go back to stealing livestock. Let's see what they got. Don't you disappoint me. Dwarves do not disappoint me. Here's an image of an image. It's very image. Isn't that like looking at a photo of a painting? People do that all the time. It's called an art book. Or like a print could also be considered an image of an image. You never rescue successfully? I think what it is you need to I'm guessing here. But in my experience, when you raid a site, and this is just something that I'm starting to like come to. When you raid a site, there is like an order of priorities that they can do here, right? And I think everybody just leaves all of these on. From what I can tell, steal important treasures is the highest priority. Okay? Loot other items is a higher priority than steal livestock, from what I can tell. Stealing livestock is lower than, or is higher than freeing captives. So unless you are only freeing captives, you are not going to succeed. That's a guess, but that's really the way that it feels. After messing with this mechanic for quite some time now. Queen is still not happy with her bedroom. God damn it. Come on, lady. How much your Gorlakiness need? Captain Gorlactic. Jeepers. Because I find that, like, I rarely ever steal livestock, but if I'm only stealing livestock, or if they only have livestock to steal, then they're more generally successful, right? Jacktool's been possessed. It's a proficient armor smith. So, like, if I send them out to steal livestock, right? They're more likely to succeed if I tell them to only do livestock, unless I'm attacking elves. Because it tends... I find that elves generally only have livestock that's worth stealing. So if they get around the fighting, which is what they try and do when they're raiding, if you successfully get around fighting, once you've gotten around the fighting, then it's just kind of like they work down the priority order, so they steal all the artifacts. So you actually have to raid them like dozens and dozens and dozens. You have to raid them until they run out of artifacts and random crap for you to steal before they really start, you know, actually stealing stuff. So it just takes a really long time. Because there's always going to be random items and shit that they could steal, you know? There's always going to be, like, some crutches or, like, I don't know, random things that are available around the place that they could grab. Let's just start cutting any gems now, because I'm sure you've gotten better at cutting rock crystals. What's your... Yeah, now you're a professional gem, or a skilled gem cutter, not professional. There you go. Dwarves get happy thoughts from seeing artifacts instead of access to them. They do get artifacts from they do get happy thoughts from tastefully arranged artifacts already. Okay, squad returned. Let's see how this went. We stole livestock. Chat room. Are you still alive, Lazy Man? Let me double check. Please cross your fingers and post a bunch of crypt dragons and hope that we got us some more dragons. And your first suspicion was that he was a vampire? What's wrong with being a legendary gem cutter? Way weirder things that you could have. I like how many I have a bunch. I have a bunch that are all last known to be traveling. Okay, well. Reports. Still got it. Still got it. Still got it. All right, sweet. We got ourselves some more dragons. Some more dragons! See? Got us some more dragons. In fact, I'm going to war train them. Not going to assign any of them yet, though. Then let's go... Nom, 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 giant turkey, beak dog thingy. And then we're going to go attack him again. We're going to just keep at it. Wait, what? What did that say? Oh, shit. Nodokasa's there. All right, well... I'm going to queue up a second one. So first one... Let's go get him. Then we'll do the second one as soon as I get back. Gotta go get Nodokasa back. Former member of like 6 different places. Yeah, I don't know. That's just not super uncommon, though. That's the thing. Okay, so let's jump down to... Right. I was going to change the direction of this. So a lot of dwarves are seeing shitty things right now because I need to change the direction of this minecart track. So actually, I'm just going to get rid of my dead things minecart route. And just real quick make a new one. Because if I use this right now, it's actually just gonna throw all of that up and out here again. I actually managed to kill a dwarf earlier by opening my trash compactor once, which was pretty awkward, I'll admit. And not something I would like to do ever again. So, did I set that up to be the right thing? I don't know. Let's try it again. Today's been a fun stream, chat room. Thanks for hanging out for it. I feel like I haven't said thanks enough today, so. So I'm gonna make this route and call it dead stuff. Dead stuff is gonna load from here. It's going to get minecart. Wait. No, I'm doing this wrong. You're gonna go there. You're going to load from here. Gonna get that wooden minecart. You're gonna grab this and do that. Did I screw you up? Yes, I did. I need to fix you. And you're going to take corpses. And refuse. And then I need to just jump up to here. Wait, no, not all the way up to here. I need to jump over to here. And grab discovery, or disc, as it says. And get you to load from there again. That's what I wanted. But no, this down here is going to load from here. Shell shock? Yes. Here's hoping this doesn't throw them out that way. Nope. Splat. Well, it didn't, so I guess that's good news. I do need to unsuspend this door, though. A gigantic scaly bristleworm with thin wings of stretched skin that undulates rhythmically has appeared in the basement. It has turquoise scales that are small and overlapping. Beware its noxious secretions. Have my squads returned yet? Yes, they have. Sweet. Stole more livestock. Plismore dragon, Plismore dragon, Plismore dragon. Yay, more dragon! 3 cave dragons and 4 beak dogs. Uh-oh. Oh. Okay, never mind. That's actually fine. I was like, uh-oh. Dwarf is tantruming. Never mind. It's fine that they're tantruming. This is A-okay. I need to check on that strange mood. Okay. You've begun a mysterious construction. Using copper bars. Best of luck. Let's jump to that forbidden beast. This thing, I think. Yeah, bristleworm. Oh, aren't you cute? No banner flags would like a dwarf. Any dwarf is fine? No preferences whatsoever? Well, I'll let this thing live down here because, like I said, it can't really get to us. We do need to actually go down into the caverns again soon. Well, if any dwarf is fine, I'll just go by happiest not named. That isn't a child because I always feel kind of bad when I make dwarfs into children. When I make people into children. There you are. You're now an armorer. You are Ming. Let me just double check you don't have a dwarf because I'm like mostly certain you don't, but I know you've had dwarves in the fort before. No. Okay, sweet. No banner flags. You is putting item in vehicle. No banner flags has an incredibly calm demeanor, rarely moved by art and natural beauty, and is conflicted by the sea values artwork in its creation. He strongly prefers handling ideas and abstractions over practical issues, and occasionally overindulges. He tends to think before acting, and he prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. It's hard to do this while the background's moving. He is troubled by this by his own nature, as he prefers discord and debate at a more abstract level. And he can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and he tends to not reveal personal information. He doesn't handle stress well, and he often is cheerful, and he is stubborn. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally believes that peace is always preferable to war, is put off by family and finds introspection to be a waste of time, and doesn't respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife, and respects perseverance and doesn't particularly respect commerce. Welcome to the fortress. You've never killed anything. You have no family. You are a member of the Doctrine of Ashes, the Death Guild, the Death Religion. You're also a member of the Lark's Guild of Leopards, which is my Farmer's Guild, and you're a member of the Guild of Amethyst and the Metalsmiths Guild. Oh, sorry, a former member of the Farmer's Guild. Turned metalsmith. Me too, honestly. Now, the next thing I need to do is jump back up here, go to missions. This is going to be to try and free captives once again. Notokasa was the original militia captain who stole the original dragons back at the beginning, and we're going to try and get him back. Jack Tool has created Bomrek Tanur, a bulky copper left gauntlet, and offers it to Thanos. I mean, the dutiful boulders. This is a bulky copper left gauntlet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round pyrite cabochons and decorated with beak dog bone and goblin cap and tunnel tube, and encircled with bands of Drathla bone. This object is adorned with hanging rings of limestone. On the item is an image of dwarves in copper. On the item is an image of the everlasting seasons, a steel left gauntlet in pyrite. From ground to the mines, from dust to dust. I think that you said it was copper. Nope, it was the bulky copper gauntlet. This bottom one. Left gauntlets in particular. Yes, they really do like the left gauntlets. Argamemnon, thank you very much for the second month. Welcome back with Prime. Appreciate you. I guess you could say these dwarves are pretty left-brained, you know? Yeah, see, that's one of the reasons why I haven't gone into the caverns much in a while, is, these guys. A lot of cave swallow people in the basement. And I have enough problems with goblins from the surface. I'm kinda considering going after some other goblin factions. Kinda considering it. Slickvile has 30 population, but it's a fortress. Brain Pan has been meanie to you, so you have not been around much. I get you. Oh, good. And that's a scary one. That's also scary. The Watchful Terror. I'm good. These are all dwarven fortresses that have been destroyed. My faction has taken these two locations, these dwarven mountain halls. If you think a bunch of goblin mercenaries groups demanding a parlay, one of the 40 goblins or so has an affiliation to a group and the rest have nothing under the relationship tab. So there's lots of characters that are historical figures, right? And those characters that are historical figures have names, histories, and relations when they show up in the world. The characters that don't are not historical figures, but that doesn't mean that they are like not legendary or anything. They could gain historic status. It just means that if you look up their name, you won't find anything about them, essentially. Gonna train the rest of these for war. Yes. Yeah, so they're generated from the population, but they're not tracked. So as an example, if I go hover over this site, right? It says population 30. There's probably more than 30 people there. In fact, I almost assuredly guarantee you that there's more than 30 people there. It's just a lot of them aren't known by the world, essentially. Like this one has 10. Joy Whip. It's cool. It's a cool whip knockoff, okay, chat? There's nothing weird about that. It's a cool whip knockoff, but I guarantee you that there's more than 10 things there, right? It's sort of like when you embark somewhere and it's just like your faction's dead. There's nobody that could possibly join your faction. In reality, there's probably more dwarves than that in your faction, and just because they're not in your fortress currently doesn't mean they don't exist. I don't want to... I should be more specific. I'm not specific. I'm going to end up with weird colors. I'm going to end up redoing it anyway. Caveman, thanks for gifting a sub to Lazarus. On a young or old world? Not really. It's more of a, what kind of world do you want to play in? Younger worlds are generally a lot quieter when it comes to character. However, you're not going to have as much in the way of like were creatures or vampires or zombies or necromancers, and demonic threats and goblin threats aren't going to be as heavy. However, if you play in a young world, you'll get more forgotten beasts. You'll have more titans, you'll have more surface creatures, more giant creatures, populations of animals won't be as extinct, so there will be more animals in general, that sort of thing. It really depends on what kind of thing you want in your world. Do you want a lot of characters that are individual small threats, or do you want bigger threats, basically? As a new player, it doesn't really matter because I don't think you'd notice the differences. However, you'll probably have an easier time with a younger world. To me, I don't consider them to be harder or easier either way. They're just different. Does cooking or brewing skill in the game matter besides output speed? Food quality and drink quality. They can make masterpiece meals. Surprised by the fact that a whole apocalypse had to happen in a 150-year-old world. The thing that you'll be surprised by, Hexlin, is when you do start playing a more modern version of the game, is how much faster world gen is. Like, it takes me 30 minutes on this computer to generate a 250-year-old world. In version 47, in this version, it takes me 90 seconds. Version 50 is so much faster for world gen. And it doesn't even like matter about your computer at all. Like that was just one of the biggest performance increases. I mean, getting the itch lately. People come and go from this game, and I think that's healthy. But if you're getting the itch lately, welcome back. You've been missed. I will say, though, if you're getting the itch right now, wait and either play on the experimental branch or wait until the experimental patch drops into the main branch because a bunch of world changes have happened. Specifically with the way goblin civs populate. Shit. Emerald Irons attacked the goblins. Damn it. Elku Oracle Towers. And the attackers had a strong positional advantage. I really hope they just got kidnapped and not killed. We struck down a goblin, but not all of them. One of my dwarves, Toulon, was struck down. Van Ori struck down a goblin. Another goblin was struck down by Broken Spacebar. Did people get recaptured? Is it coming alongside Adventure Mode? No, it should be out before Adventure Mode. It was originally supposed to be out a couple weeks ago. Oh my god. Dormor was struck down by a blind cave ogre. Van Ori was struck down by a cave dragon. Chabra was struck down by a cave dragon. And Juice the Name was struck down. Oh, sorry. Juice the Name was imprisoned, rather. Great.
Bring out your dead!
Well. We're gonna go try and steal some of these dwarves back. What are you guys using? Just metal armor? Just whatever you want? Okay. Works for me. This squad of 5 is gonna go fight again. Also, the Murky Paddles here. This squad. They're gonna go attack down here, but they're just gonna go pillage. So we're going to train up the Murky Paddles by just getting them to go attack things for us. Hey, Conk, what's up? Yeah, I try and make things look nice, because if they're not nice for me to look at, they can't be nice for chat to look at. So, appreciate you. Speaking of, okay, so now the only thing I need to do is I need to make my queen's tomb satisfactory. Satisfactory? Satisfactory. Faculty. No, well, I'm happy to have inspired you to getting into a rabbit hole, Calgor Grim. It's a pretty good rabbit hole, if I do say so myself. We're in an ad break now, but I'm just placing these things. Also, chat room, thanks for all the follows, by the way. Appreciate you guys. Watching an actual factory get built here, minus the part where you have to play a factory game, which is the best part. There you go, Hexlin, you got it. Still trying to steal your dwarf back. Working on it. This fighting has been a pretty good back and forth, I gotta say. How's McQueen doing? Pretty decently happy. Keep being annoyed after having a drink without a goblet, cup, or mug. You know what? I'm gonna do something I almost never do. Rock mug. I'm just gonna make like 50 rock mugs. Not entirely sure why I seem to never have any goblets, but I'm just gonna make a whole bunch of mugs and just not worry about it. Yeah, you got dwarf napped Thursday, I think. National Canyons are going to try. I do mean try. This is UGDPY's first time ever doing the whole leading a squad in. So here's hoping this doesn't go horribly. Well, that dwarf's just taking a warhammer. Good luck. You'll always be pissed that they can't find one. Yeah, no. I mean, my forts often end up being a very similar way. No shirt, no shoes, no happy. Competent ambusher. Is it bad that I really wish that I could put my gremlins in charge of my military? Because my god, they would be good. No friendships, just passing acquaintances. Come on, you can do better. Do kind of wonder what my dwarves are pondering. You're going to go sleep. You're reading Inquiries on the Gutter. And congrats to the winners as well, yeah. I want. Am I out of prepared meals? Ah, I am. Well, that's a problem. Let's do lavish meals. Let's do 500 of them. And let me just go to the kitchen screen real quick. Go to beverages. Please no cookie any of my beverages. Thank you much. Ooh, look at all this cranberry wine we have. All right. Plum wine, apricot wine, cranberry wine, beetroot wine, parsnip wine, prickleberry wine, radish wine, whip wine, rye beer, my favorite, dwarven beer, and dwarven wine. The other thing I want to do is seeds. We can cook hemp seeds. Sweet. You want cranberries? Yeah. Chat room, you guys can follow the queen around. Streamer's going to take a real quick toilet break. Currently, it looks like our queen here is getting a bite to eat. So, I mean, big mouth like that needs a lot of stuff in it, you know? I will be right back momentarily. Oh, well, you guys didn't get to watch very long. Although it looks like the queen's all muscle here. Apricot reminds me of Austria. Why? Apparently where I live is like one of the most dense locations of like cranberries, just period. Which is kind of amazing to me, actually. I like that my duchy still isn't totally satisfied with their living place, which I think is kind of funny. Thinking maybe we should just give you some more chests. And what else did you need? Armor stands and armor stands. Let's just do these. And then I'm going to go to that area where I was building a barracks that I forgot about immediately after I started building it. You know, typical me. Borax. Always have apricots and sir. That's where your granny used to live. Part-time, and it's one of those sensory experiences that takes you straight back to that place. Yeah, I know. I know what you mean. That's like, me and custard. Like crappy pudding, basically. My grandma used to make custard angel fruitcake thing where she would like take angel fruitcake and like hollow it out and then put custard in it and put like sliced peaches on top of it. It's like a really not great dessert, but I know what you mean, basically. This is going to be where this top squad is going to train and store their stuff. It's not bad. It's not what I would describe as great, though. It's okay. Okay, so the two squads are back. So the pillage attempt. This is us just attacking this location. Commander Hops led the attack, and Commander Hops outmatched the goblin. Jail curses with a cunning plan. And immediately we killed a bunch of goblins right off the bat, including their leader. Beat the crap out of some more. So far, so good. Commander Hops clashed with a single goblin, slaying them. We looted treasure. Okay, the second one went all the way south. And this was us trying to free people. We freed the dwarf Mebzuth, trade fed, and others from Seas Devils. So We now have some more dwarves back in the squad. Back in the fortress. Fath from the looks of things. Montecore is what we got. Montecore back. Hey, this is like old friends coming back. Let's go throw Montecore in here. Mebzith. I still don't have Nodokasa back though. I'm just going to give all of these squads a gear refresh real quick. That's what I'm talking about. Are you free? I don't think Hexalin is free, no. Or rather, I haven't seen you. Nope. No, you haven't been freed. There's a lot of prisoners there. Also, which one are you imprisoned at? So you're not up there. Bonesaw is, though. Juice the Name is the only one present there that's available to be stolen back. I mean, this is the one that we need to get. Once everybody's got their gear, they're not all... I don't think they're going to get boots. Yeah, I don't think that these guys are going to all get boots. What's up, Bahatomi? Also, hi, Bob. Hope you're doing well. Same with you, Pack. Hope you're doing well. What's up, dude? Today's mostly been, like, stealing dwarves back from things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, shit. Did one too many. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But it's good to see you, Bob. Hope you've been well. Good news is we were able to steal some more dragons. Successfully, I shall add. We also have the Queen, Her Royal Majesty, back into the fortress, which is good. You know, I'm gonna throw some extra Marks dwarves or an extra Marks dwarf into here as well. We're gonna try and free captives from here. And I'm going to try and free captives from here. Wish me good luck twice in a row, chat. Because, damn it, we're going to need it. All right, so Telenartho, not quite happy with their bedroom either. So let's see if I can improve the general okayness with your bedroom, Telen. They were satisfied, but I think the whole upgrading to higher from Baron to Count and then Duchy kind of overrided that value gain, shall we say. One good luck per bongo. There you go. Okay, so what do I have here? I got the Rock Skull Totem, the Reindeer Skull Totem, and what's the other one? Forgotten Beast Totem. There we go. It's even got gems on it. Things are a little dingy. A little dingy? I give you a beautiful fortress and room to live in, and you call it dingy? I know you're probably right, but... dingy. Man. You are correct. I haven't even smoothed your walls, you know, but... Just waiting for broken spacebar to leave the map. Let's see, what do I have for bars currently? 12 iron bars. Let's do iron breastplate. Let's do 10 of them. Should also make copper bins. Tekud has been given the position first tomb. Dusum has been given the position of high urn. Oh. I take that to mean we lost. Oh boy. Well, it's back to square one, I say. Murky paddles are going to go try the exact same thing. I think they were all just kidnapped, actually. The result of this, though, is I'm just going to end up with some ridiculously stealthy dwarves. The concerning thing is I haven't had migrants in a billion years. Uh-oh. I have ghost. Stukos. Well, that's slightly awkward. Let's fix this. Train a gang of hunters to rescue people. I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing. I just wish I could pay bribes. Okay, so the first one to raid Ray's ores. They slipped in undetected. They freed the dwarf Unib and the dwarf Almost from Ray's ores. And the deceiver. So I freed 2 dwarves. This was the dwarf that went down to the Emerald Irons. They just straight up attacked, though. The Dread of Creating led by the dwarf... we did outmatch the Goblin, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. The Dread of Creating, led by the dwarf Dr. Funk, clashed with 496 Mineras, slaying 10. That's no small amount. We struck down 1. Lytast was struck down by a cave ogre. Dr. Funk was struck down by a cave ogre. Gnome Reaper was struck down by a cave ogre. Domas was struck down by a cave ogre. Suckzul was struck down by a cave ogre. Oh boy. Is it possible to have a Gorlak ghost? I would assume it's possible to have an anything ghost as long as they die on your map. Because I've had human ghosts. A clash with the 100-something cave dragons. God damn it. I'm so sorry, Craftlol. Craftlol was struck down officially now by the cave dragon. Ugh. Okay, well... I'm gonna send the National Canyons back into this one to go raid raid Ray's ores again. So we're just going to try and release prisoners and free captives. Well, I wasn't trying to attack them. I was trying to steal their livestock, right? Like, I swear I wasn't actually trying to attack them. I think I'm just going to throw some random dwarves into the fight and just train up some dwarves who may or may not like it and just kind of have a more well-rounded military. We're just going to get these guys on training. So this is just going to be the training up squad right now. We're just going to start throwing dwarves into the military. I think is really what we need to do. Although it looks like we've rescued both Zwari and Bonesaw, which is very, very good news. National Canyons have also returned now. We raided Razors. We searched and found nothing. Forces of the Dutiful Boulders. We freed Zwari. Okay. Let's go raid them again. You'd think that they'd start noticing that we're literally just attacking them every single fucking day. I think that might be it for their prisoners, though. Let's try one more time. Oh, I already have one. Excellent. Trust me, I already have one. I was gonna put statues there, but... Oh shit, I'm out of coal. Well... I was wondering why that stuff wasn't working, and it turns out it's because I need stuff. Funny how that works. Here's a dwarf on your side. Well, I mean, he's always ready. Also need to mine through this wall. Speed things up so that they don't need to go around all the time. Wow, they're back already? That was fast. Okay, so they're just finding nothing there now. Okay, well, I know that that location down south of here is stranger danger. Chat, I have a question. Who do I try raiding? The location with 10,000 goblins? Or a different goblin faction? Because I'm pretty sure that's their only other super high population site. Yeah, it's just the one with 10,000. We've been raiding the 3,000 population one, the 5,000 population one. Whichever will rescue you. Neither of them. All right, we're attacking the 10,000. Sending in the National Canyon, and we're just going to try and steal livestock. Going to update their equipment first. Here's hoping they have time to do that. Nope. Just going to leave. Broken spacebar named his hammer. Horrified reliving being haunted by the dead. Well, that's dark. I didn't realize I had so many ghosts. But apparently I do. I've got a ghost that's actively hurting people. Nope, because your dwarf is still alive. I know where they are. It's just too dangerous to attack that location. Because my dwarves keep getting killed when they attack that location. Are emotes getting uploaded at this moment? Pelinartha? Cool. Yeah, no, if your dwarf had been slain, they would have been slain. And you know what? The Angry Demon. They sound friendly. Sentient Potato, why is your name all caps all of a sudden? So it took me, I had to like squint at it to figure out that it was you. The low immortality. Is that like low fantasy? I'm going to go tentatively raid this location and trying to steal livestock with the murky paddles. They're pretty far. Stukos has been put to rest. They're pretty far away, but we're going to try it. And here I'm going to go to clothing and leather, and we're going to go clothes. I'm just going to make these out of quartzite. So it's just like a chicken sneezing and flying backwards? Is that what it is? Chicken sneezing and shooting out fire and flying backwards? Okay, so we are going to make clothes. I'm going to select a random dwarf and see what you're wearing. Trousers, dress, gloves, socks, shoes, and caps. Let's just do 150 leather caps, 100 leather dresses, or cloth dresses, and socks. Cloth socks and cloth dresses. We'll do that. Yeah. I mean, chickens are just really small velociraptors. It is known. This is clearly a fact. I really would like to know. Actually, okay, let's do this. Let's encrust furniture with cut gems. Let's use red spinel. I'm about to get hit by an ad break in a few moments, so we'll wait for that to be done. I'm really curious about what we end up getting in them. I like the fact that my quartz art mugs are pink. It's just straight toasting. It's time to like cook some potatoes with that. You can use your chickens to cook your potatoes. How's your dwarf doing? Is Spud still around? Killer Spud, you are not the happiest you've been. You're wearing old clothing. Namely your pigtail cap, which I'm working on replacing currently. You are, however, quite greedy, it seems, because you've got many a bone amulet and earring, and rings as well. But in general, I think you're doing okay. You mostly just need some new clothes, which hopefully we can get for you. It appears that my squad is returned. This is us raiding that much larger location. We snuck in undetected and stole livestock. So I'm not going to look, chat. And I don't know. What do you think we stole? Rebel Rouser, I can let you know. But you are socializing and you're still a lie maker, yes. You are frustrated after a lack of decent meals for too long. I'm working on, like, remedying that. Hoping for dragons? It's livestock. So it's going to be some form of animal. We know that. But that was the place with 10,000 population. Could be beak dogs. Naked mole dogs. God, I hope not. Yeah, you're just covered in that bone bling, you know? Well, we're going to go try and do it again. Cow and a chicken? True. Yetis. I don't think that's a possible type of livestock, is it? I mean, if we got Yetis, that would be incredible. Let's see what we got. Okay, so this was just the random crap that we got from that earlier one. God damn it, just beak dogs. We're going to go try again. I was hoping for something more exciting than beak dogs. Just beak dogs. I'll bet your giant cardinal eggs make pretty banger omelets. Also, I just realized I'm kind of screwing up. I'm going to remove cave dragon eggs from the stockpile so that we stop eating them. I'm eating beak dog roasts. Currently, we're making a meal with char, mussels, and steelhead trout. Ooh, I would actually eat that, just like a fish bowl, basically. Sounds tasty. Gimme, gimme. Here comes many more beak dogs for the butchering. Beak dogs are getting slaughtered. We've made those rock mugs. Do people need bedrooms? Kind of stopped paying attention to bedrooms a while ago. Not really. The only people who need bedrooms right now are dwarves that have left and come back. Which means I've probably got more than enough bedrooms. It's been a long time since we've gotten any migrants. I'm really curious to see how this squad does. Sieging Slickvile. I'm not entirely sure where my clothing industry is. I just got a lag spike, which I assume to mean one of my squads was coming back, but not yet, it looks like. Yeah, I don't actually know where I've put quite a bit of my stuff. Kill for a good catfish fillet right now. Yeah, I haven't had good fish in a little bit. I tend to buy fish a lot in like the fall and a bit again in the spring. But fall is when we get the best fish here and when it's the cheapest because that's when the salmon run happens. And so, like, during the salmon run, you can go get, like, a full half salmon for the price that I could buy a fillet for right now. So it's really difficult to buy salmon at this time of year or any kind of good fish because it's like, man, I could buy so much more fish for so much cheaper at just a slightly different time of year. So it's really difficult to justify it. How quickly can I breed the dragons? It doesn't really matter because it takes them 1,000 years to get to maximum size. So they're like smaller than a dog when they're born. And they grow slowly as time goes on. So it doesn't really matter how quickly I can breed them. It's just, I feel like I should breed them. It's more of that than than other things, if that makes any sense. I'm not entirely sure why this is, but they're not claiming armor. I think I'm just going to go down here and I'm going to make this stockpile half the size. And I'm going to, I mean, I'm pretty sure I already have an armor stockpile, but I'm just going to make a second one down here. And this is just going to be for armor, except for unusable stuff. Except I'm going to say no bins, please. Okay, National Canyons are back. Let's see how this went. This was to go up. Shit. Let's try this again. This time we ended up fighting. The plague, the Emerald Irons attacked the Plague of Lonus. The dwarf UGDPY led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Goblin Niglissu Hatred Spy. We outmatched them with a cunning plan and had a strong positional advantage. Let's see what they actually have in this place with 500 things. The Granite Unions of Dripping. Okay, so we struck down a dwarf, actually. Friendly Lantern, I'm sure. 2 goblins, and UGDPY got one. I'm looking at the white text to see if we fight with any large groups. Wait, what was that up there? Led by the dwarf, clashed with 1,009 goblins. All right, well, there's a lot. There's 1,009 goblin soldiers there, which is not trivial. I think I might actually be attacking them enough that they're not able to attack me. Bondal, the Acrid Bank. Bondal Finn's title is the Acrid Bank. A good title to get. The Escorted Mirror of Gates is a long time one. The Granite Unions of Dripping is UGDPY. Man, Acrid Bank, that might actually be my favorite out of this squad. No. No, according to the wiki, they grow the same speed. The Goblin backs. Grotto Stolen was struck down. Goblin was fought with, okay. Bunch of ladder escaped unscathed. Struck down a human and another human. Duty toe! Because we didn't collide with any large animal populations, I'm starting to think that they must not have any crazy ones. Let's try again, though. National Canyons. Once again, just livestock. I thought that I had another mission out currently. Okay, no, it is just the 2 of them. Yeah, that's been one of my most wanted features, actually. Atrina, is being able to restart World Gen. That would be really, really, really cool. But unfortunately, it's not a feature, so... It's one of those things that Tarn said that he would love to do. I remember this was PAX 2019. Somebody asked Tarn the question during their Q&A panel when they were talking about the premium version before this version was out. What is your dream feature for Dwarf Fortress? So obviously, like, you know, this is a ways off. This is before I even started having Tarn on my stream too. His response literally was time travel and the ability to restart World Gen. Because he said, I'll do one that's doable and one that's probably not doable. Time travel, probably not doable. Time travel would be like the equivalent of rewinding World Gen, basically. Which, yeah, that ain't happening. Putting it simply. Oh no! Chat room, I have to say rest in peace to our stray giant hedgehog. Our hedgehog was found dead. Same with one of our old turkey hens. And our giant wren. Lived 3 beautiful years. Bye, Sanic. Barely knew him. This is true, yeah. We did, in fact, barely know him. I thought I unpaused the game. Maybe I didn't. Lots of dwarves storing owned items. You love to see it. Big buddy, more like. Not so much little. I mean, a hedgehog is like... A giant hedgehog would be like a hedgehog the size of a truck. Like a pickup. Yeah, no, they live 3 years maximum, and I got it at the age of 2. Oh, sweet. All the squatties is back. Okay. So, chat, what would you guys like to know about more? The goblin civ that's very far away? That only has 10 in the location? Or the closer one? Which one should we do first? Hey, Knox. What's up? Knox Street. Things are well. We've done a lot of that already. Usually the 100 goblin pop towns, I just attack them, pillage them with no particular goal, with the general idea of training my squads. Further one? All right, let's do the further one. Slickville. Slickville, but I keep calling it Slickville because that's just a funny name. They had to travel across some very tall mountains, cross a glacier to the enemy location. We slipped in undetected and stole livestock. Let's hope we got something good. What did we get? Okay, hold on. This location, we snuck in and stole livestock. 6 beak dogs. And more beak dogs. God damn it. Disappointed. Much disappoint. Very much disappoint. Did I get livestock from the last one? Yeah. Lots of beak dogs. It's okay. Beak dog burgers is, you know, remains on the menu for yet another day. Beak dog burgers, I would say, are a staple here, even. Wow. My gremlin is an expert armor smith. That's crazy. Let's update my uniforms. You're gonna go steal item in bin. Beak dog brain burgers. You know, you are correct, actually. Beak dog brain burgers are a definite possibility. Are you, like, incapable of gripping or something? Oh. I don't think that you should be in charge of this squad, Dwarf. I think I'm going to put the King of Pudding in charge of this squad. Because this dwarf has a bad breathing. Has a bad breathing. I will throw a wax worker in there for some training. You don't even have an excuse for not equipping stuff. I'm assuming I just don't have enough. All right, well, I try and free captives. Once again. Once you wake up, dear dwarf. Is it worth storing food in barrels? Yes. When brewing plump helmets. You always have canceled orders when brewing plump helmets. If you're getting a ton of canceled orders and they're bothering you, go to... It's worth storing them because otherwise you'll only get like a 150th of the same amount of food into the thing. If you're getting a ton of canceled orders and it's bothering you, specifically what I would recommend doing is going to... Where is it? Is it the kitchens menu? No. Is it the standing orders menu? Probably. Gather. Nope. Where is it? Other? Do not mix similar foods in barrels. That'll do it. I think what I should actually do is just, like, forbid a ton of jobs in this fort and give these dwarves, like, a month's vacation. Oh. I was like, I wonder what happened to your war dragon. Well, that answers that. An elven caravan has arrived. They're not at war with me yet? That's shocking. Absolutely shocking. Rest peacefully in frozen ice, dragon. Rickrollum, this word here looks like a weird play on Rickroll, but also looks like it's Finnish to me. It's okay. They'll never see us coming because we're literally wearing, Also, can I say, their image is called the Weevil of Cruelty. That's still funny to me. They'll never see us coming because we're wearing bronze scorpion armor. We're wearing their armor. They'll never catch us. I have no idea whatsoever what to sell them. I guess just like some pigtail shirts. Some pigtail dresses. Here's hoping they bring some fun animals again. Giant cave spider silk glove. Pigtail gloves. Cave spider silk trousers. It's not many. It's not much. I could sell him 39 discs. He's got to be fine, right? I'll see you later, New Yorkies. Thanks for hanging out today. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out today. I mean, like, we got a bunch of real big raids, which kind of, like, inflated the numbers today, but it still means a lot that people, you know, stick around and watch the stream and all that. So thank you much. What's your... ambushing skill? Not super high, okay. I wonder. Let's just automate some of this lignite down here. Also this. It's too easy to get to not. So I'm just gonna go up here and just go charcoal. And just make 10 charcoal so I can get some of this lignite going again. I'm actually pretty happy with how this tomb turned out. At least how it looks currently. I think this might be the most things that I've sieged and had dwarves kidnapped and then subsequently have them kidnapped back again. We only have 825 bucks to spend, so. They brought a black mamba. Giant crow, which I don't really need. They did bring a lion. I think I'm just gonna buy the lion. Thanks for the lion. I don't think those are war trainable. Oh wow, they are. Cool. I'm going to war train that and assign that to the queen. Because that's just too cool to not. Chained up? Nah. I mean, we could pasture it there. I was gonna just war train it and then assign it to the queen, because that's just way too cool. Camp dwarves have returned. Oh shit, we successfully went after seas devils again. Oh sweet, we snuck in undetected. We freed Onul and Hexalin! Hexalin, we got you back! Because you keep asking. Elfie Din time? Okay, we've got Vakar, Razor, whatevers. Sending them back out. I think we'll give him a break. It over here is training this lion. It's a shame it's not a giant lion, but big kitty. Still big kitty. Sometimes they use items to train the animals, but not this time from the looks of things. Is there somebody here who is not enjoying this process? Oh boy. The elves are saying, greetings from the woodlands. We have much to discuss. 7 trees. Oh, wow. I got a raise in my allowance. I now have a trained war lion. Now, the question is, chat, what do I do? Do I chain the lion up in the queen's quarters? Or do I just let the queen have control of it? What do you think? Because I could do either. Or like even in the throne room is like an intimidation thing. Chain it up? Okay. Speaking of, our queen's hanging out drinking. Good queenie. It's now going back to combat drills. It's in fact a dabbling lasher. And does, of course, have no maul. Her great cave dragon that follows her around. A goblin bard is visiting, hey? You sure about this? You know what tends to happen to goblins who visit this place? The sins of luring. The sacred meteor of the esteemed doctrines. And the fellowship of trampling. They really do seem friendly. Well, time to interrogate a goblin. I'm so nice to all my goblin visitors, aren't I? So nice. You're a competent lasher? It's got a goblin hair crown. Seems normal. I feel like most goblins would have goblin hair. Where's the esteemed hams? That's elsewhere. Unearling returns favors and has a profound sense of gratitude for the kind actions of others. As you walk into a fortress where we are literally about to interrogate you. You got many half-siblings. And then immediately you get dragged off. I think I can stop brewing plants for a little bit. Because I do have a ton, and it's just constantly giving me job cancellations. Really old goblin? I mean, it's a pretty old world. 485 years. Yeah, pretty old goblin. I mean, that's, I guess, why you'd have so many half-siblings and massive family and why you've been a member of so many different groups, but... Okay, squad returned. Gozru insect ghouls did spot us on the way out. And we freed another dwarf. So what I think I'm going to do, Haxelin, Unib, Onul, and let's jump over here. Actually, hold on. Let's check something. Sure, I don't have any pillaging reports that I haven't checked. I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go pets and livestock, and I'm going to go beak dog. Slaughter all this. Going to go to the... That's concerning looking. I need to remove that dwarf from militia captain. This dwarf? I didn't realize they were still listed as a militia captain. Oh, that's awesome. He's still able to perform, even while behind a wall. I feel kind of bad about that, but hey, at least he still gets to perform behind a wall. Better than nothing, hey? You know? I'm just going to put some glass windows here and let him, fortify through this so that my dwarves don't, kill him with this or kill him. I'm actually just going to forbid that briefly. We're going to put a bunch of windows into here. Uh-oh. I've got a goblin beast hunter. Excuse me. The Sacred Shore Beast Hunter, a member of the Wayward Faith. We've got a religious leader here hanging out. Not a goblin any of us, worship, though. What happened to what dwarf? This dwarf? They have become pork. They're seeking beans. It's a what's it called? A werepig? They're a pig. Porkified, yes. It's absolutely unporkable. It sounds weird. I'm going to take my squads off duty. And let my dwarfs go do other work. And let my goblins go do other work. So we are going into a time of rest, I think. with the exception of these guys who are just in constant training. Because as far as I'm concerned, these dwarves have earned a break. This has been a lot of war in a very short period of time. There is some stuff that needs to be hauled around and put away. As an example, this needs most of its bins removed. But like I need these bins all melted down. Which, by the way, you should make all of your bins out of a meltable materials so that when you decide you don't want them anymore, you can just melt metal object like this. Oh, that'd be totally fine. I'd be absolutely okay if they attacked me. I would actually like them to, because I like getting sieges. Unporking believable. This is some kind of witchcraft and oinkery. So if you look at this, you see this dwarf? This is neither. This dwarf is melting a metal object. This metal object is a bin filled with all of this shit. They now go here. They melt the metal object. And just like that. Well, just like that. There we go. Just like that, it's now full of a lot of crap that all now suddenly needs to be put away. Which is good, because it is. Which is also good, because some of my soldiers need new gear. And as you can see, a bunch of them are actually running to grab new gear. Because suddenly there's new, better gear there. And now we got another dwarf melting metal object. Black gruel. The armorer withdraws from society. Will it melt everything inside? No. God, that would be OP. Holy shit. No migrants again this season. Oh my god. Yeah, ever since the... Oh, wow. This is that bard I just interrogated? But ever since we became the mountain home, we haven't had a migrant wave. Which leads me to believe that we really need to, like, free up our faction a little bit and claim some things before we can start getting migrants again. So in the early... Let's have a history lesson, chat room. In the early summer of 371, an unidentified creature claiming to be the monk, Stickstruck of the faith of pocketing corrupted a fellow believer subject in order to have someone act on plots. An unidentified creature met with this goblin bard and pulled rank for most high father of the esteemed doctrines. The subject accepted in admiration of power, and then began embezzling funds. The subject plotted to infiltrate the Wispy Group to prepare a coup under the influence of this person. They also attempted to corrupt other people to follow them, in fact, many times, with varying levels of success. Then eventually corrupted a fellow believer to have someone act on plots and schemes in Lansno. An unidentified creature met with the subject and offered revenge upon the prosecutor. The subject spurred the law willingly, despite the efforts of surrounding allies to stop the plot. Continued embezzling funds, plotted to infiltrate us to steal treasures, and prepare a coup under the influence of an unidentified creature. The goblin, as the goblin bard, came in and corrupted Zhang in order to have an agent in Riverdepths. The subject met with Zhang and made a threat. Zhang was too afraid to not comply, despite valuing the law. The subject revealed in the early spring of 510, they plotted to steal Bestimonies, the whirling lions, under the influence of subject. So it's Zhang the Miller, and the goblin has already left. Huh. Well, I can interrogate and then convict Zhang. And just confirm. You know what? I'm gonna do one more. One more, chat. One more for old Dwarf's sake. We're gonna go raid the Dark Goblin Fortress of Seas Devils. And then the time of great vacation begins. In fact, I'm going to begin it now. And by now, I mean now-ish. Although... depending on the thing, I may actually like keep some of these going for a little bit. And what this is actually going to start off with is just a whole bunch of hauling jobs. And I will keep the spear jobs going, and I will keep all the clothing, and I will keep all of the smithing jobs going, except for the smelting stuff. Just to finish making all that clothing. I will keep the meals going, keep the socks going. I will pause the catapults after I get out of here, pause these, keep the Tana hide going, keep the lignite going, keep the render fat going. Obviously, all of the storing items and vehicles. I don't need to make bone bracelets. That's redundant. And I'm gonna make this stockpile big, which is going to speed up this process a lot. I love that these dwarves have gotten home after so many rounds of horribly murdering goblins, and they finally get a shower. And this dwarf is very content after a soapy bath. Which actually really makes me wonder. How many things has this dwarf killed? So UGDBY has 6 notable kills and 12 others. Commander Hops has 2 and 5. How about... well, you haven't really left the map much. 5 and 17. Oh, boy. All right. National Canyon heading out. Don't fail us again, Dwarf. You've got this. I have faith. You actually got a shower this time. That's how you know I'm a good dwarven, like, leader, is because I actually let my dwarves get a shower this time. I'm not just purely a, shall I say, monster. Just mostly a monster. I'll say, Denchi. What's up, dude? The reason I'm only using one dwarf repeatedly, Rune Chaos, over on YouTube, is because I need a consistent group of dwarves that can consistently succeed. If they can't words are difficult. If they can't consistently succeed, then they will inevitably just get kidnapped or imprisoned or captured or die. So the reason I keep using the same squad over and over and over again is because the place that we're attacking requires a pretty good leader. Dwarfy McGee here. Why are you naked? Yes, I'll say Momo's Wolfie. That is a cave dragon. Yes, we do have many a cave dragon. Dwarf, why are you naked? They're my Navy SEALs. I get it. So, I'm going to make a burrow. It's going to seem kind of restrictive. Please don't judge me too much. Gonna be right here. Gonna be right here. And we're gonna call it Happy Gremlin Time. Put both my gremlins into here. And I'm actually gonna remove them both from here. Here's hoping Here's hoping. But here's the thing that I'm going to also allow. I'm also just going to go down to here and allow them in here. Because what I'm noticing is they're really not, like... I'm also going to allow the Weaponsmiths Guild, wherever that is. The Craftsdwarfs Guild. The Metalsmiths Guild. The Armorer Guild. Okay, so yeah, it would be the Armorsmiths Guild that I'm also going to allow. Now, the thing that I'm noticing with them is they're not sleeping. They're just kind of running around. So I'm trying to incentivize them going somewhere very specific. Hey, True Freak, what up? This one's reading books? Oh no, we're screwed. I also have to let them read books in the library then. Motherfuckers learned how to read, chat. Oh my god, he knows geography. He knows the secret of trade. He knows weed sins, a brief introductions, the gutter, a quandary, the birth of streams, the art of sealing met, and the trenches and beyond. And for the love of the truth, also knows profane halls and the willpower and songs and of surveying. He also knows about truth, surveying, and economic data. Gremlin goes to school. Is now a skilled student. Dabbling reader. How do you feel about reading books? Aside from the fact that you're still naked, you're actually quite happy. He's a surveyor? I mean, she, I think. Yeah, she. It's the boy gremlin who's kind of got a problem with making friends and joining the faction. Lady gremlin, doing just fine. Are you even aware of the other gremlin I have? Okay, well, she's met my Gorlak overlord, but hasn't met my other gremlin yet. Yeah, I don't have a gremlin. I have two gremlins. My other gremlin is, has been better. I mean, unfortunately not so happy these days. I'm kind of starting to consider allowing this gremlin to be a pet. Like, making this gremlin available as a pet. But... yeah, I don't know. It's kind of... Oh, right. You die. I also have to... You know what? Never mind. I can't let them into Happy Gremlin time because I need to allow them to go basically everywhere. So that they can still, like, go to the meetings so they don't go nuts. Meanwhile, this one's just reading. Gremlicious definition make the dwarf go crazy. Montecore also, I think, Oh, you just haven't returned yet. I rescued your dwarf back. Okay, we rate... Oh, shit. We raided Seas Devils again. It appears that the Goblin Zolak led the attack, and the outmatched my dwarf with a cunning plan, and the defenders did in fact have a strong positional advantage. I lost Shortast. It says that Montecore was struck down, but according to the other screen, he's not. Hexalin was struck down. And Unib was struck down by a cave dragon. Man, why did I do that one final time? But it says that you're still going to return. That's perplexing. You need to leave for a few hours? May I apologize? You had to leave for a few hours. Could I start over for you? Yeah, sure. I'll jump back to a save. Why does it say that your dwarf not dead, though, if you're dead? I don't understand. Beans, please. Much confused. Anyway, I was about to say that your dwarf is fine, but you're dead now. Yeah. It's got nothing to do with necromancy either. It's literally just... Turns out, attacking a goblin space filled with literally thousands of dudes may be a bad idea. Who knew? It's just a flesh wound? Sure. So once this dwarf gets to the boulder pile, I'm going to shrink down the boulder pile to the size it should be, which is significantly smaller than this currently. And then I say, let the parties begin. I'm also going to grab this and forbid it for right now. And now the dwarves can begin resting. Do not need all of these silk bags, turns out. Although I've had dwarves show up after supposedly dying a couple times now, which is interesting. Have I seen dark... I've seen dark gnomes. Were there in YouTube chat? I know you weren't asking me that, but I have seen them. All right, so the only thing I still need to do is I need to make the royal mausoleum satisfactory for the queenie. Not quite there yet, but we're close. Her royal queeniness. So chat room, I mentioned a thing in a video earlier this morning, which some of you may have seen, and some of you may not have seen. And in the video, I mentioned that I would really like to do something specific that was mentioned by somebody on the Discord. Once adventure mode is out. And this specific thing is I would like to basically make worlds designed for adventuring, which the way I see it is it would probably end up being like a extension of the basically the save sharing room that we have, or an extension of the succession forts room, except instead of doing a normal succession fort, the way I think would be the best way to do this. Oh, geez. I need to get rid of iron bars or iron breastplates because I don't have enough. The way to do it would be to essentially make a world that somebody takes and you have like a week or X amount of time, right? And that X amount of time will be used to build a world or build a fort in the world that isn't designed to be huge, but just designed to be interesting to find, with the express goal of making dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of forts in a world so that somebody can explore it in adventure mode. Basically making interesting adventure mode worlds. Because something that I often see people saying is like, why can't we, like, you know, have, I don't know, a world where or why don't we have a feature in Dwarf Fortress where, let's just say, people could theoretically upload forts to a server and then play them or go explore them? And Dwarf Fortress doesn't really have that functionality, and probably won't ever have functionality like that, likely. But I think it would be really interesting to allow for like some community co-op where we build fortresses that can do that or feel like that. I just think it would take a little bit of coordination. Curious if that's something you guys would be interested in working on, because that would require more than just me. Obviously, I could build a fort for it, but it would require more than just me doing it. And then if it's just me, it's not going to be that exciting for just me to, you know, go explore it. So it's something that would require some cooperation, but I think it'd be pretty cool if we could make it work. Lion is now chained up, or going to be chained up, in the Queen's room. How do you prioritize one of them? You kind of can't, but you can use I guess as like, you can use this to set them up as give and takes. Give and take stockpiles. I almost never do it, but you can do it. Oh shit, I've got a artifact that hasn't started yet. You need stacked leather, you've already got that. What else do you need? Rough gems, okay, need stacked cloth. More rough gems, square blocks. Bars of metal, you've got silver. A lot of blocks. It's not a stacked leather and a lot of blocks, but you got 2 leather, you got... Kind of looks like you have everything, what? Well... Tons of rough gems. Tons of cut gems. Sometimes they need the same ingredient twice. I mean, it would hover on it a little bit longer. I was looking for like bones or something. We do have bones. I mean, it could be cloth. It's probably cloth, yeah. But that's the problem, is I have cloth. I have a lot of cloth. Like, a lot of cloth. Like, a lot of cloth. Like, a lot of cloth. So... I don't know. I mean, if that's what they need, I mean, I've got a lot of it. You know, I really appreciate your guys' attempts to help. I know, thanks. Like, it's impossible for me to, like, say what I'm thinking without just sounding like a dick, but my brain makes me have to say what I'm thinking. Yeah, I'm aware it could be any of those things, so thank you. I appreciate the insights to things that I'm definitely aware of. For developing each fort? Oh, it would need to be longer than a year. I think maybe a population limit, like whenever you hit 100 pop, and then just like a week of time, maybe 10 years tops. But a year is not enough time to do anything interesting. Not even close. You know, I'm just going to do myself a favor here. Because I'm pretty sure I've had multiple instances of artifacts failing because of that stupid stuff at the bottom of the waterfall. But let's see. Nope. I was wrong. Let's go up here. Nope. So I doubt that cloth is the problem. And the reason I'm saying that is if cloth was the problem, they likely would have gone and got other cloth from elsewhere. I doubt it. TPS Survivor. I think what I'm gonna do is this. This is a slow, arduous process, but I do need to remove all of these cage traps. I'm just gonna quickly repurpose this into a silk generator. I think that's what he needs. We're never going to have any kind of online support for Dwarf Fortress, so there's no reason to even, like, discuss what it could possibly be like, because it's not a feature that's ever going to function in the game in any kind of meaningful fashion. So all that really happens is people just start desiring a feature that the developers of this game have no interest in developing in the first place that would take years of development time. You know, people already talk about how Dwarf Fortress takes too long to develop already. If they were to rebuild a 20-something-year-old code base to be able to have multiplayer support or any kind of online support, that would be one of the most colossally massive wastes of time of development resources, I think, maybe in history, in my opinion. So, yeah, I don't know if I agree with that. Like, as cool as it sounds, I think in any kind of practical situation, it's a complete waste of time. I'll just bring wolves down here. And a fox. Why not? Let's bring the other wolf. Yeah. The problem with, like, talking about how it would be neat is then people start thinking maybe it's a possibility, which is just, it's not. Literally leaving the fortress on default settings is best for beginners in regards to what YouTube chat's talking about. How did I trap that thing? If you watch the cage trapping gremlins video, it shows it. Proms. Hello, Deep Space. How are you? We have a Queenie Gorlak and a Gorlak Overlord living in my fort. It's been a day. And I'm just kind of letting some of my dwarves go to prison because that's a lot of demands. Okay, though. They don't mind it. Have I seen trolls yet? No, actually. And I'm quite irritated by this. Also, not enough cave dragons. Not enough of anything, even. Yep, my queen is a Gorlak. And if I go here and I type in Overlord, you can see Nulmus, who's an Overlord, also a Gorlak, was my outpost liaison and then became the Overlord of my old mountain home when I started attacking it and killed the previous Overlord. I'm literally just waiting for this wolf to get tied up. There we go. Let's fire out another one. Come on, dude. Come on, you suck. Do your job better. Keep shooting. Please. Okay, fine. Clearly I have to put a wall there. Oh, there we go. Got another gush. Man, are you telling me you just destroyed that? Oh my god. Okay, there we go. We did actually get some webs, so we're fine. Tasks. I'm just going to cancel all of these. Go here. And go collect webs, do now. Collect webs, do now. Collect webs, do now. I know they do this automatically, but collect webs, do now. Also, do I even have it set to go automatically? I wonder. Automatically collect webs. There we go. Aaron is visiting. You get battle pass whenever you send your dwarves out to go attack enemies, and then you get loot and gold responses. See, it's a you commit to playing Dwarf Fortress, and you get loot and rewards for attacking the enemy and getting their stuff. It's a true battle pass. Even more of a legitimate battle pass than free-to-play schlock out there. But I hope you're doing well. Deep Space, how's things, man? Don't you go insane on me now, Dwarf. There we go. That's what you needed. Fuck you, game. Today I learned, a dwarf can go berserk while they're carrying their items. That's a shame. Before Ian is going to go and, lie down. Did you guys know that they can go berserk while they're, like, in motion trying to complete an artifact? Because I didn't. The more you know, eh? The more you know. It really was tragic. Yeah. We just started the final push to get that artifact done, and nope. Turns out, nope. Can't have. I'm just realizing, I don't think we've had a single party time in this entire fort. Not once have we had a party time in this fort. Although we do have This is quite the tavern. We got a squirrel, 2 gremlins, and a Gorlag. All in close proximity. I thought so too. That was not a kid, no. That was a full-grown dwarf. They were a metalsmith. I kind of want to assign a tavern keeper. I also kind of don't. What do the squirrels do? It sits there and looks funny. So I can say, guys, look, I have a squirrel. That's literally all it does. Willpower and the songs are an example of the stranger of pricing. The work is no particular subject, and the writing conveys a moral lesson regarding the value of self-control. Writing is a very serious tone. It's not awful and not very good either. I really wish I could take advantage of this. Just don't really know how. Squirrels enhance the Twitch revenue. They do about as much. It's doing less than the gremlins. I'll say that. Dear Dwarf, I have a question. Why are you still naked? Okay, you know what? This squad down here, I'm just going to assign them to basic archerer. Go claim clothing, because this shit's messed up, man. Well, it had all the items, but it is the I've had I see you had I missed the first half of that then. I was like, no, that dwarf's not a kid. But yeah, no, I definitely missed the first half of that then. Yeah, no, absolutely. Also unrelated, but my gut's hurting. Eh. I wonder if my body is like rebelling because I decided to be a very healthy person and I made a really, 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 really large batch of beet stew last night and ate almost all of it. So maybe my body's just going, no, you asshole. Possible. What goes into a beet stew? Basically borscht, but not everything that goes into borscht because, if I'm being honest, I didn't have some of the ingredients to make borscht. So I boiled beets and added some veggie stock that I already had to the beet water. I obviously peeled them before I boiled them. Oh boy. Then I made a rather large serving of fried onions I basically simmered onions and a bunch of pork sausage and then dumped that in. I threw in a bunch, like 7 or 8 russet potatoes after chopping them up. Not huge ones, like smaller ones, because that's what I had. And I went into my freezer and I took like a handful about that big of beet leaves, and then that's what we made, yeah. All right, but it's basically just a stew built around beets. I would have needed cabbage and a few other things to make it into technically borscht, but speaking of squirrels, do quires lose text value when bound to a book? No. No, no, they don't. I know they lose pages, but is the book content also? I don't think so. If it is, that seems broken. A vile force of darkness has arrived, seeking a parley. So where are these guys from? Size for goblins. The Weevil of Cruelty. Okay, so this is the same goblin faction I've been fighting with the whole time. Them's is beak dogs. Them's is more beak dogs. Them's is even more beak dogs. Holy shiz, that's a lot of beak dogs. Oh my Dwarfus, that's a lot of beak dogs. Well, at least we're cooking a masterpiece. Char roasts as well. They're still walking onto the map. Hey, chat. How many do you think there is? Because there's still more entering the map. $40. Ah. There's still more entering the map. There's still more entering the map. It's a beak dog pile, if you will. Let's do a check. How you doing, Clino? 288 Gerblins and 287 Gorblins and 288 beak dogs. Also, there's 100 cave swallow men in the basement. Oh boy. Why are you all naked? Gosh darn it. Wait, never mind, you're not. Okay, that's good. Whew. Guys finally have clothing on again. Finally, they are decent. They haven't been in so long. I think I'm going to do a thing real quick. I'm going to take all of my squads. I'm going to set them to off duty so that they can just put their shit away and go claim clothing. So I've got a lot of squads that currently don't have clothing and thus can't claim clothing. So I'm going to let them put their shit away, and then I'm going to let them all rearm and go back to training. Why are you naked? Yep. Yeah, it's like that and also just working in retail. Why are you naked, sir? This dwarf just put on 2 dresses. I guess you've been, like, starved for clothing for a while. And you know what? I don't blame you. I would do that too. You know, elves, now would be a real good time to attack you. Should also just close this. All right, so I know that this is going to seem unfair to some of you. Please understand, the reason I'm giving all of the cave dragons to one soldier is because I want to keep track of what squad has the dragons. Just for clarity's sake here. I know you might be like, but I want a dragon. And you know what? I get it. I hear you. I'm aligned with that. But unfortunately, my priorities of being able to keep track of where the fuck these dragons at outweighs your desires for a pet dragon. Because turns out I need to be able to keep track of where the fuck these dragons at. And then the frame rate tanks. I guess they're all on the map now. Let's see what the total count is. Exterminate. Yeah. So it's 300 goblins and 300 beak dogs and 299 goblins. Oh boy. It's a lot of beak and a lot of gob. Also a lot of lin. Well, at least you've got socks equipped. I'm going to swap this squad over to just the normal archer uniform, just so that they can, you know, wear clothing. They'll be behind a wall anyway. Blind referenced you in a video recently, and in the comments, someone asked how to spell your name because I couldn't find you on the internet. Oh, really? I didn't notice that comment, or I would have responded. Trust me, the potatoes were not sentient. If I had any sentient potatoes in my soup, I would be very concerned. For my soup. I like that this dwarf is wearing not one but two dresses. You know, honestly, Risen here, I respect the hustle. And in fact, you're currently hauling and putting away a third dress. This dwarf is just like catching up on shopping after not being able to equip clothing in so long. Putting on the Ritz, exactly. There you go. Now you got the fancy socks. And another sock. All right, let's get everybody re-squatted up now. We're gonna set everybody to train. Except for this squad who's just gonna go into this, and you guys are all gonna go train. My mayor has been reelected, and nobody is surprised. I could actually set these to prepare to fire, too. Keep an eye on all of this. Need to make a bunch of shields. So let's just say copper shields. How many do I currently have? I got tons of copper shields. Why are... Okay, fine. We'll do 15 of each. Oh, they're back to training. So they would like to parlay us. I don't think we want to parlay, chat. Yeah, I would say the Fortress Morale is pretty damn good. I kind of wish it was better, but yeah, Fortress Morale is in fact good. Oh yeah, Clino, I don't know if you've noticed this, but one, I do in fact have the Queen and the Outpost Liaison in the fort now, except when I started attacking my mountain home, one of the Gorlaks became an overlord of my old mountain home, because this Gorlak lived at the mountain home while I was still trading with the mountain home while the goblins had taken over it. So I killed the goblin overlord goblin that was in the mountain home that took over my mountain home, but now I have a Gorlak overlord in my fort. No, this is the second Gorlak. This one was my Outpost Liaison, but is now an overlord. Just make green glass blocks. Make 100 of them. You love this game? Sure. I find it kind of confusing sometimes. But yes, me too. Obviously. All right, we're getting to the point where pretty much everybody's armored up. Okay, so what I'm going to do... I need to add this to the burrow. And basically get them to fire when they're around there. And then I gotta go down here. I gotta claim all these, because there's a couple bolts there, it turns out. I'm going to get you and you to go stand here. I'm gonna get you to go stand here. And I'm gonna unpause the game for a minute while they all line up. And then we start singing For Those About to Rock or some equivalent. Whatever the Dwarven equivalent of For Those About to Rock would be. And hope that the casualty numbers aren't too great. I should make a little walkway here. Ooh, I should absolutely make a little walkway right there. Could walk here and get all of this lovely, lovely, lovely mist. Seems like a missed opportunity right here, even. Sheesh. That's gonna be a winter project, I think. I'm gonna deny the goblins parlay. I know they're not attacking me with trolls, but at least their army is big. They've actually trampled the dirt. I feel like this is a small suggestion, but it's probably one of those suggestions that's bigger than it sounds in my brain. They should really make it so that when you deny the parlay, it replays Vile Force of Darkness. It's 299 goblins and 300 beak dogs. Why am I happy about a bigger army? Because it's fun. And I've been systematically completely annihilating goblin populations up until this patch is released. Now that this patch is out, there's actually a goblin threat again consistently, and that's a lot of fun. As somebody who enjoys playing this game and is pretty good at this game, it's nice to actually have a threat. It is a missed opportunity. It's an opportunity for mist. It's precisely what it is. We're going to get hit by an ad in about 2 minutes here. Just a heads up. But I will pause the game during the ad break. You won't miss anything. So I do have a whole bunch of weapon traps, which are filled with serrated green glass discs. You don't really know what to do? Play 10,000 hours of it. Watch tutorials on my YouTube channel or other people's YouTube channels, because I'm not the only maker of the tutorials. Watch YouTube videos. Read the wiki. Ask people for help that you know. Join Discord servers and ask them for help as well. It's not that complicated a game. It's just it's not that hard of a game. It's just a very obtuse game. Because there really isn't much else out there like it. If you don't wrap your head around the initial learning curve particularly quickly, that's very normal. Cosmic Drama, thank you very much for the first notification of money in 2 hours. Appreciate you. What are you doing? Goblin is terrified. Oh, shit. Are they already firing bolts? Because it kind of looked like it. Huh. Anyway, here comes the first Ubeak dogs. Let me just drop some thread. Okay, well, my queen is reading a book. The Denial might help. That's not a good book to be reading right now, queen. Overlord's eating. Gremlin. One gremlin accounted for. What are you doing right now? Oh, Clino, the gremlin figured out how to read. So now it's a philosopher with a major in geography. Yeah, and also an expert armorsmith. Still can't figure out how to put clothes on, though. Kind of a shame, honestly. This beak dog is getting puckered full of bolts. In fact, one already hit it in the pancreas. Another bolt struck the beak dog in the lower leg, tearing the muscle and bruising the bone. The beak dog fell over, and then another bolt hit it, fracturing the bone. Instruments that get procedurally added together. You need to remember, Dwarf Fortress didn't really have sound up until it released on Steam. So, one thing at a time. Let's get, like, footstep sounds, or, like, doors opening, or, like, more combat sounds. Let's start with simple sounds before we get, like, worry about adding procedural sounds to the music. 2 bolts were deflected by this dwarf's breastplate. This beak dog is running up front. Mark's dwarves are already doing quite a bit of damage. Chatter in the tavern. Exact. I mean, there is some ambient sounds. Actually, there's some ambient sounds right now that somebody decided... there's an ad break going to hit in a minute, just heads up. That somebody decided to sample for a, like, lo-fi hip-hop track thingy, some Japanese artist that I can't read the name of. And apparently they're going around, like, content claiming people, so I've turned my, like, ambient sounds down. I know that the person who got hit by it actually has reached out to KitFox, so here's hoping something can be done about that. But it's straight up, like, the exact same sound bite. I don't know if they got it from the same library or if they ripped it out of DF or where they got it, but, like, it's cool. Yeah. Considering, like, the original song, air quotes, which was uploaded, like, a couple days ago, has... like 120 views or so. So, like, nothing. They're all going to go get more ammo. Yeah, see, they're all running up here to go grab more ammo. A dungeon master. Okay. We're in an ad break, so I will wait. A YouTuber you know got content claimed for his burp. That sounds like a content ID troll. That sounds like just trolling. No, this is more along the lines of, like, somebody claiming the Grand Theft Auto Siren 30-something or whatever. Here, I can actually go link the song if anybody's curious, because there was somebody talking with me on Discord the other day. Here. This is the actual song that's doing the content ID claims. I'll also stick this in the YouTube chat. So what's happening with the gremlins? One of them's learned to read and has become a scholar, although I have no control over them. And the other one is still being mad at life, but slowly becoming one with the fortress over time. They're not as upset as they used to be. But yeah, if you skip to like 90 to like 10, 20, 30 seconds into that, you actually get a link. Why don't I make the ammo closer? Because it makes them walk all the way along the distance, which actually becomes a shorter distance the closer they get back. Because the goblins, if I pause the game here, the goblins will be heading up this way, and right now they're running to here to get the ammo, right? The ammo is right there. So by the end, they only need to walk back and forth from here. It actually, like, it starts off a longer distance, but that's okay. Because they're not really going to kill the enemy squad themselves, but what they are going to do is they are going to consistently do damage and make them drop their weapons and wound the initial front line, basically. Although, actually, I'm going to be moving them in a second. I'm going to be moving their positioning to right here. And I have 3 ballista ready to fire. Oh, we've got some goblins falling down into the water. That's a good sign. That's some intestines out, I think. Thought I saw some. I might have actually just seen this. But the beak dogs are moving forward. There's another trap up here. The beak dogs are real bad for, like, dodging out of the way of the traps and taking their goblins with them. Bolts flying from here now. Tekid here is actually firing bolts. And I'm going to tell you to fire. I'm also going to tell you to fire. I'm also going to, let's hold on these 2. Let's fire the first one. Uh-oh, that's not going to go very far. Nope, it did not. Well, I tried. Go get more ammo now, Dwarf, please. Erish, I know you're not a member of my fortress. This is a really unwise decision that you are currently making. The funny thing, though, is this is a Baron who is a member of the Deceiver of Crumbling, which is actually the Goblin faction, because I still haven't taken my mountain home back. So I have no control over what that dwarf does, but this dwarf here, however, is firing bolts and clearly not doing much. This dwarf, on the other hand, is doing a lot of damage. In fact, most recently striking a goblin hammerman in the body, but the attack was deflected. A lot of deflected, but at the very least, the last shot actually hit them in the leg with a silver bolt, and it made their leg get cloven asunder. So honestly, some of the shots just get deflected, and some of them do quite a bit of damage. Let's let them move forward a little bit. Oh, that guy exploded. And look, there's an ear. Excellent. Also took out the whole trap with him. That's a shame. These goblins do not seem super enthused about moving right now, although that may actually just be their frame rate being very slow. Starting to think they may turn and run pretty soon. A bunch of them keep falling in because they're dodging out of the way of my... they're dodging out of the way of my bolts and falling in. This one's going to have a hard time when he comes up here. Surprise! And... surprise! See? It's a good time. Let's just keep waiting. Another goblin goes flying into pieces. It's always a good time. This is going to be super laggy when I tell my dwarves to charge. Lots of blood getting tripped on that side as well. They haven't even all entered yet. There's still a lot more. And this one is in a tree. Although this one actually got hit by... looks like this guy got hit by a bunch of serrated discs and is now going, you know what? I don't like this shit. I'm just going to leave. Actually, now I'm wondering, are they retreating? What direction are they heading? That'd be very funny if they are retreating. Chat room, I think that they're retreating. Yeah, it does look like they are retreating. They're just seeing so many of their friends fly to pieces. They're just panicking. Not even counting all the ones that have fallen into the water. They're hanging out with the frog. I mean, Toad. I really need to lock them in. Because once they realize they can just run. Although it's partially due to these, the beak dogs. Because beak dogs, while they can be pretty good mounts, are a bunch of chickens, I would say. Uh-oh, Jesus. God damn. They took out my one of my cave dragons. Well, you know what that means. That means war. That means war. Even though my dwarves all desperately need lunch, they got to do this one final thing before we can go get lunch. Right up at the front, first tomb, religious leader Shortast of the god of death of the cult of ghosts is charging. Collides with the goblin Asno, who's tired, pale, bleeding, and already injured after probably getting hit by a couple dozen crossbow bolts, likely. No, mostly serrated discs, and dragon. Who actually already has had a stab in the lower arm with the steel spear, which has already fractured the bone. The dwarves are now running up as fast as bloody goddamn possible, and the dwarves are beginning to collide with the enemy at a rapid pace. And where the fuglet are all my dragons at? Where's your 6 wagons, man? The hell? I'm rather miffed by this, but okay. Dwarves are moving through the goblin absurdities directly into the goblin fray with the mess of goblin viscera. We've got goblins falling in almost every possible direction. And now we hold our breath and go, chat, tell me how many casualties you think we're going to get. We've got Commander Hops here, who's currently thirsty, stressed, and stunned. Is stunned because he got, collided with another dwarf. That's not good. How about you? Vakar, the split roughness, you over here are currently stabbing a goblin in the foot with a steel spear, which is going through the copper low boot, and an artery has been opened by the attack, and a motor nerve has been severed. Well, that's a good sign. We have this dwarf, or this war cave dragon, who's pet of the King of Pudding. At least one of them showed up. Jeez. Who feels relieved near a waterfall. I think the waterfall they're referring to is actually goblins splashing down into the river, but dwarves are moving forward. I haven't seen any dwarves go flying over the edge just yet, but I'm sure that'll happen. The farthest up dwarves are K-Nord, who's actually in a martial trance at this exact moment, who is currently kicking a goblin pikeman in the tongue with her right foot, which is bruising the cheek skin. The force bends the head, tearing apart the skin and bruising the fat. The first tomb strikes the goblin pikeman in the right foot with her Enkosasmur Aiton Toltot. But the attack was deflected by the pikeman's iron low boot. We really need to acquire some of their gear. We really do. There is a dwarf, Commander Hops, who I hope learns how to swim real quick, who is currently in the water. So Commander Hops, if you drown, well, nice knowing you, I suppose. We've got a cave dragon who is standing on top of the wimpy baby goblin pretendy dragons, which is my nice way of saying beak dogs. I'm telling my... Come on, Hops, climb up. You can do it, bud. Climb up. Yeah, you're no longer drowning. Keep at it. What's your swimming skill? You better learn quick, because you're only going to get one chance. Oh, thanks for banning that, Elfie. I was like, what the hell's going on in my chat at this exact moment? Down here, we've got... what actually is your swimming skill? I was seeing things popping up. I was like, I should probably, like, pay attention to chat for a minute because things are happening, but it's fine. Where do they hide swimming skill? Is it under others? I guess it's others, but... Oh, I see. Skilled swimmer. Skilled swimmer! He's got a chance! Deep Space, thanks for gifting a subscription. Appreciate you, mate. At least some trolls are creative with their bullshit. Dwarves are moving through. We haven't actually lost anybody yet, which is kind of amazing, although dwarves like Kanord are getting overexerted. The goblin siege hasn't split. I'm curious. What is the exact population of the goblins at this moment? There's still 200 goblins left. So we've killed almost half of them, meaning if we can hang in there for another little bit, we may have a chance, but like Kanord's full of bolts. Bone Dolphin is tired, which is a bad sign when my really strong dwarves are getting like injured essentially. Striking the goblin hammerman in the upper body with a steel spear, shattering the left true ribs. Turns out my crossbow dwarves over here are they running out of ammo? I'm starting to think they might be. Some of them are. A lot of them are having to run back and reload. But they are still firing bolts, the ones that still have ammo, that haven't gone back to reload yet, or aren't currently in the process of going back to reload. Because there's still tons of ammo available. It's just a matter of going and getting it. Bolts flying, bits flying. Kanord is our first death. Rest in peace, Kanord. You died valiantly. Broken spacebar is now falling. Broken spacebar, how's your swimming skill? Hopefully better than, hopefully closer to Hops. Hops is thirsty, apparently. Hops is currently fighting in the water, doing a lot of missing. There's 3 dwarves in the water. Pun Intentional is also now in the water. Although it's looking like Pun Intentional is doing mostly drowning rather than more useful things, which is bad. Broken spacebar is also mostly drowning. Whereas, how good are you at swimming now here, Dwarf? You are now a skilled swimmer. Well, that's still just a skilled swimmer. Well, dwarves continuing to move forward. The goblin forces appear to be breaking down just a lot, which is a good sign for us. We are continuing to push through them at a more rapid pace, although the number of dwarves that are now in the water is very disconcerting. I don't like this. You know, I was talking about making like safety nets for that, and I never did. Really should do that. I kind of got distracted by the whole queen thing. Moldath, the spear dwarf's been found dead. We had a dwarf die in the middle of the siege itself. Continuing to push forward. Come on, dwarves. Hold the line. Most of the cave dragons are now in the fighting too, which is very helpful. Cave dragon bending the goblin pikeman's lower left leg. I like the idea of a cave dragon biting it, shaking it around which would be normal, and then its bits flying off, and then literally grabbing it by its wings and wrestling, which is what they're doing. Bones flying. There goes a paw. I'm assuming that's a beak dog paw. Pun Intentional has been found dead in the water. Rest in peace, Pun Intentional. Although the dwarves that are doing work are doing quite well. Starsmore, no! It's a bummer. Although I do think that we may have broken them, chat room. Nomal, Zwirry was found dead in the water as well. I think we may have broken them. And I say that as my cave dragon lands in the water. I hope cave dragons can swim. Starsmore drowned. Bolts are still flying. The final portions of the siege are fighting through. Lemuel, the Spearmaster here, doesn't feel anything after seeing a goblin die, but feels very satisfied upon improving striking. Has 2 notable kills and 4 others. Right next to Bonesaw, who is tired and hungry, but on the bright side, 5 notable kills and 15 others, is satisfied upon improving observation. Most recently, has stabbed the goblin pikeman in the upper arm with a steel spear, fracturing the bone and fracturing the right shoulder's bone through the copper mail shirt. Pieces are continuing to fly. Come on, dwarves, you got this. Where's Pudding? Pudding is as happy as a dwarf could possibly be, which is impressive. 33 other kills, 5 notable. doesn't even... This dwarf has a shirt, pants, socks and gloves, copper greaves, and a hat. And a sword. And is just slashing the ever-living shit out of these goblins. I think we need to get this dwarf a steel sword. I've never seen it, Valislan, but, like, friendly fire can happen between dwarves in close proximity. Dwarf falls into the water. Come on. You landed on a fish. That should soften your fall, right? Come on. Same with short task. God damn it. At least the dragon can swim. Same with, like, broken spacebar has learned to swim. That's good. What's your swimming skill specifically? You're novice. Well, that's good. You're learning. Commander Hops back here is actively fighting underwater with a goblin. So that's happening. I'm curious about how many of them are left. Everybody's overexerted or tired. Oh boy. That's going to be the death of us. What's the current population count? We've taken out half of them. They hadn't split, by the way. I thought they had, because it looked like they were moving backwards, but they absolutely hadn't. So that was my own fault. I moved the fighting up too soon. We're now fighting an uphill battle, quite literally. Let's move the Marksdwarf squads up to here. Actually, let's move the Marksdwarf squads down to here so that they can start shooting down. Okay, now the enemy siege is splitting. Now they're splitting. You see that at the back there? The way they're just running? That's the siege breaking. King of Pudding has fallen. No! The losses were too great. Bone Dolphin has fallen. The few remaining soldiers are bravely fighting through. Bonesaw is still ready. Most recently, biting a beak dog in the left paw, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle. Vukar here. 6 notable kills with 30 others. Many, many sieges this dwarf has fought, exhilarated after being attacked. This dwarf actually is enjoying this. Bashing the goblin beak dog in the upper leg with a steel spear. This is very akin to 300, but like Dwarf Fortress. I really like the way I've built this siege defense. I know it's like super inefficient, but and I know that we're losing a lot of dwarves, but it's so cool to watch. Bits and pieces. Bonesaw has fallen. Goblins are continuing to back up. Tekud Limul has been found dead. I'm losing all my Spearmasters. Wait, have they broken? Shit, are they turning around? No, okay. Fath has fallen into the water. Oof. UGDPY must have learned how to swim per kid at this point. Novice still? I refuse to believe that. Kazum, the elite Marksdwarf, has charged in and is now fighting. Okay, let me just check my squads. I'm sorry, what the fuck? I'm very confused. Wasn't Bone Dolphin just here? How did you just leave the map? What? Did you die? Chat, like, am I crazy? I mean, like, I know that I assume that they died. What the hell? Man fell into the water so hard it erased him from history? More or less. All right, maybe this isn't a good time to send everybody out to go clean up bodies. I'm suddenly starting to maybe regret this decision. Hmm. All right, dwarves, get back inside. I regret my words and deeds. Turn around, turn the fuck around. I've got Servesh, the militia captain, who is currently bashing a beak dog in the tail right alongside of Onul, who's one of the last few of my spear dwarves, who's currently stabbing the beak dog, and actually they've managed to lodge the weapon in the wound. Okay, so what I should do is figure out where the majority of my wounded soldiers are. All hail the god of death. Well, it seems like a lot of them are actually just in the water. Which is just kind of funny. Okay, so Onul. So these are all of the melee dwarves I have left, basically. And most of them are in the water. Aside from, like, the 2 recruits that I have. Oh, boy. And now they want a farmer's guild. Kodiak, thanks for gifting a subscription. Dwarf is doing the smart thing, which is going back to go get more ammunition. And the remaining Marks dwarves are firing down into the water to try and assist the few remaining living dwarves down in the water. There's hoping that they can actually do something. I mean, who are you firing at currently? Silverbolt strikes the beak dog in the lower body, tearing the guts. Okay, so they're doing damage. Except the things I need them to kill are these guys down here. What I need to do is I need this area to be in the burrow. Basically. And I also need to run along here. And I need to tell all of my Marks dwarves that are left to go stand right here. And we're going to try and make a defensive line for my dwarves here. Come on, dwarf, keep dodging. Keep dodging. What's your swimming skill at? So basically what I'm going to have to do is remove all of the squads. And in regards to who's dead, yes. Wow, that's a shame. I like how I have some recruits just standing all the way back here. Oh, shit. I still have the remainders of some squads left. Okay, so how many are still left on the map? Let's find out. A handful, and it appears that literally all of them are still in the water. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take every single one of my squads except for the one that has the queen in it that are left, that aren't dead specifically, and I'm going to send them down here, and I'm going to unforbid this. So I'm going to let the dwarves out. I have not been attacked by any trolls yet, no. Which is a damn shame, but like, you know, what are you really gonna do, right? Come on, keep dodging out. You can do it. Broken spacebar. This dwarf is like a goddamn hero. We've got an artifact that's starting. And where was that other dwarf? Because there was a second one that was in the water. On the bright side, my dwarves are getting a lot of swimming lessons. Maybe he finally died. Yeah, looks like finally died. The broken spacebar is the last one remaining. Come on, dwarf. You got 13 notable kills. You can do it. I have as much faith in you as I possibly can have in you. You even have your finely crafted silver warhammer. Let's try and dig down to where they're at. See if we can rescue you. Come on, dwarf. Stingray tried. Is Stingray still alive? No. I'm not gonna lie, it feels really good to actually, like, kind of lose a fortress like this. Or at least be pushed to the brink like this. Come on, dwarf. Let's just get everybody stationed right here. Come on, dwarf. Nope. They're firing bolts at us. Come on, dwarf. Giving you a way out here, or trying to give you a way out. Come on. How do they swim with armor? Dwarves don't swim well with or without armor. Doesn't matter. God damn it. Dodging in the wrong direction here, dwarf. It's an artifact being made. You know, I have an idea, chat. We finish this siege, and then retire the fortress, and make a new fortress with the same faction elsewhere in the world. What do you think? Because I've gone all the way to endgame with so many forts. All the way to endgame. The thing, well, Napalm Sideburns just yeeted himself into the water. Also, a section of cavern has collapsed somehow. So a bunch of dwarves are flying into the water, likely. Ah, shit. Napalm Sideburns has been found dead. So basically, my idea here is this siege is almost over, right? We're going to be able to defeat this siege. Once this siege is done, I'm thinking well, actually, one thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab literally anybody who can walk, who can grab a crossbow to go stand down here and fire a crossbow. But what I'm thinking we do is, come on, dwarf, you can climb up. You can climb. You can climb. You can climb. Come on. Get out. I have faith. Don't you get stabbed again. I just saw that bleeding. Don't you do that! Don't you fucking do it! Don't you die on me! Come on, Dwarf. This, Spearmaster Goblin has actually made his way up and into the fortress. Which is actually, like, terrifying, and a dragon shows up here, hopefully, to help. Holy crap, what are you doing here? Overlord! Oh, right, yeah, no, you're in the military, I forgot. Get out of here, run away! You doofus! Okay, Poof. There is, in fact, bad things here. Come on, dwarves. Onul, you got this. I know you're hungry, but you can finish up the fight. You with the assistance of the wrestler Neezer, Dominok, all these dwarves who've never fought before, diving in, trying to rescue the fortress. Man, do I take the risk? Dabbling Lasher, not even. Final Goblin falls. So I'm going to save and continue playing and call this Gremlins, Gorlax, and Cave Dragons. The siege is broken. How many enemies are left on the map right now? I'm assuming they're all dead. Because it was just the ones left in the river, and I'm assuming we just got them all out of the river. Assuming they don't get immediately taken over and killed by the Goblin Siegers, Chris, which is why I'm putting a hard save down here. So I'm going to spend a little bit, and I mean like the next couple minutes here, trying to get the basics of this cleaned up, and then I'm going to retire the fort. And tomorrow, we're starting a new fort. Because I think this is in a really good spot for things like adventure mode. You know, we're 10 years in, actually, now that I'm looking at it. We're on year 10. I've stopped getting migrants in this faction. The faction's in a really rough state, just in general. And this is a perfectly good opportunity, I think, to continue building up this faction. And this fight has been, like, I'm not going to lie, this is one of the best fights I've had in ages. I mean, like, yeah, we won. We won with, like, realistically, 30 dwarves against 300. 600, actually. 600 goblins. Yeah, there's none left. Although there is a guest who's labeled as a human snatcher, so I should probably interrogate that. Yeah, no kidding. Absolutely epic fight. And you know, there's still plenty of named characters alive in this world. Okay, so let's just do a check of my squads. Okay, so this squad, okay, actually, you know what? I'm gonna get rid of every single one of these squads. Wait, hold on. Broken Spacebar didn't die? Wait. I'm not going to ask why Broken Spacebar is listed twice here. But I think this might be a little bugged. Slight suspicion there. Hold on. I don't know how I managed that, but okay. Fighter. Adequate fighter. All right, well, these dwarves are all joining the National Canyons. That's my noble squad. Let's just jump down to here. And I'm going to do the kind of cheaty, but also quick way of doing this. We're just in an ad break, so just a heads up. But all I'm really doing is placing a whole bunch of tombs. If he suddenly just gained the, oh, like mirror image or something. Manam has created Itang Ning, a copper shield, and offers it to the dutiful boulders. This is a copper shield. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with pear-cut pyrites and encircled with bands of copper and oval rock salt cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of pyrite and limestone. On the item is an image of Whimrot, the grotto of vegetation, the tall durian wood, bow in pyrite. On the item is an image of giant moths in gypsum. On the item is an image of a mountain in llama wool. That sounds like a prophecy if I ever saw one. It's a prophecy that we need to settle on a mountain next time. What about True Freak? Oh, I see. True Freak requested a dwarf like 30 minutes ago. True Freak, would you like me to give you the first like the expedition leader for the dwarf tomorrow, or would you prefer to be a dwarf in this fort? Like if I were to just like straight up give you the option here, what would you choose? I'll say King of the Nerds. That ad had perfect timing. Yep. I mean, I know I have it like a down to the second countdown timer. So trust me, I know when they're popping. So I created 53 tombs. Gotta go edit another video, be back in 10 minutes. That's me normally. Although I've been on for 11 hours, so. What happens when you retire a fort? The AI takes over. It becomes a part of the world. And you can go and interact with it if you want, or you can ignore it. It's really up to you. All right, I will give True Freak one of the starting 7 of the dwarves tomorrow, I think. Because I super duper did not see that pop off. I was kind of in the middle of, you know, fight. Also, I didn't notice that there was resubs from Zalasaur. I didn't notice the resub from, or the gifted sub from Deep Space. I didn't notice any of that. I was very much in the zone for the last, all of that, turns out. Man, what a horrible day. A horrible, horrible day. Yes. Valasan. But hopefully they address that at some point. What a time. Wait, the citizenship of blank? Who's blank? Also, apparently my queen is pondering the screw. Oh my god. Gremlin's officially a citizen. Wouldn't it be cool if the gremlin wandered in. I am now part of the dutiful boulders. Hourlin? Want to give them that nickname, but I know it won't count. That's cool. Didn't think it was possible. Now I have a question. Does that mean I could make you into a tavern keeper? Nope. Actually, hold on. What if I just scroll to the bottom? Nope, you're not in the list. Cannot manually assign you a job. That's a shame. Fondness after speaking with an acquaintance. I'm gonna miss these little buggers. Military? I wouldn't do that if that was an option, but... Holy shit, you can put them in the military. Do they actually go train? Oh my god. Tutors went and grabbed a buckler. I could send a gremlin on a raid. I could, in fact... Also, look, he's got a name now! Hold on. Did you get a name of your own accord? Or did I... Or was that... Huh. I'm assuming you can't use anything but a dagger. I'm going to make, yeah, well, I'm going to do another save and continue playing. Oops, nope, not that. So, I'm doubtful that this is possible, but if this... Surely have the other gremlin petition to join? I really want to retire this fort. Because I haven't been getting any migrants. And keeping this fort alive is going to be a bigger challenge than making a new fort. So, I will make a hard save, and I will release it for any of you guys who want it. But for me, like, I think my time in this fort is done. Like I said, I've completed every task I set out to complete, which was save the queen, recruit a gremlin. I did both of those things. We also captured and trained dragons. We went to war. And the goal of this fortress is to be the first in a fortress that I want to play in. Yeah, the save is going to get uploaded to Discord. This world is going to get played in adventure mode a whole lot. Yeah. So, damn right we went to war. Oh yeah, no, and like we fucking fought like 300 Spartans. Hold on, are you finishing reading the book before you're gonna start training? Oh, actually, hold on. Let me just do a thing. Because of where they train, I'm wondering. Nope, you're just too busy reading books. Maybe you can join a squad, but can't actually... Oh no, you can be stationed. So maybe you can go train? I mean, all he's doing is reading. That's actually somebody who's got a username that looks like somebody else's name. That's weird. What the heck's going on today with Twitch? Weird shit. Sketchy accounts. Gremlin values the law. Yep. Let me check something else. Holy shit. That's very funny. I thought Death Bagel died. What? How are you going to go chain up Death Bagel? Death Bagel's, I guess, alive. I thought Death Bagel was dead. No, I just made him captain of the guard. Although, the dwarf keeps getting away from him. Stray captain of the guard, yes. Are we human or are we goblin dancer? What the fuck? You're also in... Oh, because... I know why. It's because he's not assigned to the right offices. Hold on. Let me just get this guy set up real quick. Sorry, Fallout Rain. You've just been replaced by a gremlin. Are you dead? Yes. Meanwhile, this dwarf is trying to train the captain of the guard. That is very funny. What? Oh, I see, because you're listed in this screen. Duh. He's currently just going to go eat food. He's got a muscle roast. Feels satisfied at work. Likes his job, chat. We have gremlin law. Yep. At the beginning, though, maybe we should interrogate you. Oh, you're not wrong, actually. I mean, honestly, I booted you out of the job more just out of curiosity because I wanted to see what would happen. As the moods are just, like, tanking catastrophically. I should probably just turn the burrows back on, realistically. Is actually just chaining up a bunch of dwarves now. Yep. I love the fact that the gremlin likes his job. That's my favorite part about this, is that he's satisfied, or is that she's satisfied at work. I keep saying he, I don't know why, but she's satisfied at work. Which is very funny and kind of cute. Gonna go get a drink now. Satisfied after chaining up a creature, satisfied remembering the acceptance. Chat, if this gremlin shows up at my fort tomorrow when I make a new fort, I'm gonna be so happy. How'd you get him to get a petition to join? This isn't a goblin. No, I'll be honest with you. I don't know. I caught it in a cage trap. I trapped it in my fortress. I didn't let it leave. I kept training it, and eventually it just joined. I do not have like a step-by-step instructions to do this. I also advise against you trying this. Yeah. So that, yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna go chain up Death Bagel now. The best part about this is in the background right now. Uh-oh. What? Oh my fuck. Okay, so there is a were creature in the fortress. Chat room. As much as I love this fort, good news is Clockworks didn't actually get bit. As much as I love this fort, I really think we should retire it. I will upload this save to Discord. Doesn't have pause and recenter on, and you want to know what? That's fine. This is exactly why Keck W isn't allowed in my chat, because people do stuff like that, which isn't funny, and all it does is irritate me. I guess I just have the exact wrong personality traits for that kind of way to treat a streamer in a chat, but that's exactly why Keck W is set that way. So, that's fine. You're not fine. I don't like you very much right now. Please do better next time. Chat room, it's time to retire the fortress. And the reason I don't have that on is because there's 4 were creatures in my walls, or there was up to 4 were creatures in my walls. So the game would pause and recenter once a month if I had that on. Chat room, can I get a big round of beers? The end of Riverdepths. And that's right, like a perfect example of why I don't have XW chat. That was fantastic. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Hell of a lot of fun. Thanks for all the generosity today, chat. Thanks for everybody who hung out. Thanks to everybody for sticking around. We will be starting a new fort in the same world tomorrow. But first, I'm just going to take a real quick peek into Legends. Very quick peek into Legends. Only rocks? Okay. Sentient potato. You can do that. How about instead of a round of beer, we do a round of Bongo Dwarf? Because there's a free version and a paid version, depending on whether or not you have better Twitch TV. Dave, man, thanks for checking out another gift. Appreciate you. It's this one. It doesn't matter. It depends entirely on your own personal aesthetic choices. Dilphomanosaurus. Let's see. Are you... That's what I'm talking about. Casual worshiper of the fated ghost. Captain of Guard presently. Upon retiring Riverdepths, the settlement of Riverdepths regained their senses after an initial period of questionable judgment. Yeah, it appears that Kumail was recently corrupted. Looking for where everybody was struck down. Bled to death. Oh wow, Lanix was corrupted? By some human? This is Montecore coming back. I wonder what happened to Montecore while you were kidnapped. Sorry. That old fought. Was ambushed, was fought, and escaped. Was imprisoned from... Oh, wow. Okay. So Montecore actually was imprisoned by the Strange Dread in 506. Fought in defense of them a couple of times. And then the forces of the dutiful Boulders rescued them back, and they settled back here. That's kind of amazing. They actually had a period of time while they were defending the goblins. I mean, let's check Rebel Rouser. Rabble Rouser. Still alive. Yeah, not super interesting. You became a member of the Dutiful Boulders. Yep, you fought in a couple sieges. That's about it. Still alive. What, being forced to defend? These are goblins. I don't think they care. But, fought in the Cremated Siege. Killjoy, let's see. Killjoy, you are still alive. Yeah, not a ton's happened, but you are still pretty young. Yeah, still pretty young for that dwarf. Hey, Cooler, what's up? Well done on the new emotes, chat. Chat, let Cooler know what you think of the new emotes, by the way. Trying to remember the name of the queen, and for some reason my brain can't remember it. I-N-O, that's it. I-N-O Oppo. There we go. Yep, still alive. Oh no, I read that as respect medal. Damn, man. Well, is there anybody who specifically wants me to look up something? Otherwise, I will simply zip this folder and call her. Because tomorrow we are starting a new fortress in this world. Big Bang wanted? Okay. Big Bang. So you died in 506. Let's see. At what point were... Oh, yeah, no, you successfully stole an artifact, actually. From Profane Halls. You settled in Riverdepths. In 506, you fought in the sieges of Clovering and Seas Devils. You got ambushed by a goblin, and you struck down the goblin. Another goblin cornered you, and then you were shot and killed by a goblin in the artificial ocean of Matching, which is in Seas Devils. Yes. So you got killed in a field, basically, after getting ambushed, which means you got ambushed on the road. Yeah, because you fought as part of the Clobbering Assault. So you got ambushed after the fight, I think. Went down fighting, yeah. Went down strong. You want to see if you got corrupted? Yep. Yes, you did. The Goblin Bitter Corpse Burr, pretending to be a poet. Corrupted Fallout Rain in order to have an agent, made a threat, and you were too afraid to not comply. You plotted to steal the Steamy Luster. What the? Oh, it was one of my silver shields. Okay, that's a name for a shield. Who the heck made that? Bastet made? Chat, Bastet made this. Bastet, are you here right now? You made the Steamy Luster. The most consistently in horny prison member of chat made the Steamy Luster. Well, everybody wants it too, so. Ugh. All right, well, so anyway, you tried to steal that. You fought in a war and then a second siege, and then, yeah, you ceased to be captain of the guard. Yeah, mostly just you fought with in various sieges. Wouldn't want the Steamy Luster. I'm not saying you wouldn't want it. I'm just saying it's ironic. Let's check out Zwari. How many goblins did you kill? 3 total kills. Sorry for the lack of violence, but I see something about a plan working. At the attack, the defenders were led by this. Outmatched the goblin with the cunning plan. You clashed with 99 goblins, by the way, and then were imprisoned after clashing with 99 of them. You were freed by Bonesaw, and settled in Riverdepths. Bonesaw, by the end, had 24 kills, 5 notable. Was slain by a beak dog, in fact, who was struck down by Limul with a steel spear. So, at least you were avenged. How about you, Zwari? You were struck down by the goblin, the Tan Monster of Riddles, who was struck down by Broken Spacebar. With Glum soothed the stop of crowds. And as a reminder, in adventure mode, you could theoretically go out and find this Warhammer and use it as a weapon. That gremlin better live a heroic life. I doubt this is possible. I just hope it. I hope it migrates. If that gremlin migrates to my fortress, my brain will explode. On stream, for all of you to witness. Chat room, I think it's time that we raid somebody. I will zip up this save folder and you guys can peruse it at your leisure. It'll be up on the Discord in about 20 minutes. Gremlin might become king. That would be it would be queen. She would be a queen. But that would be something, wouldn't it? But tomorrow, we begin a new fort in this world. That was a fun day. Chat room, I need you guys to do me a huge favor. Give me a rating out of 10. Please and thank you. Let me know how today's stream was for you. Before I vanish, YouTube stream. Been fun hanging out. But right before I disappear for goodsies for the day, I just wanted to say, if you haven't, I have a weird side project right now. The weird side project is a YouTube project. It is something that I am basically using as a hobby time and a way to have an excuse to use the tape decks and shit that I have around this house while reading some horror. The second one I think is better than the first one. But if you want to listen to me read short horror stories on YouTube in a very analog format, all recorded through different cassette recorders and other BS like that, with some drone synth that I wrote myself, there's a link to that. I don't know. We'll see how long I stick to that. Probably long enough, as long as I maintain interest in it. But I will also throw this into the YouTube chat for anybody who cares. And yeah. Tune in tomorrow, same bat time, same blind channel. We'll do some more of this. Twitch chat. Say goodnight, YouTube. Cheers, YouTube. We'll see you on the flip. Let's go raid somebody, shall we? Let's see who's on. Let's see who's doing the things on the internets. I'm looking around. I'm seeing some channels I don't recognize streaming Dwarf Fort. I see that Neokai's live. There's some other people I don't recognize. Do we take a gamble and raid somebody with one viewer? What do you think, chat? Psyomegas is in the chat. I know that person. You guys want to take a gamble and raid a new person? I'm going to go put the raid music on. Let me know if you think. Great timing on the ads. And by that, I mean terrible timing on the ads. All right, chat. You guys have one very important job to do, and that's post your favorite emotes in the chat. They can be mine. They can be yours. They can be somebody else's. It really doesn't matter. I just need to